At the very beginning of the story, a vast sky surrounded by dragons, flying beasts in the sky. Lava's river flowing on ground, a demon castle whose wall is broken. We saw 5 adventurers are venturing in demon realm. That is the hero and his 4 companions set off for the demon kingdom of Helmets, to subdue the demon king. They had killed 3 out of the 5 demon lords and there are only 2 demon lords left, on the way were the 2 demon lords. They continue to defeat the subordinate demons they encountered along the way. In addition to their incredible strength, a handsome warrior swing his mana sword, with a powerful blast all demon are vanished, he introduced as the Great Vermouth. Meanwhile, the 4 colleagues who helped Vermouth throughout his journey, a lady with a magic staff, she is happy about that she can use her full magic power, she blasts the demons on her way, she introduced as the wise Senya, a mage, beside her a beautiful lady praying in the middle of the battle and give blessing to teammates. Suddenly a demon attacks her from behind, she swiftly beheaded him, she introduced as the faithful Anis, a healer, a big muscle man approaching with the axe, with one swing of axe he killed most of demons on his way, he was called, the brave Moran, a warrior and the last companion, who was beside Moran. He jumps towards demons, with a powerful swing of sword, he cuts demon into pieces, he introduced as the foolish Hamel, who was always competing with Vermouth, that he willing to surpass him. Hamel regards Vermouth as his rival but no one admits this. Then after they slaughtered all the crooks they are standing in Avenger pose, they relaxed. Then an attack headed towards Vermouth. Hamel realized that, he shouted for Vermouth and shielded him, tried to protect him with his body, but the attack hit right in the middle of Hamel's chest, which immediately made a hole in it. Hamel coughed up blood, then fell to the ground. The attacker, who was none other than the demon, laughed at that. He tried to launch another attack, he upheld his hand again, but Vermouth quickly noticed and immediately attacked the demon before it managed to launch its next attack. With the power of the sword that Vermouth succeeded in slashing the demon's body into 2 parts, the 3 colleagues, who realized that Hamel's body was seriously injured, immediately ran toward Hamel with feelings of fear and sadness. They surrounded Hamel's body that was lying on the floor. Then Vermouth said that there was no benefit of Hamel died like that. Hamel replied that according to him death was quite noble. For the rest of his life Hamel regretted not being more honest with his colleagues. He raised his shaking hand and asked Vermouth that you must defeat the demon kings. Vermouth held Hamel's dying hand and said that he swore in the named as a hero that he would defeat all demon lords. Hearing that, he asked Anis to pray for him. He told Moran that he was a brave warrior more than anyone else. Hamel was going to say something to Senya, a kick on his face reveals that it was a storybook and a boy is shouting that I wouldn't say such a thing. I never liked them at all. He is very upset reading that if he finds the original author, he will beat him his ass. Why the others were given a good title in the book, while he was referred to as the fool. He assumed that it seemed like the book was written by someone he beat 300 years ago before his death. The boy says they let that writer write such a book. Did they never think about defending their comrades' honor? However, he couldn't blame his comrades either, as no one would have thought that he would be reincarnated with the memories of his previous life. He's Hamel, who died 300 years ago. He's currently reincarnated as a descendant of the hero Vermouth. Eugene, Lionheart, 13 years old. Eugene is practicing while thinking that Vermouth have more concubines than his legal wives. Eugene recalls, Vermouth wasn't the type of man to think about women before, but that seems to have changed when he aged. That's understandable actually, because he's the only ordinary human there in family tree. The only direct family member is recognized as his lineage or descendants of his main wife, while additional lineages are not recognized. Eugene also has the surname Lionheart, but he comes from an additional bloodline. Before the bloodline succession ceremony was held, additional descendants were forbidden from wielding real swords or forbidden from practicing mana. That was the reason why Eugene could only practice using a wooden sword, but he was sure that it would end that one day. Eugene practiced as hard as he could to become great. So that every time he practiced on the doll, his dolls was always destroyed. Eugene always complained about it to his father, so His father was confused about it, especially when his father saw Eugene's body that is still 13 years old, so muscular and strong that he thought he would lose if he fought Eugene hand-to-hand combat. Eugene was indeed his son, but sometimes he frightened his father with his strength, as if there was an error that was not childlike. A glare that conveyed no naivete at all. Even though he lost his mother when he was young, he does not grieve for it. Meanwhile, after successfully destroying his practice dolls, Eugene grumbles. He says that it's because of their trash blacksmiths. Moreover, the main family is not like the auxiliary family. They could practice using real swords and also develop their mana. They would just stop the auxiliary bloodline's attempts to usurp the main bloodline position. Since they were young, the father thought that Eugene had extraordinary talent. So great, that he doubted whether he was his child or not, if Eugene had been born in the main bloodline, or rather, if Eugene hadn't been as gifted as his father, Eugene probably wouldn't have heard from the discrepancy between his extraordinary talent and reality. Meanwhile, the father then warned about the bloodline succession ceremony, which would be held tomorrow. The bloodline succession ceremony itself is a tradition held every 10 years in the Lionheart family. At the event from both bloodlines, all children between the ages of 10 and 15 gather at the main residence. And they look to see who deserved to be called Lionheart. After that, Eugene left his house. Eugene went by horse carriage for the main residence. Then he is thinking that in his previous life, as Hamel, he was a genius. Since childhood, he never had a problem learning new things and his growth was faster than others. However, he was not a real genius, being an expert in swordsmanship and magic. He is called the god of war and the master of all. He is the great Vermouth. He was descended from a duke and his imperial house of Kiel until he eventually gave up his title. He was worshipped as a hero until the end of his life. While the others, the Ytmanhwa, the mischievous girl, was invited to the magic kingdom of Arot and was chosen as the youngest head witch of the magic tower. The faithful Anis, the rotten heart, was also called saints in the Holy Empire of Eurus. There are even some holy books that were written based on the teachings that still exist today. The brave moron, I can't believe that idiot ended up creating his empire on his own name. Eugene heard that in the end everyone can live in prosperity. However, why is the demon lord still alive and well, even though they all promised to defeat the demon kings? Then why a promise made by Vermouth, with the demon lord of incarceration after his death, and with that promise the war against the demon king ended and the world became peaceful, and that peace continues today, 300 years later. Then, Sir Gordon, who saw Eugene was silent, said that he was a little nervous. He thought that if Eugene was nervous, it would be very difficult for him to stay in the main residence. Then after several chats, that made Eugene even more dislikes Sir Gordon. And finally, they arrived at the main residence of the Lionheart family. Arriving at the main family's residence, there was no definite greeting for Eugene, who was from an additional family. Eugene and Sir Gordon passed through the entrance along the way with many flagpoles representing Vermouth's Lionheart. Eugene felt a little sad to see that, because the only ones who could wear the lion emblem on their chests, the direct descendants of Lionheart. After that, Eugene asks about others' brothers, who according to Sir Gordon still hasn't arrived in. Eugene is the first to arrive. He then led to Eugene toward the living room. A maid, her name is Nina, greeted Eugene and said that she would serve Eugene there. That was pretty good for Eugene because they also provided him with a personal butler. Eugene gets acquainted with the maid, who turns out to be 16 years old, seeing that Eugene thinks cunningly about their plan that plans to scold him. If he scolds her for a small mistake, it seemed they like to bother him. Then Eugene asks the maid about when his siblings are coming there. According to the maid, they will come in 4 days. Then he asks to show him the training ground. Meanwhile, a boy and a girl are discussing Eugene, the son of an additional family who is the same age as them. They heard Eugene was from a place far from the western part of the empire. They continued to taunt Eugene, who must only know how to work with a pitchfork and came with a cart that reeks of cow dung. Then after that, They were about to go to where Eugene was. Meanwhile, a child was watching from the window of the room, about in different places. The girl glare with fierce eye, the boy immediately hide. Eugene trained diligently, he was never lazy about training, even once in his previous life as Hamel. But after being reincarnated, he always trained his body to the extreme level. No matter how hard the training was, his body could adapt well, besides minor wounds heal quickly. Moreover, the body of the Vermouth descendant was extraordinary, more so than he had imagined. Meanwhile, the maid who saw the Eugene couldn't believe it because it was so extraordinary. She couldn't believe that Eugene could move like that, even though he had a sandbag bind in his hand and a spear. Eugene, who was practicing, suddenly a voice asked, "What is he doing?" When Nina saw them, she trembled with fear. It turned out that the two people were young Master Cyan and Miss Seal, who felt that his question had not been answered, asked again what Eugene was doing. Eugene stopped his practice, and answered that question with another question that he was practicing using a spear, after which it ended with the sentence of "idiot." Seal provoked Cyan. She said that according to him, Eugene, a country boy, had just called Cyan an idiot. Cyan, who heard that, was immediately angry and shouted. He forced Eugene to into an apologize for the insulted done. Then Eugene said sorry briefly. Cyan, suddenly dumbfounded, knew that it wasn't serious, then asked Eugene to lower his head and sincerely apologize. Eugene replies that he isn't the same age as him. He thinks they can become friends. Why should he bow his head to Cyan? However, Cyan still refuses to be friends with people like him, because being a Lionheart doesn't mean they can be friends. Seal reminded Cyan about the carriage, which made Cyan immediately ask Eugene to clean the carriage that brought him to that place. He was sure that the cart must smell of cow dung. Hearing what Cyan said, Eugene asked to the maid to clean the cart that brought him here. Cyan didn't accept what Eugene said, because he told Eugene to clean his cart. But instead Eugene ordered his maid, especially since he was still there. Cyan asks Eugene, "Did you ignore his orders? I'm Cyan Lionheart." Eugene doesn't seem to care about Cyan anger. He instead introduces himself that he is Eugene Lionheart. Nice to meet him. After that, Seal introduced herself as Seal Lionheart. Angry Cyan had no intention of becoming familiar with Eugene. He ignored his orders and also insult him. Cyan then picks up a wooden sword to challenge Eugene into a one-on-one duel. Then angry Cyan invites Eugene into a duel. Eugene can only smirk. Then he says that Cyan can't say a duel that easily. Then told Cyan stop bothering him and asked him to leave them. Hearing what Eugene said, not want to apologize to. Cyan screams and says if he doesn't want to do this, he doesn't want to do that, because Eugene going to keep running away. It seems his parents didn't teach him what honor is. Hearing Cyan continue to grumble, Eugene took off his sand glove. Seeing that, Cyan was surprised and asked what that was. After that, Eugene throws his heavy coat, which made Cyan even more disbelieving about it. It turns out that all this time Eugene has been practicing with weights. Cyan thought it was just a decoration to make him look cool, but how else was he? The one who insisted on having a duel. If he resigns, Seal will make fun of me for the rest of his life. If he wants to get honor again, he must punish him. Cyan said emphatically that he was inviting Eugene to a duel. Eugene accepted. Then Cyan put out a handkerchief. After drops of handkerchief, duel is start, with one very quick and precise strike with his spear, which hit Cyan's stomach. Cyan falls, and loses. Seeing this, Seal was shocked and didn't know what to do. Eugene admits to himself that he won the duel. Seal approached his brother and assured him that he was fine. Without having time to answer, Cyan instead vomited silent and looked at Eugene with a look of disapproval. Seal said that it was unfair. The duel just now was very dishonorable. Buzz, Eugene asked, "What's unfair?" The duel started. As soon as he threw his handkerchief, it was the fault of a reckless person. Then Seal accused Eugene of using mana, but Eugene refused and said that additional bloodlines could not train mana before the main bloodline succession ritual. Seal couldn't believe it and still accused Eugene, if he lied. How could you swing his spear while wearing weight without using mana? He said that Cyan didn't just teach one-sidedly. As soon as he was hit, he immediately jumped back and reduced the impact. They shouldn't have a real experience, simply amazing. Then Eugene said that if he calculates the possibility of his development, there is still a chance. Even though he is quite trash, but he is a descendant of Vermouth. Xian tried to stand up and said that Eugene's attack was cunning. Eugene countered that by saying that if Cyan was indeed a noble descendant of the main line of the Lionheart bloodline, he should humbly accept his defeat. However, it seemed like Eugene had to hold back. Because he had made Cyan like that, difficult situation would happen to him. After that, a servant from Cyan came in a hurry. Eugene sees no lion badge on his chest, which means he is a knight from the main family, and it seems that the man's abilities are quite good. Cyan had a sad face and called the knight Hazer that he lost to Eugene, whom he calls a country boy. He admits that he was the one who pressed for a duel, but he loses instead. Hearing this, Hazer then introduced himself that he was assigned to serve Master Cyan. Eugene is also a descendant of Lionheart from the province Gidal. Hazer immediately guesses that Sergihard is their head, which turns out to be Eugene's father. Hazer asks Eugene to explain everything that happened. Eugene then says that he was provoked by him into a duel and also insulting his father. Xian does not accept Eugene's words because he feels he has never said that. Eugene reply with a question, didn't he learn what honor is from his father, and also called Eugene loser? According to Eugene, not only did Cyan insult him, but he also insulted his father, and then asked Hazer if there was a reason why he shouldn't have accepted the duel. Hazer replied that the reason was acceptable. Sure that he invites Cyan treat his wound. Then tells Eugene that they will meet next time. Seal waved as well. After that, Eugene enjoyed his food, which was quite a lot. Not long after, Nina came. Eugene asked what she found. Nina replied that tomorrow afternoon, young Master Decan, Hansen, and Jules were expected to arrive in the afternoon. Young Master Gargis and Miss Desiro would come through the warp gate. Hearing that, Eugene thought that they all came sooner than expected. It was the start of the succession of the bloodline. After a while, Eugene came out and stood facing the main residence building. He said that from now on he would mess with descendants of Vermouth. However, Eugene says that hope you shouldn't be disappointed, but that doesn't mean he's willing to become one of his descendants. Hazer, Cyan, and Seal entered a room where there was the second wife from the main bloodline that was none other than Cyan and Seal's mother, CatZilla. Hazer tells CatZilla that Cyan lost a duel to a child of the indirect bloodline. Hearing that, CatZilla called Cyan to come closer to her. After Cyan was nearby, CatZilla stabbed Cyan's chest with a blunt object, which means Cyan feel pain, but CatZilla didn't care and kept asking about what happened. And then Anicilia asked Hazer wasn't he sure that he had never practiced how to use mana. Hazer replied that it was true that Eugene had no traces of mana in his body. Then she called Seal and asked what caused Cyan defeat. Seal said that at the start of the fight, Eugene thrust his spear. Cyan was shocked and tried to back away, but Eugene's spear was faster than his brother's, and CatZilla understood that the fight was over in one strike. Cyan called his mother, and CatZilla slapped him instead, and shouted at Cyan how he dare challenge someone and lose in front of those lowly people. Not only that, but losing against a brat who had no mana. His father was coming back from the bloodline succession ritual. What should CatZilla tell him? Later, hearing that Cyan apologized, and he was really sorry for his defeat, and CatZilla then called Hazer and said that now she would have killed you with her own hands, but he was her husband's favorite bodyguard. Therefore, she asked to train Cyan so he would not embarrass her again. Azar nodded, then lead Cyan to walk away from there. Now, there is only CatZilla and Seal, and CatZilla that asks Seal to continue to be close to Eugene because the boy is strong enough that he can beat Cyan. Even though CatZilla wants Eugene to be killed now, she will become the main suspect later, and in the Lionheart family, if there is a murder, the guardians of the family code will be deployed, and CatZilla really didn't want that to happen. CatZilla said that getting along with Eugene was pretty good, while Seal agreed and also wanted to know more about Eugene. She would be friends with Eugene. The next day of the three inheritors of the auxiliary bloodline arrived: Deacon, Hansen, and Jules. Nina calls out to Eugene, who is still training. Nina says that an additional 3 family sons has arrived. Besides that, Nina also said that the family head of Lionheart was also there. Nina then gave a change of clothes to Eugene, for him to quickly do the welcoming, even though she knew that Eugene would arrive later than the others. Soon Eugene lined up with other additional bloodlines, to welcome the head of the Lionheart family. Meanwhile, Eugene saw a woman standing beside Cyan and Seal, namely CatZilla, the second wife, and the person in front of him was the first wife, Theanese, and beside him was the first son of the main family, and also the first direct successor. That was Lionheart. Soon, Gaillard Lionheart and his brother Kyan arrived. Gaillard then approached Iode and told him that he had grown up and asked if his abilities had grown too. Iode said that he did his best to live up to his father's expectation. After that, Gaillard greeted Seal and Cyan, who then said that they miss their father. Then he greeting with his brother and his newly born child of the Lionheart family, and last he greeting with children from additional families. Gaillard have been invited them to eat tonight and discuss about blood succession ritual there. A big dining table are ready, one side main family and other side branch family are waiting for meal. Eugene looked at Garges and Desira, the 2 people who came through warp gates, where they are from the 2 families that were considered the best of all the families of the reserve line. Then Eugene thinks who the foreigners were there. Wasn't the banquet for the families and their children participating? Seal was also curious, asked his father about it. Gaillard had wanted to introduce the man later but had to be forced into it sooner. Then, the stranger introduced himself as Reborn from the Red Tower. Hearing Reborn name, everyone there was shocked, while Eugene vomited his coffee and almost choked. Reborn asked Eugene if he was okay. Eugene replied that there was no problem. Eugene then thinks that if he's from the Red Tower it means he's Sinya's student, or rather he's a student of Sinya's student. 300 years ago, Sinya managed to become the Tower Master of the Green Tower, and she was the youngest master in the history of Arot. She completely overhauled the magic books on Arot, and she continues to accompany and teach students from other towers too. Even the Tower Masters are also taught by her. So, Tower Masters from Green and Red Towers still consider Sinya the Wise as the Great Master. Eugene didn't expect that he would meet someone related to his old friend here, as Eugene thinks that. Gaillard then talks to Eugene. Gaillard says that he has heard from Theanese that his son insulted Eugene and his father. Eugene says, yes, but he doesn't hold a grudge at all. Gaillard asks if it's because he won. Eugene protested and said losing, he would be like that too. If he was that weak and couldn't defend his dignity, then he would definitely hold back the shame. Gaillard later tells Cyan that he is not ashamed of his defeat, but that he is disappointed that the duel started with Cyan insult, but he does not apologize to Eugene. Even after the duel even loss, Cyan inflates the name Lionheart and the Great Vermouth is his ancestor. If he is main blood, then he'd better learn to respect himself and also his opponent. Cyan apologizes even though Eugene knows that, he knows that it was insincere and comes across as forced. Gaillard says that if Eugene's father is Jihad, he cannot say that he knows his father, but Eugene understands that he lives in an unknown land. Then Gaillard asked if his father taught all that. Eugene replied that his father taught the basic and the rest he learned himself. Hearing that answer to Desira and Garges couldn't believe that Eugene was practicing without anyone teaching him, and that he could beat Cyan at that level. After that, the servants brought delicious food there. Then they enjoyed the dishes that were available there, and after enjoying the food, Gaillard said again, that the reason he prepared the banquet that day was to explain the details of the blood succession ritual to them. Gaillard knows this sounds strange, but he believes that the traditional method of ritual is very easy. The ritual benefited the main bloodline children more than branch family. The main lines and the additional lines mean nothing. Eugene thinks that the Vermouth descendant is more generous than him. That's why, for the fairness of the ritual, This time Gillard asked for external help, which was none other than the Robrines. Then with Robrine's magic power, he made a holographic labyrinth map on the table. He said for the ritual later, you will walk through the labyrinth. He made all will pass through different gates and defeat the boss monster in the middle. Of course, they have to go through various obstacles, traps, and battles before getting there. However, all the events in the labyrinth were illusions that he created with magic. They could have thought it was all real, but it was all fake, like an action-packed adventure. Eugene thought that Robrian didn't only use summoning magic but high-level illusionary control magic as well. Tower Masters really should be able to do that. Robrian continued his words, if one of them 9 defeats the main monster, the ritual is over. They will all earn points based on contributions. Then Eugene asked what if they beat the main monster? What's the reward? Gillard now replied that, they could take 1 treasure from the family treasure vault. Hearing that, Eugene was very interested to hear the gift. After all the banquets and talk, they returned to their respective places as well as Eugene. While in the hall to his place, he had thought arrogantly that he was sure he would win the fight and thought about what prize he would take from the treasury. However, his step suddenly stopped when to say Gargis intercepted him. Gargis then asked Eugene if it was true that he had won the duel against Cyan Lionheart. Eugene said briefly that it was true. After having no other questions, he walked away from there. Gargis had tried to hold Eugene, but Eugene didn't care, and walking as the night wore on, then he going to practicing. Eugene continued to practice very hard. Desira and Gargis wants practice with him. Desira carried 2 spears in her hands. Gargis stepped forward and stood in front of Eugene, then opened his shirt and revealed his body, full of big muscles. Eugene looked at him. Confused, Gargis proudly said that Eugene was allowed to touch him. He said that if his family had a secret medicine for growing muscles, that could accelerate muscle growth. Apart from that, there were no side effects. So he asked Eugene if he was interested. Eugene didn't answer, but instead asked if Gargis had come to sell him potion. Desira came closer and said that it was impossible for the drug to have no side effects. Whether he was a man or a woman, if he used the medicine, he would have a beard. The Desira said to Eugene that she heard that Eugene fought with Xian, using a spear. Then why was he practicing using a wooden sword? Eugene replies that he uses both a sword and a spear. After hearing that answer, Desira throw a spear to Eugene. Eugene accepts it. Then Desira says that she has n spears and invites Eugene to duel using spears. But then Eugene accepted the offer because it seemed easier to fight him than against the muscular man. Eugene was also curious about the abilities of the supreme children of the main bloodline, and then the fight started. But Gargis was the referee. He said that, even if it was just the duel, it had to be fair. Gargis' behavior reminded Eugene of a fool. He knew, or indeed a descendant of Moron, started the duel. Even Desira didn't believe that Eugene could use a sword and spear, and then Desira intended to show Eugene that, experiments, spear was not easy and Eugene can do it without being serious. After Gargis' starting signal, Desira took the initiative to attack and was certain that she would win the duel. However, then Desira stopped because she felt that there was no gap at all. Eugene asked about it. Then Desira tried to attack again, but each of her attacks was easily parried and countered by Eugene. Eugene praised and said that Desira is very strong even without mana. With her development now she has good potential, but it is not yet his opponent. Desira is annoyed with Eugene because all of his attacks can be easily parried without moving at all. However, Eugene's arrogance will be the beginning of his defeat according to Desira. Desira continued to attack him from every side looking for gaps. Until she found one gap, that Eugene might not have been able to block, mainly his feet. However, Desira's thoughts were wrong when she was about to hit Eugene's leg. Instead Eugene steps on Desira's spearhead. Desira was surprised and kept trying to pull her spear, while Eugene had already pointed his spear to Desira. Gargis has signaled the end of the duel and said that the match was won by Eugene Lionheart. "We have to work together," Gargis said easily as he suddenly entered Eugene's room. In middle of the night, Eugene was irritated by that because Gargis came in and woke him, who had just been sleeping, just to say that he didn't care, because he wanted to hear Eugene's answer. Then Eugene said that Gargis had heard about the blood succession ritual from the family leader. They would all enter from different places. So how could they work together? Gargis answered that, although the entry points are different, the goal is the same in the center of the boss monster. The twins of the main house will also cooperate. Conclusion: Gargis wanted them to gather in the middle and fight the boss monsters together. Eugene said that he was sure he could beat him alone. Desiree, who was there, scoffed that Eugene was arrogant, although she admitted that Eugene was indeed strong, but if Eugene helped them, they would be able to defeat the boss monster. Eugene asked Desiree why she is so eager to kill the boss monster. Then Desiree replied that in the bloodline succession ritual where the main bloodline and branch bloodline participate, the branch bloodline never wins at all, but this time they have a chance. Meanwhile at Anisola's place, she was thinking about the Red Tower Master, who was invited to the bloodline succession ritual that might have come to take Iode his apprentice, because from a young age, Iode preferred reading books. He also has an interest in magic and learns it bit by bit. If Iode might end up becoming the Red Tower Master's apprentice, he would have no other choice but to temporarily leave the main house, during which time Cyan and Seal would continue to thrive, and if that happened, it would be tantamount to Iode giving up his position as the next are the bloodline succession ritual. According to CatZilla, her children will continue to live with a bad outlook because they were born from a second wife, even though once they manage to maintain their position, they will stand confidently. However, on the one hand CatZilla remembers about Eugene because that child's talent is extraordinary and could end up embarrassing the entire main family. 3 days later the bloodline succession ritual finally started. 9 children had gathered in front of the labyrinth gate. There were also Gillard and Robrian, and then before starting, Robrian gave them magic light and let them mold their own choice weapons. They can made weapon what they wanted. First Seal create a sword. She was very happy, she waved her sword to check. Then Robrian give them advice how to mold their weapon. After that Gargis mold a big sword, Desiree mold a spear, Cyan and Iode made a sword as well as 3 branch children, and last Eugene made a shield and a sword. When he was finished, Seal asked Eugene if he met in the labyrinth, would he attack them. Then Eugene even asked leader, are they allowed to attack? Gillard replied that, of course, the competition was the essence of the bloodline succession ritual, but in the bloodline succession ritual, quick decisions and cooperation also important because they have the blood of the Lionheart family. After all, we are family. After that Seal looked forward to Eugene with a creepy smile. Eugene doesn't care. After that Robrian gave them a magic locket and asked them to wear it around their neck. They all wear it. The necklace was connected to their consciousness. If they felt a strong pressure inside the labyrinth, the necklace would react. When that happened, the Robrian would decide it was a dangerous situation and step in. Eugene thought that the necklace was just a precaution. Robrian says if they feel like they can't conquer the maze, they need to squeeze the gem in the necklace and shout help me, that way they would be able to leave the labyrinth. After the explanation was finished, Robrian asked them to go inside the cave, which was the gateway to the labyrinth, and even if they entered from the same gate, they would be in a different place. The 9 of them enter one by one into the labyrinth. Eugene step in the labyrinth and remembers that he roamed the labyrinth in his previous life until he got bored. Then Eugene looked at the closed top of the labyrinth, then looked at the walls on each side and swings his sword so their movement would be limited. It would be very difficult to equip weapons with a wide range of attacks. Which is why he chose a sword and shield. That combination can overcome any situation because this labyrinth is made for children, so the level of difficulty is clear. In the labyrinth the children met a slime monster. There was a child who panicked so that he lost to the soft monster and was immediately picked up by Sir Robrian. In 1 hour after the start of the bloodline succession ceremony, when 3 children had been declared failures and taken out of the labyrinth, with a cold face, leader ordered the 3 children to rest. Then Sir Gilliard Lionheart and Sir O'Brien returned to their seats to watch over the other children who were still trying to survive in the maze. First, Gargis looks very agile when at full power against the goblin. It's wanting a swing of his large sword but stuck on the wall. With brute force he managed to get rid of 2 small goblins. Even though this brat was a bit clumsy, he could push the opponent so hard. Then there's Desiree, who has to face slime monsters in her path. This girl was so agile when she dodged the monster. This little girl tried to stab one of the slime monsters with her spear but failed. She realized that slime monsters were hard to fight with sharp weapons. So Desiree decided to just run away from the monster. She focused on advancing and getting through the labyrinth besides avoiding fights as much as possible. On the other side, Cyan, which seemed to be very careful in his steps, before the ceremony started, so he and Seal had studied the map, so they wouldn't run into any problems or obvious. Then Cyan picked up a rock to throw in front of him, thereby triggering the trap. Only after the trap failed, he ran down the hall. Because of his vigilance he was able to keep himself out of the trap, and Cyan's performance wasn't too bad to clear the passage. Then there is Seal, who has to face a goblin monster. This girl managed to avoid the attack and then counter-attack the monster until it was destroyed. Then she continued walking with a broad smile. Unfortunately, this girl had to meet a dead end. On the other hand, there was Sir Gillard's first son Iode. When facing goblins, the boy was actually amazed because he saw a monster made of magic until he was surprised that the monster attacked him. Luckily, Iode managed to defend off the monster's attack, then attack back until the goblin dead. It was defeated. Sir O'Brien comments that Iode has an affinity for magic. The father confirmed this. His first son had always loved magic, but Lode stopped studying halfway. Sir O'Brien asked why. So Sir Gilliard explained, his son had given up on magic because Lode believes he must become the next head of the family for the sake of his mother. Because magic is of little value to the Vermouth family, the father still hopes that his son would be able to walk the arcane path. If Iode still had an interest in magic, the boy wouldn't turn down the opportunity to become the apprentice of the Red Tower Master. Sir O'Brien couldn't promise that, but he was willing to bring Iode to his acquaintances. And if the boy's potential was still lacking, Sir O'Brien could not make Iode his apprentice. Sir Gillard certainly had no intention of forcing his son. Sir Gillard told him that his son admired the ytmanhwa compared to its own ancestor Vermouth. Sir O'Brien was touched to hear that because in the story from Vermouth the hero, this young man even really idolizes the ytmanhwa because every time the team is in danger, the girl will appear with new extraordinary magic. Sir Gilliard smiled fondly at the memory of the story. In fact, Sir Gillard's favorite character in the story was neither Senya nor Vermouth, but just as the family leader wanted to explain who his favorite character was, he suddenly exclaimed, shocked at the scene in front of him. Apparently, they saw Eugene, finally going to face the enormous goblin. The boy looked perfectly calm, even though the goblin swung his arm in preparation to strike him quickly. The boy managed to avoid the opponent's attack and immediately counter-attacked. Eugene strikes everywhere on monster, and Sir O'Brien even went so far as to ask who this amazing boy is. Patriarch even frozen. When the boy finally defeated the goblin with his courage and composure, Eugene's name kept ringing in the head of the main house of the leader. Eugene Lionheart stepped calmly, leaving the goblin monster that had finally disappeared. The boys completely amazed Sir O'Brien and Patriarch. Even Sir Gilliard thought the boy was too impressive for a 13-year-old with no experience, because instead of being frozen in fear, Eugene instead calmly finishes off his opponent. Sir O'Brien comments that the troll should have been prepared for a trap, so kids don't need to beat it, just go through it. He didn't expect that there would be a child who could defeat him so easily. The two of them considered a child who was born with such astonishing talented. They are remembering a genius like him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Gargis seemed overwhelmed by the troll monsters. He was even thrown away with just one punch from the monster, his body covered in wounds. Gargis is still trying hard to beat the big monster. He ran as hard as he could to slash the monster's leg. Then after the monster felt Gargis struck him, right in the chest until the monster screamed in pain and then lost. Gargis shouted at the top of his lungs. After finally defeating the troll monster, as soon as it was defeated, the monster immediately disappeared until Gargis fell at this point. Gargis thought that he could injure his pride muscle and break his ribs. He was even caught in a trap, until his body was covered in wounds and blood stains, while dragging his big sword. This boy thought the other kids would not be able to get through all of this without getting hurt. In the end, Gargis has fainted from being too tired and was injured. Turning to Cyan, the boy looked panicked when he saw a huge troll blocking his path, but quickly, the boy realized the huge monster was not for them to beat, so he threw a rock, big enough to the other side of the room, to get the monster's attention. Then he dashed out from behind the roll's back and managed to dodge some easily. When Cyan managed to escape, he suddenly met Seal's innocent face. They were both surprised to meet, even though they entered from different paths. Cyan explained, that meant they are almost at the end point. Cyan advises Seal to always be together, so that she is always safe and not lost. This time Cyan was determined to improve his reputation in front of his younger sister, because Eugene had previously made fun of him in front of Seal. As the two of them were walking, the younger sister asked that in that illusory labyrinth any kind of monster appear could fear you. Even ghost can't scared you. But Cyan tried to calm his sister and said, if there was a ghost then the older brother would protect Seal. A second later, a hideous figure appeared in the alley closest to them. Instantly Cyan screamed in fear, at the sight of that shadow. Likewise the bloody figure, who turned out to be Descendant, also screamed in surprise, while Seal just smiled in the middle of them. Cyan accuses Descendant of scaring him, but Descendant says Cyan is even scarier. Cyan asked whose blood-covered part of Descendant's face. The girl replied that it was her blood because she was caught in a trap. Realizing that there are other competitors, Descendant wants to run, but she was even accused by Seal of going to run away. Cyan was getting annoyed because this thing looked like an idiot in front of the little sister. So, the two of them ran after Descendant. Feeling pressured, Descendant wondered where the battle lover Gargis. Apparently, the young man was still unconscious. As a result, Descendant had to keep running away from the twins. While running, Descendant unknowingly triggers a trap. She ran as fast as she could, until she finally reached the end. Cyan panicked a bit when he saw the floor collapse in the distance. The opposite floors was quite large. He didn't want to go around it because he didn't want to look stupid in front of his younger sister, because he felt he had no choice. Cyan used mana energy. With the help of this energy, Cyan can jump that far. Then Cyan asks Seal to jump and catch her, but swiftly Seal jumped on her own and landed more smoothly next to her brother. Cyan was astonished, but he still praised his little sister. The two of them continue their chase until they finally arrive middle of the labyrinth. They act shocked seeing a very tall buffalo monster. This apparently is the boss monster in the labyrinth. Suddenly Eugene was standing beside the entrance, asking why the three of them could enter together. Cyan is shocked and asks why Eugene is still there. Eugene casually answered, he deliberately waited for who would reach the middle of the labyrinth first, after himself of course, and Cyan wonders why Eugene waited for the first one to come. Seal said that Eugene came first. Even Descendant was surprised to see Eugene waiting for them compared to reaching the middle of the maze of alone. So this girl was asking if Eugene accepted the cooperation proposal offered by her and Gargis earlier. Eugene replied that it was not like that, he just wanted to give the upper hand to the first person to come after him, because if he fights the boss monster himself, he will immediately win. If he did that, it would be too pitiful for those who had worked so hard to come this far. You would knew this boss monster wouldn't attack if the participants were within a certain distance from it. So the monster will always be on alert. Then Eugene pointed in the order of those who came after him to fight the boss. The first is Descendant, second Cyan, and then Seal, such as the fair order. According to Eugene, Descendant seemed doubtful if she had to fight the monster alone. Eugene advised the girl to just give up, considering her body was covered in wounds after going around the labyrinth, but Descendant refused to give up. Descendant ripped a few of her clothes to make a headband to hold her wound. Then the girl came forward to fight the monsters at this time. Cyan asked if Eugene wouldn't fight. Eugene replies, he will fight after everyone's turn is over. Cyan deals by boasting that Eugene's turn will never come since he will be the one to defeat the monster. Eugene smiled mockingly and said if Cyan managed to defeat the monster, then he was willing to call Cyan eldest brother forever. Cyan was stunned to hear that. He asks Eugene to keep the promise. Finally Cyan, Seal, and Eugene sat waiting near the entrance. Cyan knew that the monster was named Minotaur, an unforgettable monster when it comes to labyrinths. Cyan just realized that the monster was bigger than the previous troll. But according to him, this monster only excels in size because the Minotaur isn't actually aggressive. So Cyan was confident that he could defeat the monster alone. The Minotaur has large eyes opened as DescendantCatZilla got near her. This girl was stunned to realize that the monster in front of her was so big from a close look. She tried not to flinch, attack the monster first. As this hour advanced, the Minotaur is nearly stepped on her. Luckily DescendantCatZilla managed to dodge in time, then he spun around. DescendantCatZilla attacked the monster right at its feet. But it was strange when the sharp tip of her spear couldn't penetrate the monster's skin. DescendantCatZilla was very surprised to see the monster's skin, which was so thick that the spear could not penetrate. Suddenly, the Minotaur is caught DescendantCatZilla in his big hand and then threw the girls, so that she flew away towards the exit. Seeing this, Seal asked Eugene why the monster ended of the fight by throwing instead of continuing to beat. Eugene answered that it wasn't a real monster, so caught in his grasp mean to defeat. Now, it's Cyan's turn to go up against the monster. He glanced at Eugene and said he would show the strength of the main bloodline, which was clearly different from the power of the auxiliary bloodline. Eugene only replied with a mocking smile that grew wider. Seeing that, Cyan grew even more irritated. He demonstrated his strength by changing mana energy into the sword and turning it solid. That's the skill Sword Sky, from which it can cut anything. DescendantCatZilla, who saw the skill, was surprised, because generally, it takes 10 years for mana to train. She was irritated because the gap between the branch bloodline and the main bloodline was indeed that far. Eugene himself also thought that the skill was pretty decent for a kid, it's that age, but suddenly the mana from the sword had disappeared. Cyan was surprised to see this. Eugene remembered leader words that he wanted to see the qualities of all children in a fair way. So, Eugene deduces that this labyrinth was created by Reborn, so that children could not use mana to attack the center of the maze. So, if the children can't use mana to create swords, kind that no matter if it's from the main bloodline or the auxiliary bloodline, you will fight on equal terms. Cyan was still panicking because his mana sword suddenly disappeared, even though she still had a lot of mana. Eugene says to the boy if he's going to lose, it's better to just back off. Do not be defeated because of stubbornness. Cyan certainly refused to admit defeat in front of Eugene and his little sister. He will be embarrassed. So he was determined to defeat the monster even though he didn't have mana sword. Cyan continues to run toward the Minotaur's monster. Even though the monster tried to catch it with a swift burst, it dodged and then attacked several parts of the monster's body, but failed to stop the monster. In fact, the monster was even more eager to catch Cyan. After a few moments of not being able to take the monster down, Cyan planned to attack the Minotaur's leg. However, it was blocked by the Minotaur's huge knees. It was caught off guard and he was caught by the monster. Cyan has then thrown backward until he reached the entrance. Eugene yawns him for losing so easily. Eugene turned to Seal, who had his turn after Cyan, but the little girl refused to fight monsters because she couldn't use swords mana in the middle of this labyrinth. Seal's decision makes Eugene think this little girl is smarter than her older brother. So now it's Eugene's turn to step up against the monstrous. He immediately put up his shield properly, then advanced calmly towards the Minotaur monster. Seal asks can Eugene win. Eugene calmly replies that he doesn't have confidence that he can lose. He advanced confidently toward the monster. While thinking about how to start attacking, the Minotaur monster suddenly raised its hand and attacked Eugene first. Fortunately, the boy managed to dodge just fine. He instantly hopped over the arms of all the bars and climbed along. Finally Eugene arrived above the head of the Minotaur because it wanted to hit Eugene, who was standing above his head. The monster even accidentally hit his own head because Eugene managed to dodge just in time, as the Minotaurs threw its head back. At that time Eugene didn't waste a chance and tried to slash the monsters, though the other kids were shocked to see Eugene's attack patterns focused on monster's neck. Because the first attack failed, Eugene tried to attack for the monster's neck again. This time it hit the vein in the monster's neck, so it fell and lost. After that, Eugene approached their twin brother and showed off his victory, making Cyan even more furious. Cyan rebutted and said that, if he had sword's mana then he could defeat that monster easily, though in his heart Cyan was aware even if he used the mana sword, he would not be able to defeat the monsters as easily as Eugene did. Cyan secretly grew a sense of admiration for Eugene's figure, but he refuses to admit it. Suddenly all the monster weapons in the labyrinth room slowly disappeared. With this the children realized that the ceremony was over. Sir Gilliard smiled happily from his worth watching. He found Eugene to be amazing for defeating that monster, even though he wasn't from the main house and hadn't even trained his mana yet. Sir O'Brien confirmed it because in reality, it is difficult to defeat a Minotaur alone. Actually, in this ceremony children are emphasized to work together. Sir O'Brien hoped the children would work together and use different methods, but Eugene can defeat the monsters and bypass the traps with these. Sir O'Brien wonders who the boy is. Sir Gilliard replied that it was Eugene Lionheart. He had never done anything but train hard ever since arriving at that place. Leader even sent several men to the city of Gidal, where he was born, to investigate, and Eugene's tenacity was well known there. Leader believes Eugene was born to be a fighter because Eugene has a fighting spirit. Sir O'Brien asked Gaylord wasn't worried because Eugene was more powerful than his children. With a big difference like this, the difference will be even more obvious than next time. If Eugene trains mana, Leader still has a positive attitude, and Leader says it's even more to be proud of because it means Eugene will make Lionheart's name even more famous. Sir O'Brien immediately asked the sharp question, mainly what if Eugene wanted to be the next heir and become the next head of the Lionheart family? Immediately Sir Gilliard was at a loss for words. After a while Sir Gilliard said, the position of head of the family should be held by the strongest Lionheart. If indeed his children cannot hold that position then it is Eugene, right? If they get that weak to protect their birthright, then they are unfit to lead Lionheart. Sir O'Brien apologized for feeling he had crossed the line. This young wait, then remove the tent that protected them before approaching the children. Sir O'Brien suggested to Sir Gilliard to adopt Eugene. Sir Gilliard was shocked to hear this. According to Sir O'Brien, it was disgraceful that the son of the reserve family beat the descendant of the main line. In the bloodline ceremony, it was enough to make the reserve family look down on the main family, and that can create a problem. Sir Gilliard appreciated Sir O'Brien's suggestion. It is also an attractive offer, but before that, they had to congratulate the children, who made it to the living room. The 6 children stood lined up neatly in front of Leader and O'Brien. The head of the family sneered at his first son, Iode, who couldn't even reach the middle of the labyrinth, because Iode was distracted by different kind of magic and monsters. Sir Gilliard was very disappointed that Lode abandoned the main goal because he was blinded by curiosity. According to Patriarch, Cyan and Seal are better, because they can get through traps and monsters without any problems. Even though they couldn't defeat the Minotaur, it was simply because their experience was insufficient and it could be overcome with enough practice. Sir Gilliard wished to all the kids good luck in getting through the mess. Sir Gilliard thought it is to be too difficult trail, but you all did well. Sir Gilliard praised Eugene as the most outstanding figure among the 9 children. The leader of this family praises him. Eugene's methods that overcoming traps and monsters, especially when fighting trolls, Eugene managed to win and was not a single injury. Gargis was even surprised to hear that Eugene was not hurt in the slightest. He wondered how Eugene could do that with his weak body. Gargis thought if he had get his family's muscle growth potion then he is able to stronger than this present body. Sir O'Brien expected the children to survive in the labyrinth for at least couple of days, but which realized he had underestimated the children too much in his heart. Sir O'Brien knew even though they were children, they were still descendants of Vermouth. Just seeing their untapped talent made Sir O'Brien happy. There will be soon have a great feast for the children. So for today, Sir Gilliard asked the children to rest and asked them to attend the party next day. Sir Gilliard insisted the help of Sir O'Brien to take the children home. Before that, Sir Gilliard called Eugene to go with him. Seal looked Sir Gilliard surprised. She asked his father that he gave him present now. Sir Gilliard confirmed this because he doesn't need to postpone good things. Seal is sad because she once asked her father to take her into the treasure room, but in the end Sir Gilliard never once took her there. That's why this girl looks a little sad. Sir Gilliard took Eugene for an evening walk through the woods. They had then a beautiful evening light. Sir Gilliard compliments Eugene's skill and using different kind of weapons. Sir Gilliard still insists that Eugene is a great figure because he can defeat monsters with a sword and shield in the labyrinth. He can even use a spear when he duels with Cyan and Desira. Eugene is a little surprised that Sir Gilliard knew about his fight with Desira. Sir Gilliard said that the weapon that symbolizes the Lionheart family is the sword, but their ancestor the Vermouth was skilled in wielding multiple types of weapons. That's why he was called the god of war and the master of all. But it's not just Sir Vermouth who is skilled at wielding all weapons. His friend Hamel is also a great master just below Sir Vermouth. Eugene asked why Hamel is often called Foolish Hamel in the storybooks. Sir Gilliard laughed at this. He had also heard about it from a book he read when he was young. According to Gaillard, if Sir Hamel didn't bother, the story would be boring. Then with a bright smile, Sir Gilliard said, he likes Sir Hamel more than Sir Vermouth himself. Eugene was stunned to hear that, said by a major leader of the Lionheart family. So he asked why? Leader explains, compared to the flawless Sir Vermouth, I'd like Sir Hamel the human side more, a side that often appears in storybooks. Sir Hamel often felt inferior to Vermouth, but he never gave up. Instead, he kept trying hard to surpass his limits. In the end, Sir Hamel sacrificed himself for his friend. Eugene rubbed his nose proudly. He thought it was obvious that such moral teachings would be featured in storybooks. Then slowly Eugene said to Patriarch that he likes her Hamel too. Eugene's sincere words made Sir Gilliard smile. Finally, two of them arrived in front of the entrance of the small tower. They immediately went into the basement as they walked down the stairs to the room. Sir Gilliard said that Eugene was the first person who is not the head of the family to enter the secret room. Eugene asks if he's allowed him. Sir Gilliard said, of course, because he had promised to give Eugene something as a gift. This has also been discussed with the elders of the Senate today. Eugene knows the elders of the Senate are the old lions of Lionheart, including the previous head of the family. And then Eugene asked what is in the treasure room. Sir Gilliard replied, there is a heritage of hundreds of years and also relics from Sir Vermouth. Hearing that, Eugene immediately asked if there was a holy sword in that room too. With a proud smile, Patriarch confirmed it. But Eugene will not be able to have it, because the holy sword is also the emblem of the Lionheart family. Therefore, it cannot be owned by one person. Eugene regrets. After Sir Vermouth, not a single person has been acknowledged by the holy sword. Eugene was surprised to hear that. Sir Gilliard replied that the boy would know once he took hold of his sword. Finally, they both arrived at the end of the stairs in front of the treasure door. Then Patriarch cut his finger, then he dropped his blood into the lion's head symbol that was in front of the big door. After that, slowly, the pattern in front of the door formed, the symbol of the Lionheart family, and the door opened. However, only Eugene was told to enter. Sir Gilliard, the family leader, preferred to wait in front of the door because if he went in with Eugene, the boy would be reluctant and unable to choose as he wished. Eugene bowed, while thanking the family leader for the wise consideration. Then without hesitation he walked into the secret weapon room. The smile on Eugene's face widened as he tried to draw the holy sword for first time. The holy sword is a sword that has existed since the beginning of the great Ura's empire. The sword was considered a gift from God. the holy sword was sealed a long time ago in the holy temple, and the sword only acknowledges Vermouth as its owner 300 years ago. It was that sword that stabbed the demon lord of slaughter, the fifth most powerful entity in the devil realm of Helmet. But after that, the holy sword was only used as a torch when their group had to walk down a dark alley. Now Eugene was standing in front of the sword and trying to pull it, but no matter how hard Eugene pulled it, the sword didn't even budge from its spot. In the end Eugene couldn't do anything and just gave up. Eugene also decided to look for other things. He walked down aisles to look at the weapons on display. This boy was amazed when he saw a sword, the Devourer sword Aspel. That looks very dynamic. This sword absorbs the mana, cuts and turns it into a source of power. This sword could even cut through powerful spells with a single slash, but the reason Vermouth could control a spells well, was because the young man was also an extraordinary magician. This sword is too strong for the current Eugene. Then this boy continued walking and saw another weapon. He recognized namely the dragon spear Carbos. It takes a little time to heat up, but this spear can breathe fire as hot as the breath of a dragon. Then there was also the windstorm sword Wined, a sword gifted by the Wind Spirit King. There's also a bow Paranoia, it can shoot lightning, a sword of no return Zabel, that can turn into a whip when it's strengthened with mana. There is also a dynamic the shield of Gideon that sends any attacks it receives into the void world. All the weapons in that place are so good. Eugene won't regret choosing any, but out of all that this boy had yet to see neither the moonlight swords nor the demon spears. 300 years is indeed quite a long time, so it's only fitting that they get a god tier weapon. Eugene considers taking Wined because that weapon can provide wind elements just by holding it. And with enough mana, he could even summon the wind god, but learning elemental spirit magic was extremely difficult. Even talented magicians had trouble controlling low-level spirits while contemplating the right choice. This boy decided to look around at the range of accessories. Suddenly, Eugene saw a necklace and immediately took it. The necklace with the red pendant belonging to Hamel, and it's a keepsake from a past life memories of his parents who both being eaten by monsters. Hamel managed to get revenge and wore the necklace until the end of his life. Eugene wonders why the necklace could be there. He suspected Vermouth brought back the body. Eugene realizes that his comrades did not immediately throw him out of their lives. They used to be an agreement between Vermouth and the Demon King of Incarceration. The treaty did result in peace, but the last Demon King is still alive. This boy thought of his 5 comrades. Even though in the past, they often talked about killing the Demon King, in the end the intention was not resolved. He doesn't accept his belongings being kept at the place of the person who betrayed him. Especially Vermouth. Eugene suspects he is to blame. Eugene doesn't want to hate Vermouth and his colleagues because they must have good reasons to do the deal. Lots of weapons that Eugene wanted in that place. However, he did not want Hamel's necklace left in that place. As a result, Eugene took only the necklace. Of course, Sir Gilliard was surprised when the boy only brought out a simple necklace. Sir Gilliard even questioned Eugene's willingness again, considering that the vault contained many more interesting treasures. Sir Gilliard then asked for the necklace to be seen. When the patriarch looks closely at the necklace, he knew it was old and ugly. He also wondered why there could be a necklace like that in family's treasury. Then Sir Gilliard showed the necklace over the lion statue, but the statue didn't respond, indicating that it wasn't listed in storage. Sir Gilliard stated that the necklace was not Lionheart's property and that it should not have been in the vault. But Eugene insists that he got the necklace from inside the storage room. Sir Gilliard knows if the necklace is sold, money wouldn't be enough to buy a cheap sword. Patriarch again asked whether Eugene wanted to have the necklace. With a happy face, Eugene immediately answered yes. Finally, Sir Gilliard let the boy has his necklace, but before that, Patriarch will ask Herobrine to interpret the necklace first to find out its origins. After that, only Eugene can accept it. Technically, what Eugene took, that not belonged to the Lionheart family. So, this brat was allowed to enter and retrieve one treasure from the storage room. After actually getting Patriarch permission, the boy excitedly ran back into the storage room. While running, Eugene thinks, Sir Gilliard is very rational and he could hardly even believe Sir Gilliard was descended from someone like uncompromising Vermouth. The boy no longer had any doubts in his heart about, quickly picking up Winet's sword. He pulled sword from scabbard and smiled widely while holding the sword. Now it's Eugene's. That night in the palace courtyard, Descendant immediately scolds Eugene for not choosing a spear, even though he is an expert in using one. Eugene replied that this was his choice after all, he is also skilled in using the sword. Gargis thought it was too late. He suggests Eugene choose a hammer of a large size. Eugene insists the sword is the best option. Gargis is instead again offered Eugene to come with him back home and get some muscle growth medicine. Irritated Eugene insists he does not need drugs like that. Desiro lights up their conversation and asks Eugene to draw his sword without saying much. The boy pulled out his sword, which was always sparkling blue. Desira asks, "What sword is that?" Eugene replies, "It is Stormblade." This boy also explained that the sword he was holding was blessed by the wind elemental god. Later Eugene can summon it after training his mana. Desira agreed those swords were cool, but she would have chosen the spear anyway. Desira then mentions one spear named Dragon Carbos, a spear that can breathe fire with a single thrust. Desira was getting more and more excited, explaining about another spear named Demon Spear Ruintos. That is the strongest spear ever owned by Vermouth. Gargis said he had also heard of Ruintos too, the spear used to belong to the Demon King of Cruelty. Eugene was speechless at that. He remembered that 300 years ago, there were 5 demon lords in the Helmet Kingdom. First, Demon King of Ruin; the second, Demon King of Incarceration; the third, Demon King of Frenzy; the fourth, Demon King of Cruelty; and the fifth, Demon King of Slaughter. Gargis said his knowledge was wrong. All he knew was strongest weapon was the frail Zigolard. Weapons like hammers are capable of destroying anything. While the two men in front of him were busy debating which weapon was stronger, Eugene noticed that only these two had previously been used by a demon lord. They were too dangerous to keep in the treasure room. That's why Demon King spears and hammers were probably stored elsewhere. While Desira and Gargis debated which weapon was stronger, Eugene shook his head and left 2 of them alone. In his mind Eugene knew both weapons were equally powerful. It was hard to decide which was better, but if Eugene was asked to choose the strongest weapon Vermouth had, then he wouldn't need to think long and would immediately answer Moonlight Sword. The weapon is living proof of destruction, and that sword used to be stored in the deepest point of Helmet. Both the Demon Lord of Cruelty and the Demon Lord of Slaughter, both die by its death strike using the Moonlight Sword. Eugene stood straight while concentrating on the sword in his hand. This was the first time Eugene wielded a real sword in his current life, but the boy could swing his sword just fine. Even as 2 friends who had been arguing immediately stopped to see how agile Eugene was dancing with his new sword. This 13-year-old boy not only looks agile, but also amazing. However, he looked very proficient, as if he had used the sword for a long time. Gargis and Desira were even stunned. By the way, the boy used his sword skills elsewhere in the room of the main head of the family. When Robrian was checking Hamel's necklace, he closed her eyes, while focusing on feeling the energy within the necklace. When finished, Sir Robrian put the necklace back on Patriarch desk, saying that there was no magical energy in the necklace. Sir Robrian even asked if it was true that the ordinary necklace that come from the treasure room. Sir Gillard confirmed this. Sir Robrian once again asked if it was true that Eugene was not lying to Patriarch. The head of the family replied that the child had no reason to lie to him. If Sir Gillard didn't let him choose another treasure, then Eugene would get nothing but this simple necklace. Then Sir Robrian checks the necklace again and made sure there was no magic in the necklace, but he wanted to dig deeper out of curiosity. So, this young wizard will use magic that can read mana memories. It was magic that Grandmaster Senya used to create. Sir Robrian said, "Mana is everywhere, most things have mana energy in them. So now he's going to read the mana energy that print inside the necklace." For a few moments Sir Robrian seemed much focused on reading the mana energy from the necklace in his palm. He glimpsed life from the necklace. There is nothing attractive about the necklace, and it is about 100 years old. Finally, Sir O'Brien opened his eyes and told Sir Gillard that he had found nothing significant. This young man suspected that the magic in the treasure room must be interfering with the mana and his necklace. Sir Gilliard clung to the necklace. He was sure that no one alive could say where the necklace came from. Sir O'Brien asked him, "Now, what to do with the necklace?" Sir Gilliard replied that he would give the necklace to Eugene. Sir Gilliard rose from his royal chair and stared out the window, staring right at the boy, who was currently practicing using his new sword. Sir Gilliard asked, how could he not like someone like Eugene who is even still practicing the sword at this late hour? Now, Sir Gilliard will make the offer with a proud smile. This man with white hair said, he would adopt Eugene Lionheart as his son. That morning a handsome young man greeted Eugene. He is Kian. Kian is the youngest brother of the patriarch Sir Gilliard Lionheart. Kian is very unique because he did not marry even after his prime age. He chose to join patriarch on his long journey. Eugene bowed as a form of respect, and Kian get very close to Eugene without hesitation. Eugene immediately embraced. Kian said that, this youth is the son of the reserve family who won against the main family in the bloodline ceremony. Eugene asked if he had come to take Eugene away. Kian confirmed it. He had come alone to summon Eugene on patriarch orders. Kian wants to meet this amazing boy who is currently the subject of conversation. Kian heard a lot about Eugene, but he couldn't see him at the bloodline ceremony because it was a tradition that only the head of the family was allowed to supervise. Kian made it clear that he had no ill will towards his brother. Eugene believes he is as great person as he appears. Now, the two of them were walking down the hall to patriarch room. At this time Eugene asked Kian, why the head of the family called him. He replied the head of the family might have wanted to congratulate him on winning the bloodline ceremony. Eugene replied that he had already given me his praise. Kian doesn't know about the real reason either. Kian said it wasn't that he didn't know the estimate, but there was no reason for him to care about it. All he wants is to see Eugene more often. Eugene is also happy to meet Kian often. By now, they had reached patriarch door, so Eugene started knocking on the big door, then said his name. An answer to be heard from inside the room to allow Eugene to enter. Kian opened the door for Eugene, while giving him an enthusiastic smile. At this point Eugene thinks Kian's personality is good. As soon as he entered the room of the leader of the Lionheart family, he was greeted warmly by patriarch. The two of them sat facing each other while enjoying tea and snacks. First patriarch gives Eugene the necklace and says, it's been checked by Sir O'Brien and there's no magic in it. Leader also said they had read the mana traces in it and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Eugene was shocked to hear that because he remembered reading mana trails was a technique Senya had shown him before. Then Eugene asked what traces were left on his necklace. Sir Gilliard replied that the necklace was sold in the capital market about 100 years ago. Eugene was with the pale-faced hearing that, he couldn't believe his mana trail was like that because the necklace belonged to Hamel, which he wore a long ago 300 years ago, so there was no way O'Brien could see it wrong, but there's no reason for the O'Brien to lie. Eugene wonders if O'Brien misread the trail. Then Eugene realized that it might be a new type of magic cast by someone with the Tower Master level to cover his tracks. The reason behind is erasing. Eugene changes expression from curious to cheerful. He asked, can I wear the necklace now? Leader allowed it, as he promised at the beginning. Eugene gladly received the necklace again and thanked him. Later, Sir Gilliard said, he called Eugene not only to give back the necklace, he wanted to make a pretty lucrative offer for Eugene. This will concern Eugene's future for a moment. The boy tends to leader words. So before the host made his offer, Eugene suddenly said that Seal was a sweet and kind girl, but Eugene doesn't want to think about marriage for now. This boy guessed that the reasons of a political marriage. When Eugene continues to rant about marriage, patriarch immediately stops him by saying that Eugene has misunderstood. Sir Gilliard wasn't trying to set Seal up with him. Instantly Eugene's face was red with embarrassment. He was embarrassed because he had misunderstood too far. Eugene wants to bang his head against the wall, for daring to think about marrying a 13-year-old. With a trembling voice Eugene asked for reason. Sir Gilliard calmly tried to deliberately call Eugene to make an offer to adopt him as a child. Of course, Eugene was surprised to hear this, but he realized that this method was good enough to lure him into the main house. Eugene stammered and said this was a rather surprising offer to become leader's adopted son. However, the elder replied that this offer was not suddenly asked to marry. Eugene smiled sheepishly again when this was brought up, so he apologized with his face still red. Sir Gilliard explained if Eugene wanted this then he would call his father, Father Jihard, to join the main family. Hearing this, Eugene complains that later he will have two fathers. Sir Gilliard smiled and told him not to think too hard because this means that Eugene's family will become part of the main family. Leader is the father of 3 children, so he had no intention of kidnapping the child from Jihard. Sir Gilliard had never met Eugene's father, but he promised that he would consider Sir Jihard as his brother. Eugene looks very serious thinking about this. Eugene asks Sir Gilliard, if he refuses to be his son, will the landlord not respect his father? Sir Gilliard smiled at the boy's question. He certainly wouldn't do that. Sir Gilliard said frankly, that he might be a little saddened by Eugene's decision, but if Eugene refuses, Sir Gilliard will respect Eugene's decision and wish the best for this boy. Eugene says, he can't decide this on his own, so he has to talk to his father first. So, Sir Gilliard will send people to Gadal and call his father. Eugene thanks him, and then drank the tea in his glass first. At this point, Eugene remembers that Sir Gilliard said as for his future, so we asked what does that mean? Patriarch explains that Eugene will have many opportunities living in Lionheart's mansion. The first is, that place many knights can teach Eugene. Hearing that, Eugene immediately said, he wanted to learn from the best, so Eugene asked if he became the son of Sir Gilliard, could he learn to fight from him? The head of the family was speechless hearing that. Meanwhile, Eugene, this brat, was wondering in his head. How strong was the leader of the Lionheart family? At last Sir Gilliard smiled. He certainly allowed Eugene to learn from him. But if Eugene wanted to learn from the best, leader suggested someone better suited for it. Sir Gilliard had once been stronger than his brother, but now Kian surpassed him. Eugene also imagined carefully about the offer. Then Patriarch asked whether Eugene had received how to develop mana from his father. Eugene replies that he hasn't. If he learned it, then he had surely end up training his mana. Sir Gilliard smiled at that. He was sure Eugene had always been diligent in training after coming to the mansion. The mana stone found in powerful high-rank monster. It was common to use mana stones when learning how to use mana because mana stones are very efficient. They are also very expensive. And again, a beginner must get supervision from experienced people so that the results are visible. Sir Gilliard realized that would be hard to do in the Jihard family. According to him, their environment problems to be unable to develop Eugene's potential. Sir Gilliard knew he couldn't say these things to Eugene. That would make the boy look down on his own family. This is a matter to be discussed separately with Master Jihard later. After it was felt that enough time had passed, Eugene finally decided to resign. Sir Gilliard wants someone to escort Eugene, but this boy prevented him, saying that it's between the room and his room wasn't too far, so he wanted to go alone. While having a look, Eugene finally walked alone down the hall to his room. Not how far from Sir Gilliard's room. This boy stopped because he smelled a very strong perfume. He noticed that there was someone in one corner of the hall who wasn't moving, as if waiting for him to pass. So Eugene tried to act normal and kept walking calmly. A woman appeared in a luxurious dress. It was Patriarch's second wife, CatZilla. She seemed surprised to see Eugene's figure. As this boy knew this woman was only pretending, Eugene will play along and pretend to be surprised to Eugene also behave formally, while bowing and greeting. Seeing this, CatZilla immediately said she saw Eugene talking for a long time with Patriarch, with a cold face. Eugene asked if there was anything CatZilla wanted to talk to him about. Instantly CatZilla's face turned irritated behind her hand fin. In her heart this woman thought Eugene was very arrogant only, because Eugene just beat the main family. CatZilla was annoyed thinking about this, but she admits that the boy in front of her will become a person someday. So, CatZilla decides to make Eugene an ally, rather than an enemy. That's why he told Seal to approach Eugene yesterday. With a friendly smile, CatZilla asked what Eugene was talking about with her husband, and then Eugene politely replied that he probably shouldn't say that to CatZilla. The grown-up woman was nervous and said she didn't mean to want to know. She tried to divert the conversation by saying something else. A few days ago Cyan had a hard time and bothered Eugene with rituals and whatnot. CatZilla once apologized because she had not had the chance to apologize on behalf of her son. Eugene politely said that CatZilla didn't need to do that because Cyan himself had already apologized. So, CatZilla couldn't help but smile and praised the boy, and then CatZilla said she already scolded Cyan. He hopes that after this Eugene and Cyan could still be friends. Eugene smiled broadly. In response to CatZilla, this boy replied that of course they could get along because they are family and shares the same name. CatZilla's eyes turned sharp because they came out of the lips of the additional family. After feeling that there was nothing else to talk about, Eugene asked to leave now. CatZilla no longer prevents him and apologizes for taking up Eugene's rest as they walk away. Eugene realizes that this is the CatZilla figure who often humiliates them as a backup breed. Eugene doesn't want to get involved with her. A few days later, Lionheart arrived from the faraway province of Gadol. As soon as he got off the carriage, Eugene's father immediately put on a sad face in his mind. He didn't expect his son to win in the blood succession ritual, even started to get teary-eyed at the thought of Eugene beating the main bloodline. He knew his son indeed had extraordinary fighting abilities from an early age, but with his condition Jihad realized he couldn't give his son wings. Jihad thought his son would face a sad reality while participating in the bloodline ritual. He hoped Eugene would realize that the boundary between the reserve bloodline and the main bloodline couldn't be crossed with talent and hard work alone. Instantly Jihad's thoughts were broken when he heard his son calling from the front of the palace. Jihad immediately ran and hugged his son's small body. He was crying with joy, while hugging this very talented son of his. With tears in his eyes, Jihad said that he was very proud of his son. He is truly proud that Eugene is his son, with a smile full of pride. Eugene said to remind his father before leaving Gadol, that he would give his father the good news, but at that time his father did not even believe his words. Jihad wiped away the tears and now he believes in his son's words. He also apologized for previously not believing Eugene's words. After seeing Sir Gilliard, Jihad wiped his tears and apologized for just realizing leader existence. Then Sir Jihad introduced him politely to Patriarch. The host welcomed the arrival of Sir Jihad. Even Sir Gilliard apologized for inviting Sir Jihad so suddenly. Sir Jihad was uncomfortable hearing that he was grateful for being invited to the Lionheart family's main mansion. Without further ado, Sir Gilliard invited Sir Jihad to come in and have a discussion. With a bright and happy face, Sir Jihad accepted the invitation. Sir Jihad followed Sir Gilliard into the palace. While Eugene waits outside, the leader of the family immediately brought up the topic of adopting Eugene. Of course Sir Jihad was surprised to hear this. Sir Gilliard also confirmed this and said that Sir Jihad could join the main family. Patriarch apologized for the sudden offer. Sir Jihad stood up and said he would comment even if it sounded rude. This grown man said he was very happy that Patriarch looked at his son with such affection. But Sir Jihad must take a different position for the sake of Eugene's future. As a father, Sir Jihad was worried about the treatment Eugene would receive from other members of the main family. Sir Gilliard already had 3 children. If Eugene were to step in and be adopted, he would immediately become the center of attention. Sir Gilliard understood very well what Sir Jihad has wanted to convey, so he wasn't offended at all. Then Sir Jihad continued. He didn't want to limit his son's potential, but the main family attached importance to the legitimacy of his bloodline. They would never accept a descendant of a backup leading the family. Sir Gilliard replied to this, that even if Eugene were adopted he might not be able to become head of the family, but if the boy wasn't greedy, He could increase his abilities under the main family name. Patriarch explains that he wants Eugene to be a brother of his children and form a bond with his children. Sir Gilliard believes the bond can help Eugene hone his talents for the future, so Sir Gilliard will talk about this. Again with Eugene. Outside the palace, Eugene is practicing his new sword very seriously, but not how long did he see his father coming from a distance. Seeing his father's sad expression, Eugene knew the topic of adoption must have taken his father by surprise once closed. Eugene asked why his father's expression was so gloomy. Instead of directly answering his son's question, Sir Gilliard was fixated on the sword at Eugene's waist. He knew it was the storm blade Winnetif, the sword that Eugene handpicked from the secret treasure vault belonging to the Lionheart family. Sir Gilliard realized that even if he sold all of his family's assets, he still would not be able to buy the sword that was so valuable. After a while, Sir Gilliard said that the family leader wanted to adopt you. Eugene replies that he already knows about it because Patriarch told him earlier. With a sad face, Sir Gilliard said that he hoped Eugene would enter the main family as an adopted child. He realized that this choice was the best for Eugene's future, but if Eugene enters, there will be a lot of trouble coming his way. Eugene casually said that he already knew about it, but his father also knew him since childhood. Eugene confidently says that he does not know the word surrender without a fight. Then Gilliard was shocked to hear his son's words. With tears in his eyes and an expression full of pride, he holds his son's shoulder, saying that the name Eugene was made by him and Eugene's late mother. He asked the son not to forget that. With a smile of pride, Eugene said he could not forget that, so even if he was the adopted son of the main family, his father was still Gilliard Lionheart. After hearing his son's words, Sir Gilliard returned to hug his son's body while shedding tears. He was moved to hear his son's words. Meanwhile, inside his head, Eugene realizes there might be a lot of fun things going on in his life after being adopted, but the gains were far greater, so enduring all that trouble seems small to Eugene. This kid didn't think about becoming the head of the family, but no one will believe that, especially Sir Gilliard's first wife Theanise and his second wife Anicilia. There are two ways that Eugene can think of to deal with complaints and attention from others. While thinking this, a sudden gust of wind blew and brought a thick layer of dust toward Eugene. This boy also drew his sword while thinking that he would ignore all the problems that came to him like that dust or destroy everything that existed, just like he was doing to the flying dust just now. The smile full of confidence on his face reflects his burning spirit that day. Sir Gilliard invited all the children, as well as their families, who participated in bloodline succession ritual, to a feast celebrating the victory of the reserve lineage. So instead of focusing on humiliating the main lineage, Sir Gilliard, who is in the corner of the room, was suddenly greeted by two grown men, who are Desira's and Gargis's father. Desira's father praised Sir Gilliard for having a son as great as Eugene. In fact, news about them becoming the main family had even reached the Desira's father. Meanwhile, Gargis's father is busy promoting his family's muscle-building drug. Eugene chose not to join his father because he does not like being the center of attention. In corner of the room, Sion stood with a sad face accompanied by his mother. His mother always intimidated Sion and asked him to stand up. Great. Anicilia reminds Sion that from now on, he will always be compared to Eugene. He told his son that people would always think about Sion losing the duel against Eugene, and then they would mock the main family for losing the bloodline ritual for the first time. Anicilia said that his son had no choice but to feel ashamed, but Anicilia asked his son not to feel hopeless because no matter who mocked Sion, he was still son of a direct descendant of Lionheart. And Anicilia also reminds his son that Eugene can never be the head of the family, but Sion must not be relieved by that, because there would be many other things that would hinder Sion from becoming the head of the family. In the end, Anicilia asks Sion to be friends with Eugene and be a good brother to Eugene, so that one day Eugene will help him. Sion is willing to obey his mother's orders, but he is confused about how to start it. Meanwhile, Seal had gone one step ahead of his brother with cake in hand. This girl approached Eugene asking, "Aren't they brothers now?" Eugene answered yes. Seal kept chasing him and asked Eugene could call her big sister. Eugene rejects the idea on the grounds that their ages are not that far apart. Seal and Cyan are only a 5-second apart. Seal complained because she had to call Cyan big brother. Seal kept forcing Eugene to call her big sister. But Eugene didn't respond, especially considering that to call 13-years-old brat big sis, I'd rather die. Meanwhile Sir O'Brien, who is saying that he cannot guarantee that Ayada will become his student. He was the master of the Red Magic Tower specialized in summoning magic. Before becoming his apprentice, Ayada had to undergo aptitude tests. Ayada, who was standing beside his mother, asked, "What will happen when he gains the talent for summoning magic?" Sir O'Brien replied, "It was good news, but his status as Lionheart would have no effect. Unless Ayada has more talent than any other wizard, then he can't just become Sir O'Brien's apprentice. He will also provide a place for Ayada to practice magic according to his talent." Ayada's face immediately light up hearing that. In his heart this boy already felt relieved. Even though he didn't have to become Sir O'Brien's student, he is relieved to be released from this family that suppresses him so much and learns magic. Even so, Ayada still tried to turn to his father for approval. Sir Gilliard tells Ayada not to worry about what to think. Sir Gilliard just wants his children to determine their own destiny, so the mother immediately stood in front of Ayada and said that this was a good opportunity that the father had provided. So Ayada had to accept it because ever since he was little, Ayada was more interested in magic than swords and spears. The mother held out as small shoulders and intimidated his own son while saying that whatever path Ayada chooses, he must remember that he is the son who is destined to become the leader of the Lionheart family. The mother's sharp gaze made the poor boy unable to budge. The mother kept asking Ayada to remember this while in Arod. Sir Gilliard called his first wife to stop bullying his own son. Theanise immediately let go of Ayada and reasoned that she did this to encourage his child as a mother. Ayada's mother could clearly see that Anasilia would be very happy to see Ayada sent to Arod, but Theanise had no other choice because so far Ayada was not born with the talent that matched his offspring. Ayada is too innocent and weak. Because of that, Theanise thought it would be better for Ayada to meet lots of wizards in Arod, while getting stronger and build connections that can help later. Theanise's words, "Ayada must not disgrace the Lionheart name." The boy was clearly distressed when he understood the meaning of his mother's words. The next day they see off Ayada, in front of the main gate. O'Brien about to go to Arod. Children from other branch lineage has also returned to their home with their family members. So the empty guest house is now occupied only by Eugene and his father. Eugene will go to learn about mana. After his reincarnation, mana development is divided into two categories, mainly breathing and physical exercise. Breathing is a practice where you collect mana through breathing, while physical training is a way to collect mana by moving the body. Nothing is easy, but breathing techniques are much more difficult than physical exercises. Hamel used the practice mana with physical training techniques. Even then Senya and Vermouth helped, so he also changed the technique to breathing with the suggestion of his two comrades. Finally Eugene arrived at the edge of the forest and there was Cyan waiting for him. They would begin training right away upon entry into the deepest part of the forest, because in that forest there is spirit vine energy. This energy only exists in the main family forest and only descendants of the main family are allowed to enter. This place was created by Vermouth himself 300 years ago. Just thinking about this makes Eugene think Vermouth is indeed a monster. Cyan asked if Eugene was nervous with a cheerful smile. This boy replied that he was very excited. This will not be easy. Cyan will help him, but Eugene will still have a hard time because he just learned about mana. Cyan said that Seal and Cyan learned mana when they were 6 years old and it took them 4 days. The sense mana while Ayada takes about 1 week. Reserve family usually learned mana at the same age range as Eugene. Usually it takes 1 month just to feel the mana alone, but Cyan suspects Eugene doesn't need that long because there is been spirit around them. Cyan will help him. Eugene asks, how many days it will take him? Cyan said it might take about 10 days. Eugene laughed at that in his heart. This boy was determined to do it in just 10 minutes. Leading down to the basement upon arriving at the secret room, Eugene was asked to sit in the middle of a wide altar. This boy complied and sat on the golden flame carving. Kayan then explained that the main family's mana training method was a technique passed down from their ancestor the great Vermouth, because there is a rule that those who are not direct descendants of the main family cannot study it, but there are also those who break the rules and bring them down using the red flame method. Then Kayan took mana out of his body saying that it was the real one, which only the main family can do. Instantly the mana around Kayan's body surged like a lion's mana fluttering freely. That was the so-called mana control method white flame. Eugene was stunned to see mana. He really couldn't remember the name of the technique, but he remembered this amazing sensation. Well, in the past Vermouth that thinks mana, which always surrounded his body. The mana formed a sparkling white-colored flame, looks beautiful like the lion's. Eugene's previous life he couldn't beat that fire. Now, Eugene said concentrating in the middle. Kayan said that since Eugene couldn't feel mana yet, they would practice breathing first. Eugene suddenly said that he could feel the mana. Kayan was clearly shocked. This man suspected that Eugene was just imagining it because it can only be felt in a much focused state. So Kayan was going to test Eugene with a small ball of mana and prove that the boy was just imagining. Kayan tossed the tiny ball of mana and sent it circling Eugene. The young man smiled and suspected that Eugene would not know where it was. But suddenly Eugene said, he felt the mana gathering on the left side of his face, right? Where Kayan ball was. Eugene attempted another test by randomly moving the mana orb. But strangely, Eugene can always guess where the ball is, even when he closes his eyes. Finally, Eugene opened his eyes and asked how much longer Kayan was going to test him. Even this brat managed to precisely touch the location of that small amount of ball. Kayan really couldn't believe what he was seeing. He thought this was impossible. In his heart Kayan admits that Eugene is too great because he can sense mana's presence in just 10 minutes in the end. He laughed admiringly as he rubbed his head. Then he came down and sat cross-legged right in front of Eugene. Kayan said that they could start their training now that Eugene could already feel mana energy. From now on Eugene is asked not to talk and to focus on feeling what is happening inside his body. Kayan holds Eugene's hand and taught the breathing technique. Eugene was asked to feel the mana entering his breath, as if he were inhaling the mana itself. Then Eugene was directed to direct mana with the white flame method from the heart, towards the heart. Again Kayan let go of his hand. After seeing Eugene slowly mastering this technique, didn't stepped away and looked from a more comfortable distance to assess the flow of mana and Eugene's body. This young man realized that Eugene was on a different level from the people. He knew because Eugene was able to stably cover his entire body with mana, even though his body had just received mana. Kayan was completely amazed by Eugene's ability. Meanwhile Eugene is amazed by his own body's capabilities. This kid felt the crazy sensation of being able to feel and inhale mana again. Since he was someone who had memories from his past life, it was actually quite easy. But even without that experience, this body could very easily accept mana. He could even feel his mana increasing with every breath, but of course, there was a limit to how much mana his body could hold. When Eugene finally reached the limits of his body's capabilities, there was a shining star in his heart. Eugene immediately opened his eyes and looked so tired. Kayan, who is standing in front of Eugene, noticed that the size of this child's core was different. Generally, the core star that shines in its heart will be smaller and the owner must train diligently to increase its size. Kayan asking if the boy was a monster. Eugene, who didn't understand the meaning of that sentence, as asked back, does that mean a compliment? Kayan replied that of course, it was a compliment. After that they returned to the mansion. While on the way back, Kayan explained that the difference between the red flame or white flame method lies in the splitting of the core. So, no matter how hard one tries to increase mana with the red flame method, it would not increase. However, if one mastered the white flame method, one could split their core after reaching a certain point. That way one could maintain the mana within the body more efficiently, and the split cores will also increase the power of the user. Kayan explained that the founder of Lionheart and creator of the white flame method, the great Vermouth, he was the only one who could reach 10 stars in the history of the Lionheart family. Kayan proudly refers to himself and patriarch his brother also has 6. Stars, while Iota, Cyan, and Seal only have 1 star, according to Kayan prediction, it is likely that the twins will rise 1 more star next year because the twins were introduced to Mana at the age of 6. That means it took 8 years for them to rise from 1 star to 2 stars. Eugene asked how about his rise later. The handsome, young man replied confidently, that Eugene could climb faster than the twins. Even a Kayan is not lazy with enthusiasm and a cheerful face. The boy said he would practice even more diligently. From now on, inside his mind, Eugene knew he had been reincarnated into a body much better than his previous body. So he wouldn't waste the chance to learn that mana. While walking, Eugene wonders if he will ever reach 10 stars for now. He wanted to study next to this white flame method that Vermouth invented. He has many interesting things to try in the future. Now, in front of the Lionheart family palace, Kayan asked Eugene to go rest immediately because he will be reporting the results of Eugene's training to Patriarch. After Kayan left, Eugene didn't really stick to his word. His tiredness won't stop him from doing something he's always wanted to do, because now he can use mana. He will do it soon. Suddenly Eugene's personal butler arrives. Hastily, without much ado, Eugene immediately asked his maid to get his sword from the room. After holding sword and drawing the sword from its scabbard, Eugene was still unsure whether the contract would work immediately, but he wanted to give it a try anyway. Eugene closed his eyes and focused on the flow of mana into the sword. At this moment, suddenly a wind that was big enough to blow up the dust around. Nina even panicked because she was almost pulled into the storm that suddenly appeared around her. Within the storm, a voice appeared and asked, "Was he Hamel?" Eugene was taken aback by the question, but he knew very well who the voice belonged to. It was the voice of the elementary spirit king of Wind, Tempest. And he was very surprised because Tempest knew Eugene's true figure. Tempest, the Wind King, immediately asked if Hamel was reincarnated. Eugene was surprised and asked how Tempest know that he was Hamel. Tempest couldn't possibly forget Hamel's soul because he was a friend of Vermouth. No matter how much time had passed and his face that changed, his soul would still be the same. It had been too long since Tempest had been summoned. He had thought that the one who called him was a descendant of Vermouth, but then he felt Hamel's soul. Eugene immediately asked why Vermouth didn't immediately kill the remaining demon lords. He forced Tempest to speak. The wind god replied that he did not know what Vermouth was planning. While fighting against the demon lord, he also did not go to the castle of the Doomsday Demon King. Evidently Eugene was furious to hear that. He immediately asked in a high tone, what was the content of the pact Vermouth made with that demon lord. Tempest did not know the contents of the agreement. He said that only those who knew the contents of the agreement were at that location. He has forced open the door. Now the communication door must be closed again. Before leaving, Tempest tells Eugene to call him back when he's had enough mana. Eugene was still screaming and demanding answers, though it was obvious Tempest wouldn't say anything more. A moment later, Eugene immediately fainted with a bloody nose. A panicked Nina tries to call him and wakes up Eugene. Eugene suddenly woke up and realized he was lying in his own room, but when he tried to get up, his head immediately hurt. Eugene realized this was the sensation of mana's exhaustion. Eugene just realized that elemental spirits actually remember entities through their souls. That's why Tempest called him Hamel. There was a feeling that nagged at Eugene's mind to think that he might not be Hamel's reincarnation, rather he was just someone whose memories overlapped with Hamel. But with this now, everything is clear from what Tempest said earlier. He was indeed proven to be Hamel's reincarnation, who carried the memories of 300 years ago. Suddenly Nina appeared from behind the door and asked if Eugene was alright. Eugene replies he is fine. Then Eugene asked how long had I been unconscious. Nina replied that it had been half a day. Then Nina said that there were Patriarch and Kayan outside. Without many words, he immediately invited them. Patriarch and Kayan looked really worried about Eugene. Leader immediately asked if Eugene had summoned the elemental spirits. Considering there was a huge cyclone that appeared when Eugene swung the sword, Eugene fell silent with a serious face. He knew with the typhoon that big, there would definitely be a lot of people looking at it. Eugene, couldn't say all of the contents of his conversation with Tempest, but he had to give a bit of information to allay Gilliard's suspicions and the others. So Eugene told him that the Wind Elemental King had appeared. Eugene tells that the King of the Wind Element wants to see who he is, because it has been a long time since he was summoned from Vermouth. Kian was dumbfounded, shocked. This young man said that there hadn't been a family member who could summon a wind elemental spirit. Since Vermouth had died, Eugene confirmed it. Eugene says that he can't summon elemental spirits for too long because he lacks strength. Eugene want to meet him again, when he grows up, and that was all. Sir Gilliard laughed with satisfaction, and how extraordinary Eugene was, the head of the Lionheart family, frankly praised the boy in front of him, for what happened to him in the spiritual space. Eugene's ability to feel mana directly in the formation of a core with the white flame method alone was truly amazing, but Sir Gilliard didn't expect the boy to attract the wind elemental spirit's attention. Eugene smiled broadly at the compliment. Then Patriarch told him to rest for a few days. Eugene politely thanked him and said he didn't want to take up Leader and Kian time. Kian didn't want Eugene to say that because he likes to teach him. After all, he was also going to start teaching the twins Cyan and Seal. Now the twin Seal and Cyan were facing each other in the courtyard of the palace. In each of their hands was a sword, which they would use for training. Before that, Seal asked if Cyan had heard about Eugene, who now has a 1-star white flame. Even though it took a long time for them to get 1 star, Cyan denied that point because people say 1 month is pretty fast in their family history, but in their minds, they both realized that 1 day was too soon for Eugene to get a star without a word from anyone. The twins started running toward each other with swords drawn. The two of them unhesitatingly raised their swords to attack each other. This is how we practice every day. Meanwhile, in his room, Eugene, who realizes everyone has left, starts to get up from his bed and takes Wined. This boy drew his sword and summoned out a cute fairy named Sylphie, a low-class elemental spirit that could be summoned with the mana he had now. Eugene tries to ask the Sylphie if she heard from the king. The little Sylphie was silent while looking at Eugene's face. She didn't say anything or show any emotion. Eugene rubbed his head in frustration. He was annoyed at not being able to communicate with the lower class elements. Finally, Eugene told Sylphie to tell Tempest if he lies to Eugene, he will kill the Wind Elemental King. Sylphie kicks his head at that, even though she still flew out of the window, relaying Eugene's message to the king. Eugene returned to thinking that the only one who died in the Demon King's castle of captivity was him. The other 4 team members, including Vermouth, returned from Helmet safely. However, only Vermouth and the Demon Lord of Captivity knows the contents of the agreement. One day Eugene must explore Helmet to unravel this mystery. Now, Eugene is standing in front of a long mirror, while staring at his stocky muscular body. He said, "The time and passed quickly." Now, Eugene Lionheart is already 17 years old. He smiled at the mirror, saying, his body was pretty good already. Even though he trained mana, he was still amazed by the results. Now, Eugene has reached 3 stars in the white flame method, but according to Eugene, it is still not enough. He had to utilize his beautiful and well-built body to surpass his past self. Eugene said he wanted to go to Aro to study magic. Cyan was astonished to hear that. Eugene then told him that he can do something unique. Eugene spun the 3 stars within his heart and created a tremendous mana flutter around his body. Cyan was trembling in disbelief at impossible sight before his eyes. He wondered how Eugene could do that. Cyan can't believe that Eugene has managed to get 3 stars, while he is still holding on to 1 star. But the smile full of pride, Eugene replied that it was possible because he is a genius. Cyan was getting annoyed hearing Eugene's words, which were full of arrogance. Cyan is annoyed because he has been beaten every morning by Eugene. Eugene asks Cyan to stop taking him to train if he continues to complain like this. Cyan diverts the conversation by asking why Eugene suddenly wants to practice magic. Cyan reminds Eugene about what happened to Ayada after going to Aro to study magic. His talent wasn't strong enough to become Sir Robrian's apprentice, although Ayada managed to enter the Red Tower with the Insider's Path. he was unable to achieve any significant achievements. Eugene turned, when he commented that Cyan Mouth was very venomous when talking about his own older brother, but Cyan persisted because it was a reality. Cyan told that he will still study magic while living in their palace. If Eugene left, Seal would definitely be sad. Hearing that, Eugene actually threw away his weapon and said, "That's good." When asked by Cyan, "Where are you going?" Eugene casually replies, he wants to see the head of the family, talks about his wishes and reports his 3 stars. After that, Sir Gilliard was very surprised when Eugene came to ask permission to study magic. Sir Gilliard could hardly even believe it. The head of the Lionheart family was even more shocked when he heard that Eugene wanted to go to Arod. Even though he only reached 3 stars, Sir Gilliard wants Eugene to continue to hone his skills so that he can reach 4 stars before he reaches adulthood. Eugene firmly explained that his progress would definitely be halted if he still stayed in the main house. Eugene says he wants to learn other new things, although he is not sure whether he has a talent for magic or not. If he studied now, then Eugene could see mana in a new light. Learning new things has been a valuable experience. Later, Eugene bowed and begged Sir Gilliard to grant him permission to study magic. Sir Gilliard seemed to be deep in thought. He weighed seriously what was best for Eugene. Finally, Sir Gilliard asked Eugene to raise his head and said that he would not hold back Eugene's enthusiasm for learning, but before that, Eugene was asked to promise not to study black magic because Araf has a black tower and that's where black magic. There are no bad rumors about them now, and public opinion about them is also quite good, but Lionheart is descended from Vermouth the Great. Therefore, their family has unwritten rules to avoid black magic. Eugene knows very well the terrible deeds they have done 300 years ago. So obviously, this young man would be asking Sir Gilliard not to worry, as he hates black magic too. After obtaining permission and exiting Patriarch room, Eugene heard a knock on the door and a soft voice asked him to speak for a moment. Eugene smiled and asked why the figure would not come out of his room if he wanted to talk. The figure behind the door explained that she didn't want to come out of the room because she had just finished training and was still full of sweat. The figure that turned out to be Seal. Seal asked again if it was true that Eugene was going to Arod. Eugene immediately knew that it was Cyan who told this to Seal. Not only that, but Cyan also told Seal that Eugene had reached 3 stars in the White Flame method. The two of them ended up chatting with the wooden door barrier between them. Seal tries to forbid Eugene to go to Arod on the grounds that their family can summon great wizards to train them at home. This girl also said that if Eugene was there that she would soon catch up with him. Eugene was actually grateful to hear that. He was sure the twins' training would be even more exciting later. Eugene also said he hadn't trained with Seal in a long time. Hearing that, Seal was speechless with a red face. She asked if later he wanted to practice with Eugene, then the young man would not leave without hesitation. Eugene replied he would still go then. Seal asked again how long Eugene would be there. Eugene replies he'll know for sure when he gets there. It's probably years. Seal sounded sad when he asked why it took so long. And what about Sir Gilliard, Eugene's biological father? Eugene smiled at that. He was sure his father would be fine because he is used to living in the main family. And he's now likes hunting, his body has become more athletic. Seal was still trying to seduce him by saying Uncle Cyan would be sad, but Eugene did not falter. Instead, he asked when he told Seal this. Seal softly said that when she saw Cyan, he also didn't seem to want Eugene to leave. Even so, Eugene still wants to go. He advised Seal to practice seriously. When Eugene's footsteps moved away, then Seal there to look out and showed his face while asking if Eugene really had to go without looking back. Eugene waved his hand in response. This irritated Seal even more. In a quiet room, Seal whispered that she didn't want Eugene to leave either. Before leaving, Sir Gilliard advised his son not to associate with naughty children, not forgetting that he also reminded Eugene to keep studying hard. Eugene also reminded his father not to stop training when he left. Sir Gilliard laughed at that. He stood up from his seat and realized Eugene had grown taller than him. Lionheart prayed that his son's journey would be smooth. Now Eugene was standing in front of the teleportation gate, people he knew gathered, to see him off. Lionheart asked again, if it was true that Eugene didn't need bodyguards. With a smile, full of pride, Eugene confirmed it, because now at least he can defend himself. Lionheart smiled sadly, in his mind this grown man, Eugene's words were right. Considering that his adopted son had reached the 3-star white flame method at such a young age. Eugene looked at the faces of the people who were there, one by one. He tell his father to stop crying even though earlier his father looked dashing in the end. He cried like this, Eugene said he would still go even if his father sobs like that. So Eugene asked his father to let go with a smile. Hearing that Lionheart wiped away his tears and smiled brightly. Even though he still had tears in his eyes, Eugene is relieved after seeing his father's smile. He immediately walked towards the teleportation gate, saying he'll be right back. Now, Eugene arrived at the Magic Kingdom capital Arota's capital Pentagon. The 5 magic towers form a pentagram centered on the palace. Eugene is driving a flying car, while remembering the past he had gone to Arota in his previous life. But now the atmosphere was much different. Now in this country, there is also a floating station. Even among the other magical kingdoms only Arota has a warp gate in the sky. The floating station, which is flown in the sky with various spells, shows the power of Arota magic at the same time, helping the business value and convenience of the city. In front of Eugene, there is a young man with a hat who is a Pentagon tour guide. He explained that the Pentagon has 15 floating stations which were created by Senya the Wise. Eugene was amazed to hear that. He asked if Senya had also created the flying car. The guide confirmed it. He also explained that the car was a magic technology from hundreds of years ago, but they keep repairing it and maintaining it continuously until the accident rate is small. When the tour guide wants to show the attractions, Eugene immediately stopped him and said he wanted to visit the mansion of Senya. They immediately flew towards Senya's mansion. On the way the tour guide explained that 300 years ago, after returning from Demon Realm, Senya became the youngest headmaster Arota history. Therefore at one point in the city there is a bronze statue erected in memory of Senya. Lady Senya left a letter saying she wanted to retire and simply left the mansion. Eugene says that no one knows where Lady Senya went. After that the tour guide confirmed it. Even though many wizards Arota and Senya students have tried to find and follow in his footsteps, still no one knows her resting place. Another thing that was most surprising was that Senya disappeared right on her birthday. The tour guide thought she had gone back to devil them because 200 years ago on that day, it was 100 years since Senya left Hamel's corpse in Devil Realm. The tour guide suspected that Senya had returned there to remember Hamel and to take revenge on her best friend's name. Then the tour guide started discussing the love story between Senya and Hamel. Instantly, Eugene's face turned scary, and he told the leader of the path to be quiet, if he still wanted to live. The tour guide immediately changed the subject and said that there was another theory about Senya's disappearance. It is common knowledge that Sienna really hates black magic and demons. So she continued to criticize the construction of the Black Magic Tower until her retirement. Some have speculated that it was the radical group of dark magicians who pushed for the building of the Black Magic Tower. It killed Senya at this point. Eugene replies that Senya couldn't have been killed by an ordinary dark wizard. The tour guide also agreed with Eugene's opinion. At that time, the Black Magic Tower also denied the rumors. Meanwhile, Eugene is deep in thought and realizes that Senya is impossible for an ordinary dark wizard to kill. But it's a different story. If it's a demon king, Eugene knew that Helmut was still supporting is off through the Black Magic Tower from the demon's perspective. Senya was their bully and that reason was enough to kill Senya. After finally arriving in front of Senya's mansion, Eugene asked himself if Senya was really dead. In front of the magnificent mansion hundreds of people were praying with all their hearts. Eugene asks, why there are so many people in front of the mansion. The tour guide explained that they were students who wanted to take the Magic Tower recruitment test because they didn't have money. They couldn't enter the mansion because the ticket price is very expensive. Eugene asks why it is so expensive. The tour guide answered that, there are still many people who want to spend more to enter the mansion. After that, guards checked their permits first. After realizing it was the Lionheart family name card, the guard immediately panicked and very politely invited Eugene to enter. When Eugene entered the mansion, the tour guide chose to wait outside the mansion door. After that, the main door was closed. Eugene immediately smiled and said he wanted to see Sinya's lifestyle. Eugene's around Sinya's mansion, which he thinks it's enormous. He remembered they used to talk about this one night before retiring. Sinya asked what Hamel plans for the future. Hamel was stunned. He asked, why is he in a suddenly asked this? Sinya said, there was no particular reason. Sinya just said they should find happiness later, considering they had been working hard in such a horrible place. Hamel shook his head and replied, he didn't know because he had never thought that far. Sinya pointed at the sleeping moron, saying that idiot wanted to be a king. Hamel thinks moron wishes crazy. Even so, Sinya said to leave it at that because according to him humans have the right to dream. Hamel even suspected that Sinya was drunk because she suddenly turned into a gentle and wise person. Sinya immediately annoyance at Hamel's non-serious response. Hamel asked him return, what Sinya's plans were for the future. The girl was suddenly startled and was silent for a moment. Then, she said she wanted to live a normal life like everyone else, then married and had children. Now Eugene was standing in front of Sinya's large painting. Inside his mind, Eugene said that Sinya should meet a good man, get married, then live in peace. So Eugene wonders why Sinya chose to live alone for 100 years. Eugene's hand advanced and wanted to touch Sinya's painting, but suddenly he was stopped by the mansion's guard instantly. Eugene was annoyance because the guard interrupted his emotional moment. Eugene turned around and headed to the basement of the mansion because he wanted to see Sinya's huge library, which was located in the basement. As soon as he arrived at the basement's room, Eugene went straight to the shelves, full of neatly lined magic books. Eugene wished Sinya would leave a trail between the bookshelves, but when he was about to touch a book again, a guard appeared and forbade him to take the books. Eugene irritated and was at a loss to think of how to look for clues. If he wasn't allowed to touch the books, then Eugene remembered his necklace, which suddenly caught his attention. Eugene thought it was unreasonable. He suspected that the necklace might have appeared because it resonated with Hamel's soul, like Tempest the Wind King back then. Eugene believed someone interfered in his reincarnation process, and if that was Sinya's doing, Eugene was sure she would leave some clues. In the end, Eugene returned to standing in front of Sinya's painting, that was in the main hall. He spoke in his heart to the painting that he had searched all the rooms in the mansion, but he did not find any clues. Eugene scratched his head in frustration. He didn't understand and didn't know anything. Eugene stared intently at Sinya's painting while saying in his heart that he would do whatever he wanted. If Sinya wanted to ask him anything, she should have left a trail for Eugene. As the mansion guard turned around, Eugene gave Sinya his middle finger and asked the girl to come to see him in person, but after a few moments of not getting an answer, Eugene turned around and got ready to leave. Before that, he had told Sinya's painting to come if she was still alive. When Eugene came out of the mansion, it was already dark. The tour guide was still faithfully waiting for him in front of the mansion. Because of that, Eugene gave additional tips. Because the man was patiently waiting for him, he was happy to get tips. The tour guide asked again, where did Eugene want to go? Eugene wanted to go straight to the Red Tower and said that the tour guide didn't need to accompany him anymore. After that, under the light of the half moon, they got on the flying car. Again, while on the trip, Eugene asked the tour guide about his older brother, Lionheart. What does the tour guide know about his brother? The young man in the hat immediately looked panicked. Even so, he still replied that there wasn't a young magician in the Pentagon who didn't know about Ida. Eugene began to tell him that his family was indebted to the tower for hosting his older brother for 4 years. So, for the sake of the tower's good name, Eugene wants to know the rumors about his older brother. The tour guide was panicking and closed his mouth tightly. He was scared. seeing that Eugene recounted that after he was adopted, he had never spoken to his older brother. So he has promised not to get angry hearing the information from the tour guide. He also promised not to tell his family and his brother that he got information from this tour guide. With the serious face, Eugene swore on his behalf. So he urged the tour guide to tell him about the rumors about his brother. The man in the hat looked doubtful, but slowly he told that it was rumored that Ayada often seeks pleasure every day outside the tower. Eugene thought carefully about the word enjoyment, considering that, now his brother is 19 years old. Eugene thinks, isn't it normal to seek pleasure like that, at that age? However, the tour guide interrupted by saying that, Ayada was not looking for ordinary pleasure rather than enjoyment of the succubus. At first Eugene smiled. After understanding the meaning of the succubus, in the next second Eugene's face was red with anger, bubbling up, even cursed out loud. He asked how there could be succubus when they weren't in helmet. The tour guide asked Eugene to calm down, before he explained that, they were not in helmet, but there is still a black magic tower which is a place for black magicians and some demons. Eugene rubbed his irritated face and called his brother a fool, to get involved with the succubus from the black tower. The tour guide made it clear that Ayada was not just playing around but looking for pleasure. That's why he has one in every city. There also has a special alley used for such needs. The alley was famous for its black market, but there were special places that hired succubus as mates, and rumor has it Ayada often visits such places. Eugene immediately asked for the alley was. The tour guide replied that the alley is called Bolero Alley, where it doesn't open every day and turns into a sordid place only on full moon. Inside his mind Eugene said, he had no intention of approaching Ayada. When he reached Arod, he wanted to focus on his development while keeping his distance from Ayada, but his brother, who is to be a descendant of Vermouth as well as the eldest son of the Lionheart family, instead plays with fire with the demon. Eugene was furious that his older brother was degrading the family, to play with the succubus. The tour guide asked Eugene to keep this a secret. Firmly Eugene said he would keep the promise he had made. He promised not to tell anyone, including his stupid brother in his mind. Eugene knew that it was still just a rumor, so he needs solid proof, and so for the time being she would restrain herself from slapping his brother. Eugene continues to chant the name of Bolero Alley, which he will visit at the next full moon. Eugene is greeted by a girl of the gate of the Red Tower. Upon learning that it was Eugene Lionheart, the girl immediately lowered her hat as a form of respect. This girl also introduced herself as Hera. This girl said the master of the Red Tower wanted to welcome Eugene in person, but he suddenly had a business that could not be postponed. Just as she finished speaking, there was a large explosion at the top of the Red Tower. Eugene sees this and asks if it was an accident. Hera explained that the Red Tower focused on summoning magic, and among other magics, summoning magic has the highest risk of failing. From the glass of the exploding tower appeared two monsters that were about to flee, but quickly Sir O'Brien long arms caught the two monsters and destroyed them. It was Sir O'Brien's doing after the monster has disappeared. Sir O'Brien immediately turned into the building and scolded his students for failing their lessons. This time Sir O'Brien asked in a high voice if they had forgotten what it took to summon a shadow beast. While lava magic circle, Sir O'Brien was so angry that his face was red, and the muscles in his face were showing. This blonde-haired man asked if his students knew what would happen if he caught the shadow beasts too late. The monster has no emotions at all. They controlled his primal instincts. They would immediately hunt down the citizens of the capital. Sir O'Brien's pupils shook and apologized, in a stammered voice. Then, after being satisfied, scolding his students, Sir O'Brien asked them to pack up their things immediately. Then Sir O'Brien flew down to Eugene, who is standing in front of the tower. A bright smile immediately appeared on this wizard's face as soon as he met Eugene again. Sir O'Brien examined the young man's body before him. He barely recognized Eugene because of his rapid growth. Eugene praised Sir O'Brien's physique, which had not changed at all. Sir O'Brien explains that magic is the source of life energy, even though Sir Reborn hasn't changed physically. Eugene knows the wizard in front of him has changed since 4 years ago because Eugene had trained his mana. Now he could tell that Sir Reborn was very strong. The mana around his body was increasingly turning. Eugene knows Sir Reborn is not as good as Senya, but Eugene admits that Sir Reborn is worthy of being the master of the Red Tower. Sir Reborn had heard from Patriarch that Eugene was interested in magic, so Sir Reborn explained that magic is indeed a beautiful art, but at the same time magic is often hard to learn, but Sir Ro is sure Eugene can do it. While they were talking, suddenly, Sir Ro felt someone's presence behind the big door of the tower, so when he saw his adopted brother, Eugene immediately cursed in his heart. He could see that his brother's life energy had been sucked away by the succubus. That's why now, his brother looks thin and lethargic. Sir Ro asked Ayada to come closer and greet Eugene, but the young man looked panicked and said he didn't know what to say, so it was Eugene who greeted his brother first, even though with sharp eyes, full of anger. Seeing the anger and his brother's eyes stuttered, Sir Ro immediately told Ayada to go back upstairs and read some books. Sir Ro's eyes were no less sharp and sinister other than Eugene's. Ayada languidly complied and closed the gate. Then Sir Ro apologized to Eugene for showing such an unpleasant thing. After that, Sir Ro asked if it was true that Eugene didn't want to learn directly from him. Eugene justified it because he didn't want to burden him, so he says that if he learns directly from Sir Ro, many will think the Lionhearts are being unfair. With an excited face, Eugene said now he wanted to study at his own pace. Sir Ro didn't push Eugene either. He said it wouldn't help as long as Eugene didn't want to learn from him, but if Eugene had any questions, he could ask Hera. Sir Ro also allowed Eugene to stay in the Red Tower. Eugene asked if he could go to the tower library. Now, 1 month after arriving at the Red Tower, Eugene visits the library every day. He read a magic textbook from morning to night, then he slept. He also practiced other aspects besides magic. He trained his mana several hours before going to the library, then training his body every night with the sword until sweat covered his whole body. His sleep was indeed little, but his outer body was able to recover quickly, even if he only slept for a few hours. That morning Eugene wanted to try everything he learned from the beginner-level textbooks in the library. 300 years ago, Senya divided the magic grades in 2 distinct sections. Originally, it was a method of hers, but once she was appointed master of the Green Tower, many of our roots wizards began to follow Senya's methods. The first is the circle method, that constantly rotating monitoring, used to cast magic. When mana grew beyond the capacity of a circle, a new hole would form, again 300 years later. The majority of magicians still use circles to use magic. Those who don't use, they are magicians with different fundamentals, such as elemental wizards and black magic wizards. Now, Eugene go to a practice room where Hera is waiting for him. Eugene asks today if he is allowed to use a circle. Hera allowed that while explaining several methods, other than circles, but it has been proven that circles are the most efficient method for 300 years. Before that, Eugene want permission to add a few modifications of his own. Hera does not recommend modifying the base circle, but he wanted to hear more from Eugene. Eugene said he wanted to utilize the Lionheart family's mana method. Hearing this, Hera immediately panicked. He explained to Eugene that the mana used for martial arts and magic uses a different mechanism. If Eugene make magic and activate it properly, then the magic won't appear in her mind. Hera knew that if Eugene lost control of his mana, he would be seriously injured, or even worse, Eugene could die. But this young man steadfastly said he still wanted to try. Will he succeed? Can he do it? That's why he read all the books in the library. Hera sighed heavily, seeing Eugene's determination. This girl was really surprised to see the behavior of the 17-year-old youth in front of her. Finally, Hera let Eugene try the method, but Hera picked up her wand and was alert. She said that if the situation got dangerous, Hera would immediately stop Eugene. Hera said that if Eugene was injured, not only himself but also the tower master would be dragged into this incident. Eugene agreed to the idea. Then he started emitting mana all over his body. Mana is bluish white, which always amazes anyone who sees it. Eugene started to contract in his training of managing mana and circle simultaneously. Meanwhile Hera was still keeping her guard up, right in front of him. Eugene knows the white flame and circle methods may appear to be different but they are fundamentally the same. The white flame method controls the mana through the star in the heart, and the circle controls were through the ring. If ring can be replaced with mana then mana that can be used will increase. Eugene was going to adjust his mana because he didn't know what would happen, he just guessed. Hera was surprised. What Eugene was doing here was amazed to see that Eugene could control that much mana so perfectly. The mana should have disappeared but Eugene was able to control it just fine. Hera was truly amazed to see a young man at Eugene's age being able to do that. Eugene can create fireballs in his hands, very densely. It then turned into a small ball of mana. Hera was surprised when she saw fireball magic, which then turned into missile magic. Eugene could even use without casting spells and only using precise calculations. Eugene can also change the form of his magic without having to change its form. Eugene smiled happily seeing the mana orbit his fingertips. He thought it was pretty good for a start. Eugene asked Hera to summon a monster, so he could try his new magic. After thinking for a long, Hera finally decided to summon a stone golem monster. This girl made a magic circle and then took out a fairly large golem monster from the circle. Hera said, the monster was made of cabrium. This monster has no defensive spells but its body is tough enough to withstand most types of attacks. Eugene says the monster is perfect. So this young man started pointing his forefinger and exerting his newly created magic on the monster. After finishing the training session, Hera immediately reported the results of the training to Suro. The leader of the Red Tower was surprised to see a big hole right in the middle of the golem monster's body. He asked, once again, whether it was true that Eugene managed to make a circle using the white flame method and managed to use magic with it. Hera confirmed this. She was amazed to see Eugene's mana density and purity, which was extraordinary. This girl said that, regardless of the type of magic used by Eugene, the power of his attack spell, he's alone surpassed that of a 3-star magician. Suro thinks Eugene's talent is terrible because that young man could replace the ring with martial-based model manipulation. Terrible is more appropriate than the word amazing to describe. Seeing Eugene's way of studying magic, Suro wondered if 3 stars were equivalent to 3 circles with Eugene way. Suro tries to ask Hera, he is being unfair if he don't writes an Acrayan recommendation letter for Eugene, so he can enter the Royal Library Acrayan. Hera was certainly surprised to hear this, because the Library of Acrayan only be accessed by high-class wizards and nobles. So far Suro said, Eugene is qualified enough to that place perfectly. Suro pulls out a paper and pen to write down recommendations. Suro thinks Eugene is a genius because he only read entry-level books for a month, and with that, Eugene can use magic by changing circles. Using his method, even that method was able to shatter the golem cell made of cabrium. Because of this, that Suro believed Eugene was fit to enter the library. According to him, a person with such talent deserves appropriate behavior. Hera asked if the other magicians would find this unfair. Suro replied that any wizard who refused to accept this decision must be blind with jealousy. Suro then asked, what was Eugene's reason for leaving, considering that the young man did not know anyone in Arot. Hera replied that Eugene wanted to go visit an old friend. Now Eugene is standing in front of the statue of Senya, which is located in the mold and square area. Eugene stared intently at the bust of Senya, who was grinning broadly. He remembered, Senya always smiling like that, whenever she succeeded in something. While staring pensively at the statue, suddenly a man with a large body and beard approached Eugene. Eugene asked if it's gorgeous. Instantly the figure of this large man before him answered excitedly that he was indeed gorgeous. Lionheart. Gorgeous comments, Eugene has grown though, not as big as himself. The two of them shook hands as a form of greeting. After a long time of not seeing each other, Gorgeous could tell from Eugene's grip that this distant relative had been training hard for these 4 years, but according to him, it was not enough. Gorgeous immediately handed over a small bottle of his family's secret muscle growth formula. Eugene categorically rejects the potion. Gargis asks even Eugene's father Sir Gerhard managed to wait, thanks to the potion from his family. Hearing this, Eugene asked Gargis to stop sending strange things to his father. Then Eugene just remembered why this big man in Arod. Gargis even asked back, if Eugene had ever heard of Bolero Alley. Gargis wanted to buy a giant's testicle, that would be auctioned at that place. Instantly Eugene was dumbfounded with a horrified expression. He got even more goosebumps when Gargis clearly stated, this thing is very valuable because it contains magic that can be used as a composition for muscle growth potions, that suit him very well. Gargis asks Eugene to come with him because, he's worried he won't have enough money to buy the thing. Eugene immediately refused to lend money to buy something like that, but Gargis knelt and begged Eugene with all his heart. The attitude of this big man attracted everyone's attention. So, Eugene had no other choice. Gargis interested in hearing that Eugene has no interest in anything else, since he already had Wined's sword. Eugene replies, he's more interested in the other parts of Bolero Alley than the auction. Eugene remembered that a few days ago, he met Ayada while walking in the tower hall. Ayada's expression clearly showed he was addicted to the succubus. Eugene believes Ayada will visit Bolero Alley on the next full moon night. Eugene was walking down the tower hall. He was immediately summoned by Sir Rorum as soon as he arrived at the tower. It so happened that this young man also wanted to meet him and asked about Ayada. When the two of them were face to face, Sir Ro smiled happily to welcome Eugene. He asked Eugene to sit down and they started chatting. Sir Ro immediately showed him the letter of recommendation he had made to Eugene before discussing this further. Then Sir Ro explained him benefits of Acrayan Library. It can enhance advance knowledge of magic. There is Senya's advanced magic series of textbook called Witchcraft that can only be found in Library of Acrayan. It can broaden Eugene knowledge. Then Eugene wants to know what happened to Ayada. Sir Ro immediately darkened when asked about it. He lost her way to explain this matter to Eugene. Finally Sir Ro said that the rumors about Ayada were true. He had previously tried admonishing Ayada several times, but that wasn't enough to stop him from going to meet the succubus. Sir Ro said many people used to die because their souls were sucked out by a succubus, but when Helmuth opened his borders, the demons immediately changed their attitude completely. Succubus also falls into that category. They still suck people's souls, but they don't kill anyone because the King of Nightmares strictly forbids it. But Eugene rejects that perception to justify his brother's behavior. Then Sir Ro asked Eugene to consider the position of the Ayada. Sir Ro explains that Ayada 4 years ago many expect him to achieve success, but his talent was unable to live up to those expectations. He's been through a lot of suffering, and even though the masters had tried to lead him further, they still had no results. Because of the family name, Ayada couldn't escape the expectations of those around him. The pressure he was under must have been steadily increasing. Sir Ro thought it would be fine to let him entertain himself occasionally and relieve himself. Sir Ro had warned Ayada against getting too addicted without it. Iod's mental breakdown would have been even faster than this. Eugene fell silent in his mind. This young man could understand Iod's feelings, because he already knows how it feels to live with the main family, the fickle first wife, Theanese, and the intrigued and the Anis Ilia, the gifted and ambitious Seal and Scion. Ayada always felt pressured to coexist with them. The reason why Ayada stay in the tower even though he was cursed, because it was better than going back to his family. Eugene understands that Ayada's life story is very sad, but he still goes too far because of his addiction to succubus. Eugene clenched his fists on the table in anger. The succubi were always smiling now, but they were still demons. They could never mingle with humans. Eugene needs to see firsthand what they did to the Ayada. Finally, the full moon night arrived. Eugene goes to Bolero Alley with Gargis. Even though they were already wearing robes that completely covered their bodies and faces, they still used appearance-changing magic. Gargis asks why they have to change their face. Eugene replies that if news about Lionhearts visiting an illegal alley openly spreads, their family's reputation will be tarnished. Eugene have kind of cell phone communication device carried by Eugene, wrecked the young man immediately. took it and listened to the figure on the other side speak. The one who called Eugene was the tour guide, who brought Eugene. This man in the hat was standing on one of the balconies watching for Ayada's arrival. He said he would immediately give the news to Eugene when Ayada came. Later Eugene asks how the man will be able to track down his brother, who will use the disguise later. The tour guide replied that Iota had never used disguise magic. He also always wears the same robe, so that he is easily recognized and he easy to find. Eugene is certainly annoying to hear this. He didn't expect that his older brother would be so stupid as to attract attention because of his big name. Eugene wants to teach him all out, so that his bad character will disappear. After the phone hangs up, Eugene will come in to watch the auction with Gargis. He'll deal with the Ayada later. Bolero Alley has many auction venues but all follow the same rules, firmly blind bidding apart from the companion following. Everyone placed in a separate room and all of them can't check who took part in the auction. The servant gave notice of the 3 buttons in the room, the middle button to join the auction, the right button to increase the bid and the left button when the customer needs help. After the guard left, Eugene and Gargis sat down on the big chair. That was in the room. Gargis thought Eugene liked participating in such auction. Eugene just wanted to pass the time. After all, he was curious about what items would come out the large window in front of them. Finally, show the servant who would lead the auction. Before the auction started, the maid announced that they were offering rare magic materials in terms of quality. It's from Helmuth. Then one by one unique items were issued, starting from proxy apples, mandragora roots and user on flowers. Eugene was getting bored because the items that were issued didn't catch his eyes. But suddenly Eugene's sharp eyes were stunned and he immediately pressed the button to enter the auction. No kidding, he immediately gave a price of 1 million cells. In his heart Eugene didn't expect to see that thing here. Forgotten moonlight sword. Destruction takes the form of a sword and a weapon that has never been written down in history. Fragments of the moonlight blade. After Eugene owned, it was immediately given to him by the masked man. As soon as the maid leaves, Gargis asks why Eugene bought such a worthless item, but Eugene ignored Gargis' question. He opened the box and took the object in his hand. He was sure it was a fragment of the moonlight blade. Where they found the fragment, it was also the place where they found the moonlight blade in the past. They found it in one of the deepest dungeons. Eugene wonders where it was after he came back from Helmouth. The moonlight blade is too dangerous. The moonlight sword reject anyone except Vermouth as its wielder. The sword always brought terrible destruction every time when it was swamp. Eugene wonders if sword it broke it down into smaller fragments because he didn't want anyone else to use them. Eugene staring at the small object in his hand, Eugene wished it would still hold some energy. But, sadly, the fragment seemed to have no power. Even the sinister sensation he felt 300 years ago was gone. All that remained was the silence. The fragment. Eugene kept it in his pocket. At that time there was a phone call from the tour guide man. He informs them that Ayada has come, so without wasting any more time Eugene immediately left the auction. After previously, he gave a black credit card to lend to Gargis. After exiting the auction venue, Eugene asked the figure on the other side, the phone, where he should go. The tour guide explained that if he went to the north side of the alley he would find a shop called Rafflesia, so that's where Ayada went. After walking few steps, Eugene saw a sign with a Rafflesia flower symbol on it. Before entering the place he was intercepted by 2 quite large demons. This is the first time Eugene seen them after reincarnation. If this had been Eugene's previous life, he would have instantly killed those 2 demons. Eugene told the 2 guards he just wanted to have a look. The guard informs us that the entry ticket costs 2 million cells. He will be charged an additional fee depending on the duration. Eugene immediately handed over the money. They asked for entered the place. Inside that place were many humans laughing happily accompanied by the succubus. Eugene sits on one of the chairs and wonders, where is Ayada? Without wasting much time, this young man immediately asked the succubus who was serving him where to start. The succubus, who was wearing sexy clothes, immediately looked happy to hear Eugene's question. He also began to seduce and touch the body of the young man in front of him. The succubus announced that Dream's room was downstairs. Before going there, he advised Eugene to drink first to help him express his hidden desires, but Eugene refuses to drink, and he wants to go downstairs right now. Succubus was instantly delighted and would take him downstairs to select a room. There seemed to be lots of rooms downstairs, but it was a dim place without enough lighting. While walking down the hall, Eugene says the place is creepy and it's the first time he's done this. The sexy succubus in front of him tried to beg him to calm down and said it would only take a little bit of his life essence. After seeing the layout of the course, Eugene immediately handed over the money and said he would just sleep at home. The succubus looked surprised, but she accepted the money anyway. Then Eugene asks, "Where is the way out?" The succubus let him pass the person who was about to take him out to a nearby restaurant. Eugene had moved on to a brighter restaurant, but he was still greeted by a demon, who asked if his dream was beautiful. Eugene ignored the waiter's question and instead asked for the best food with extra meat. He immediately ate heartily at his table, until finally he saw Ayada being helped out by two main gate guardian demons. He immediately followed his brother. He was led out of the restaurant and walked down a dark alley. When he was about to follow Ayada into a room, he was stopped by three thugs. They said this wasn't a place to do business, so they sent Eugene away. Instead of leaving, Eugene just asked, "What place is this?" Immediately he was strangled by one of the thugs, who yelled at him and forbade him to ask many questions. Not wanting to be outdone, Eugene immediately gripped the arm as big as the thug and punched him in the face. After one fell with a single blow, the other two immediately became inflamed. They cursed at Eugene while drawing their weapons. The two skinny thugs tried to attack Eugene from the left and right, but their attacks can be easily dodged by Eugene. Then with a very fast movement, Eugene beat them until they were unconscious. Eugene immediately pressed the head of one of the thugs with his foot. Then he asked what place it was. Because the three of them were no longer able to answer, Eugene finally decided to go in and check directly. Eugene immediately destroyed the wooden entrance as soon as the door opened. He realized the air in the room had been mixed with the forbidden drunk. He became even more irritated at his older brother. Realizing this, according to him, this is too much to just be called looking for change of atmosphere inside the room. Human, demons and beasts men who immediately panicked upon seeing Eugene's arrival. Meanwhile, Eugene himself was surprised to see three different types of creatures, able to interact and get along in one place. He didn't expect world peace to have such a far-reaching impact, because furious when the creature is immediately attacked Eugene together, but Eugene easily beat them with his magic shots. When all three of his opponents have been defeated and seriously injured, Eugene immediately asks, where is his older brother Ayada Lionheart? But on second thought he didn't need to ask those three lowly creatures, because Eugene could find himself. This young man also drew his sword, and immediately pointed the weapon upwards. Instantly a huge whirlwind appeared and destroyed the walls and floor above it, but this Eugene can see up to the top floor. This young man saw that there was no one on the first floor, the second floor, so he immediately smashed through the third floor and soared upwards. There is only one room on that floor. He was sure that was where Ayada was now. Now Eugene saw the black energy that was so dark was about to attack him from behind the door, so he immediately pulled out the shard of the moonlight blade, which immediately absorbed the black energy. Well, after finishing, immediately took back the sword fragment and said in his heart that the sword was indeed extraordinary. Even though the sword's form was just a fragment, it still resisted any mana. Eugene immediately asked someone, who just came out from behind the door, what he used was black magic, right? Instantly the old figure that had just appeared panicked and couldn't answer. He was amazed to see who had survived his terrible spell. This young man before him was able to fend off that attack. On the other hand, Eugene called patriarch words that always forbade them to study black magic, so he was furious because his father's biological son, a true descendant of Vermouth, was even playing with black magic. Then in a cold tone of voice, Eugene told the black magician that he would beat up the old man. Now, his body was covered in white flames that formed a lion's mana, which was full of energy. It made the magician confused and didn't know what else to do. However, during the confusion, two demons who had brought out there reappeared. Eugene and the two demons got ready, then fought each other with Eugene, strength, and agility. The fight was unequal and was easily won by Eugene, and the demon's body was finally destroyed. The witch who saw this became confused and full of fear, which then asked if he was Eugene Lionheart. With a sharp and intimidating look, Eugene said that if he knew, then he'd better get out of his sight, but witch then tried to explain what happened, but Eugene still did not want to stop the steps and listen to him. Seeing that Eugene didn't want to take back his words, the witch then attacked Eugene with his black magic. However, Eugene can easily cut the magic, which makes the magician disbelieve and thinks that it is impossible with his sword. Eugene tried to approach the witch. As soon as Eugene's sword reached the front of the witch's neck, Eugene asked the witch to be quiet, not move an inch or else his head would be cut off. Once inside, Eugene saw Ida sleeping on the bed surrounded by candles and a place that looked like an offering. Eugene then saw a cup that was usually used for rituals. He looked into the cup. Haven't had time to look into it. The witch said that the cup contained the heart of a unicorn. Hearing that, Eugene remembered that unicorns were animals that had very high mana levels and holy power, something with their legendary status. Their value as a sacrifice is far greater than a human being. Then Eugene asked, did he intend to tie a contract with a demon king? The witch replied that it was impossible since someone as humble as him wouldn't dare to remember the contract. He was only trying to contract Baron all four of Vermouth. Eugene then returns to ask about who the person in question. The witch said she was an incubus under Duchess Morsevilla nor Isabella. Turns out to be the queen of succubus, that demon who has managed to survive for 300 years since Eugene's previous life. Vermouth was a territory ruled by the demon king of incarceration of an apocalypse. His level was indeed not on par with them, but his strength was sufficient for the position of Duchess. Eugene eventually finds out that Ida wants to contract with the regular incubus, subordinate to the Noir Duchess. Ida went so far as to prepare a unicorn heart as an offering, then redeem himself with drugs and alcohol. Eugene is really angry that his brother dared to do all this frightened things. She also confirmed Eugene's words. It was all Ida's wish. He had gave him money to buy the unicorn hearts. He felt that he could not refuse Ida's orders. Eugene naturally understood why witch couldn't refuse him. He knew only too well how happy the wizard was when Ida asked him if the first successor of the Lionheart family was willing to pay him to enter into a contract with his master, because if successful, the wizard will get abundant strength from the offer, and even that was Isabella would later decided to contract with him. Eugene knew that he was doing it all for his gain, so he asked the witch to shut up. If she still loved his life, the witch was still in the same state and still frightened. Meanwhile, Eugene approached Iode, who was half awake. Seeing this, Eugene slapped Iode hard and asked him to wake up. Iode, who felt pain, then woke up and realized that Eugene was there. Iode consciousness had returned. He held his cheek in pain. Meanwhile, Eugene called his brother with terrible eyes, full of anger. Iode asked why he is there. Eugene replied that if he followed him, then Eugene said that he was trying to understand Iode because he knew what I had been through so far. He understood that his life was very bleak to the extent that Iode wanted to play with succubus, but using black magic was too much. Eugene was angry and almost disappointed in his older brother. Eugene then held Iode head with both hands, then continued to say that the eldest heir of the Lionheart family and the future head of the family dared to enter into a contract with a demon and with an ordinary incubus. Iode said that he had no other choice. Hearing what Iode said, Eugene immediately hit his head against his head so hard. Eugene asked, "He gone mad? Doesn't he know what happens when Iode learns black magic by contracting a demon? They would completely control Iode's soul. If they ask Iode to kill himself, and he would have to do as they were told, and the matter didn't end there in the first place. If he became a dark mage, you'd be shaming the entire family. Not only that, but what if the demon he contracted told Iode to kill his parents and siblings, then ordered them to bring Lionheart treasure to them? Iode have to obey their orders because it could risk his life." After that, with a sharp and condescending look, Eugene said, "Could you do that? You just someone who can't take care of himself and prefers to get drunk and dreams." Ayada, who was then teary-eyed, said, "What you really knew about him?" Eugene just smiled and said, "If he had a story, just tell it." Ayada said that Eugene would never understand because he was at the center of everyone's attention for these 4 years. He was raised as a child of the main family and he received many benefits from the direct head of the family. Hearing that, Eugene immediately spoke up, "If other people hear Ayada's story, they might think that he was being discriminated against." Eugene said, "You have the same support as me, you also has the White Flame method and you gets the opportunity to become the Red Tower Master's apprentice, if he works as much as possible so that the talents he has can reach their high potential." Even Cyan and Seal were training at home, while Ayada was playing around with Arot. Then, Eugene asked, "What do you really think that he could become the next head of the family?" With tears in his eyes, Ayada replied that he did not want to be the next head of the Lionheart family. He would become a dark mage and then go to Helmet. There in the free land, he would be able to prove himself. But before he could finish all his words, Eugene hit Ayada's face with all his might. Ayada have bounced on the wall, him fell, and with a face of pain, he screamed loudly. Eugene tries to convince Ayada words that he wants to go to Helmet and get the praise of the demons, even though he is a direct descendant of the great Vermouth. You want to prove himself to the demons more than his own family? Did he think the demons would admire him? Then Eugene was sure that Ayada would understand that other than the fact that Ayada was the eldest heir of the Lionheart family, Ayada was completely worthless. Eugene couldn't understand why someone who is gifted with many things that others coveted could crumble so much. Eugene then felt that it was pointless to talk to Ayada anymore. Then after that, Eugene contacted Sir Ro to come to their current location. The soldiers came to the place and brought the to be punished. While Sir Ro looked confused, that Ayada made a frightened face and finally said that he didn't really want to do it and didn't want to become a black magician. However, Sir Ro said that Ayada had tried it and had sold the Lionheart family name. Ayada had insulted Sir Gilliard, who entrusted Ayada to Sir Ro. Ayada has also spat on all the wizards of Red Tower, who taught him, and he is also insulted, who has tried his best to take care of him. Ayada insisted that he had not meant to do so. However, Sir Ro didn't want to hear any more of those excuses. If he could do so, he'd better speak to Gilliard and Theanese as his parents. Ayada was confused and certainly afraid to hear the fact that he had to speak directly to his own father and mother. That night just before midnight, Sir Gilliard and Theanese arrived in Arot. At the request of Sir Ro and another person came. He was the Black Tower Master Balzac Ludbeth. He was a Black Tower Master for decades and was one of the 3 legendary dark magicians, who contracted with the Demon King of Incarceration. Theanese didn't like seeing Balzac sitting there. This woman bravely rebuked the Black Tower Master. Seeing that, Sir Ro interrupted and said that Balzac had nothing to do with the incident that happened there. Theanese immediately got angry and said that he was not the one who tried to introduce black magic to Ayada. But why even now Sir Ro has the audacity to say he had nothing to do with it? There has no way Theanese would believe it. Then Balzac opened his voice and said that the Black Magic Tower did not rule all the dark mages on Arot. The dark mage responsible for that unfortunate incident is known as Gevid. He didn't come from the Black Magic Tower but rather the Mage Guild. Sir Gilliard joined in. He said if the Magic Tower wasn't involved in the incident, then why was the Black Tower Master in the room? Now then Balzac replied that it was a form of responsibility for what happened. He added that several centuries ago, people who learned black magic were treated as criminals, but after the agreement between the Great Vermouth and the Demon Lord Incarceration, everyone was allowed to learn black magic. However, in today's times, it's different to introduce black magic, and starting a contract with the devil is no longer considered an evil deed. I want to respect the wishes of the Lionheart family, then Sir Gilliard said. It looked far-fetched as self-mockery, but he didn't have to do it, solely for the dignity of the Lionheart family. Balzac confirmed Gilliard's words, because he didn't want to become an enemy of the Lionheart family. As a result of this incident, he came here to take responsibility. Without narcotics, crimes will be tried, are outlaws, and everyone involved will be in Arota's prison. Even all succubus will also be punished. Theanese asked what responsibility about. Belzac replies that he will cut the head off Baron Olfer, an incubus who made a contract with Gevids and who attempted to form a contract with Iota. Then Balzac took out a black flame from his hand, a sign that the Demon King incarceration wanted to say something. Eugene, who heard that, was surprised, but he tried his best to control himself. Balzac said that the Demon Lord was very disappointed, that his beloved Vermouth family fell victim to this incident. So he decided to behead Olfers. Hearing that, Eugene and Patriarch silently angry, hearing that the Demon King said that he loved the Vermouth family. Apologized again to Patriarch. He then said, maybe the answer was not as expected, because he and the Demon Lord had done their best to satisfy the Lionheart family's expectations. After saying that, Balzac looked upon Eugene and took his leave and left. So now only Eugene and the Lionheart family are left. Then Sir Ro asked Eugene to leave, the three of them in the room. Eugene understood and left the room. After Eugene left, Sir Gilliard said that the Lionheart family had done a terrible mistake to Sir Ro because it was his neglect as a father. Sir Ro said that it seemed his fault too, for being too hard on Iota. Then suddenly Sir Gilliard said that if he bring back Iota home. That statement made Theanese surprised. She didn't feel the need to be sent home either. After all, Iota wasn't that mired in black magic, yet only tried a little. Theanese believes Iota will not make the same mistake of second time. Iota will see this incident as a lesson and try harder. Sir Gilliard didn't care what Theanese said because according to his, in the past 3 centuries, no Lionheart family had become a dark mage, and his decision was unanimous. Even though Iota was his son, but what he had done had completely tarnished the name of the Lionheart. He could no longer let him stay in Arod. Hearing what her husband said clearly, made Theanese angry and did not accept it. She shouted and said that at this time, the main family's position had been eroded. While Iota was in Arod, Cyan and Seal were living in the main family's residence acknowledged by the other main family members. There was nowhere for Iota to return home. However, Iota had to stay in Arod. Theanese said that Patriarch didn't care about Iota and all he cared about was Anisila children and his adopted son. Sir Gilliard said he gave all the children they wanted without discriminating against the single child. He sent Iota to Arod because he wanted to study magic. Theanese did not accept Gilliard's words. If Gilliard really cared about Iota, should fulfill all his needs in order to make him a student of Sir Ro, and if he was worried that Iota would get lost, he should have sent someone to watch over and look after him. Then Gilliard told Theanese to stop what she said and also stop embarrassing the Lionheart family. Theanese instead said that she would be embarrassed if Iota returned home, and if Sir Gilliard persisted in bringing Iota back, Theanese would take him to his parents' home, and never would allow Iota to live in the main family's mansion. She prefers to let Iota study magic at his parents' house, without pressure. Sir Gilliard couldn't help it, if that was the will of Theanese. Meanwhile, when Eugene was outside, someone called him and asked him to talk for a while, which turned out to Balzac. Balzac intended to invite Eugene for a short discussion, but Eugene don't want. Hearing Eugene's words, Balzac assumed that it seemed like Eugene didn't like him. Eugene confirmed that, but not only himself, but all black magic wizards. Balzac understood that even though 300 years had passed, the sentiment towards dark magicians was still not good to him. I know it sounds strange, but he has never done anything bad. Eugene may hate black magic, but Eugene hopes he won't hate Balzac. There was no answer. Eugene was silent hearing about Balzac's words. Then Balzac continued and said that he had heard about Eugene, according to whom his performance during the bloodline continuation ritual had become widespread, and he had shown a talent for magic recently. Eugene even got a recommendation to an Acrayan from the Red Master. Then Balzac said the Red Tower Master alone will not be enough to give access to Acrayan. Other Tower Master and other wizards will refuse it on the grounds that Eugene is not worthy. So Balzac, the Black Tower Master, will also write a letter of recommendation later for Eugene for Acrayan. Eugene didn't understand about it and asked why he went to great lengths for himself. Balzac said that he was interested in Eugene. But his relationship with the Red Tower Master was also not conducive. He had no hatred towards Sirot, so Balzac write a letter of recommendation for Eugene, at least so, Eugene don't hate him anymore, and he would also strengthen the relationship with the Lionheart family. Eugene said, "It doesn't mean he is friendly," after he said goodbye to leave there. Eugene have time to think whether about Balzac really wasn't involved in the incident with his brother. As he walked, Balzac was still speaking. He had very proud of be a dark magician because the existence of weak black mage had become the disgrace of black magic. Even if he was the eldest heir of the Lionheart family, he would never give someone without talent a chance to become a dark mage, and this statement would answer the entire question. Eugene cursed about it. Alone in his room, Eugene reminisces about the unicorn's heart, which Gillard had previously given to him as he had stopped Ida, so Eugene deserves to be rewarded. Eugene approached the unicorn heart that was in the cup, thinking that it had many uses, but directly extracting mana was the easiest method. He knew the quality wasn't bad for a monstrous heart. It was clean enough from interference with his own hands. Eugene extracted the mana and the unicorn's heart, thinking that, at this rate, he could achieve 4 stars in the white flame method. Before turning 20 years old, the Lionheart family would definitely be shocked to hear that. Lionheart's 300-year history, there had never been anyone who earned 4 stars before the age of 20. The head of the family both have 6 stars. 6 stars alone is enough to make him one of the strongest people on the continent. If he really wanted to master it, then he would have to start combining the methods. He might try his hardest to become 5 stars. Eugene will put everything into the white flame method Vermouth created. Gargis and Eugene met at a Pentagon public bank to buy something. After that, Gargis invited Eugene to his place to stay. According to him, people said they would send the goods. After he handed over the money, it was a rare opportunity to see giant testicles in person. Eugene grumbled at what Gargis said. He told him to come along, just to see a giant testicle. Gargis that really gone mad. However, even so, Eugene still followed Gargis. Gargis thought that if you interest he would share it later with Eugene. Of course Eugene refused, since he wasn't interested in the testicles, but he was interested in seeing Gargis has red flame method. He needed to see how it differed from the white flame method. That he walked out of the Pentagon bank among the crowd. Eugene seemed to see something. He immediately ran in that direction and into the crowd. Eugene couldn't believe what he saw. Something unnaturally purple. That color was the result of an extreme amount of mana mixed into the body. As he made his way through the crowd and outside, he saw someone he had known from 300 years ago. Seeing otherwise, Eugene was silently confused and did not know what to say. Xenia's appearance was still the same as 300 years ago, but Eugene's appearance was so different. She would have no way of recognizing him. If Eugene had said that he was actually Hamel and reincarnated as a descendant of Vermouth, shortly Xenia would have scolded him. Eugene believed that even after 300 years, he and his demeanor and style of speech are still the same. Then Eugene called Xenia and tried to hold her hand, but it was transparent. Eugene thought that it was a ghost, but he then realized that it was probably an illusion created by magic. However, after thinking that Xenia's body stopped, turned her body and smiled at Eugene, Eugene thought that it wasn't just an illusion. He was quite happy, but soon Xenia's body disappeared, like flying dust. That did make Eugene upset, but instead he smiled and said, he finally met Xenia's, top of the 2nd floor of the Pentagon public bank. Eugene thought about Xenia, who is still alive, and she came looking for Eugene. But the question was, how Xenia recognize? Eugene thought it's like Tempest Way, or maybe because of the necklace that Eugene had. Xenia knew about Eugene reincarnation, but the fact that Xenia had only sent an illusion meant that she was currently unable to come in person, and that meant Xenia had been sealed. Eugene thought, what was Xenia doing? Did someone seal it? Was the culprit Demon King of incarceration? However, it was certain that right now, Xenia was immobilized, but it didn't matter that Eugene would be looking for her at this moment. He was sure he would find it. After that Gargis came and asked why he suddenly ran. Eugene doesn't want to answer. Instead, he invites Gargis to go to his inn, to see the red flame method. Gargis asked again, Eugene already have the white flame method, why was he interested in the red flame method? Eugene only replied that he was only interested. Then Gargis has ruined his clothes, with his muscular body, saying that, if he did that he would be more excited. After that red flames came out from Gargis' body. Eugene asked whether the red flame method also had many stars. Gargis replied, that originally the red flame method was not split into many stars, but his ancestors succeeded in increasing the number of stars of the red flame method to 5 stars. As far as he knows, all the red flame methods learned by the reserve family, only a handful of people can touch 5 stars, and Gargis himself practiced and was able to achieve 2 stars. Eugene thought about that. One of the biggest reserve families after several hundred years, the limit of the red flame method were only 5 stars. They teach the white flame method in the main family, while the red flame method is taught in the reserved family. Through teaching like that, the distance between them will not be closed. Eugene didn't get it. Vermouth wasn't the type to be strict about it. Originally planned to learn the red flame method, but afterward he felt it would be pointless. After thinking about that, Eugene said goodbye to leaving there. Gargis said that the giant testicles would arrive soon, but Eugene didn't want to see that. Eugene arrives at the Red Tower, Eugene's private underground lab. Eugene remembers that Acrayan kept the last magic book written by Sienya Witchcraft, sure that there must be clues about Sienya there. Sero and the Black Tower Master agreed to write down a recommendation, so it was more likely that he would later be granted access to Acrayan. Sienya had been waiting for 300 years, Eugene hoped Sienya would wait a little longer. Eugene took out the Moonlight Blade piece to absorb mana. In the moment it touched the blade, the small fragment would not be able to absorb high-level magic. However, it was still able to counteract low-level magic. Then Eugene rise again. If he could keep his mana from being sucked out by the fragment, that his mana strength would surpass normal limits to be compatible with his white flame method. Hera looked surprised when a student reported hearing continuous explosions and continuous vibrations from research room. Finally, Hera decided to go down and check directly downstairs, because she also had to convey something from the library. When she reached the front door, she knocked politely on the front door, but suddenly she heard a roar until there was a vibration. She instantly burst through the door and asked if Eugene was okay, but his face was immediately red, treated to the sight of a man's muscular chest. Panicked, Hera asked what Eugene had done to sweat like now. Eugene answered that he was training his mana as well as practicing magic. Hera was surprised to hear that answer, because there was no trace of a magic circle. Instead, she saw an object that was still floating properly, even though the walls and floors in the room were shattered. Eugene gives an example of how he trains. Extending his hand, Eugene exerted a fireball attack on the fragment. It turned out that it was able to parry its attacks and throw them in all directions. So that's where the loud bangs and vibrations come from. Hera was even amazed to see how good Eugene was at using magic, and the stars seemed to be circles. Hera could see the mana power of this young man was very strong. She didn't even expect that the combined magic missile and fireball could be so powerful. So Hera asked if Eugene was practicing warfare magic. Eugene answered, he was more focused on the mana training itself, and he is happy because he has made progress. Inside his mind, Eugene was really happy because his magic was absorbed in the first place, but now, he could force the scattered mana to stick together to form an explosion. Hera praised Eugene's extraordinary ascending ability. She also expressed her concern because she heard an explosion from Eugene's room. Eugene asked if she came all the way just to ask that. She came because wanted to tell Eugene that Sero wanted to see him. Hearing this, Eugene immediately picked up the clothes on the floor, asking if Sero is upstairs. She replied, he was in the Royal Library of Acrayan. Instantly Eugene's face stiffened at that. The capital of Arod is the Pentagon. The city was formed, thanks to the 5 magic towers. That is where the castle of Arod, Abram, is built in the middle of the Great Lake. Abram cannot be reached without taking a boat, neither the Pentagon's flying carriage, nor any form of magic could help cross the lake. This is due to the demon sealing circle that surrounds the entire lake along with Abram. This was a gift Senya gave to the royal family as a token of friendship. The circle is still very strong even though hundreds of years have passed. Eugene commented that Senya's ability on this one is crazy. He had started to understand magic when he was in Arod, but he still couldn't imagine that someone could surround the Great Lake and Abram with a demon sealing circle. Hera asked if Eugene wanted to visit Abram. Eugene replied that he saw the place because it felt so grand. Eugene realized that this place was not a place that one could go casually just because he wanted to visit it. Hera confirmed that because only Tower Master and the castle's nobles can enter Abram, she said no Tower Master can't use the magic in Abram, only royal family and castle mages who sworn to them can use magic. Eugene asks, does that mean the Tower Masters haven't sworn allegiance to the royal family? Hera said yes, but the Tower Master still often disobeys unreasonable orders. Hera explained that the Magic Tower and Arod have a mutual agreement, a parliament that has strong ties to the Magic Tower. Meanwhile, castles have their own group of mages. So usually the Tower Master are meant for the parliament. Hera added that it wasn't like mages hated each other. At this time, the two of them were standing in front of the magnifying deficit gate of the Library of Akrayan. Hera explained that there were 3 people who rejected the recommendation to enter Akrayan, namely the Blue Tower Master, the Green Tower Master and the Mage Tower Master. If later Eugene gets acknowledgement from the 3 of them, then you will be able to enter Akrayan. After saying Hera took her leave, wish a good luck, Eugene now. Eugene was giving his greetings in front of all the higher-ups of Arod. Inside the room, the captain of the castle's mages, then the master of Red Tower, the master of Green Tower, the master of Blue Tower, the master of White Tower, the master of Black Tower and the master mage guild. Finally, someone asked Eugene to raise his head. The bespectacled man sat in the very center of the row. He said he heard many stories about Eugene and wanted to meet him soon. Apparently, this figure is Hanan Abram Aroda's first successor in line. Eugene had already heard about him. He is the genius who reached the 5th circle before touching adulthood. Meanwhile, the Blue Tower Master says he has also heard about Eugene, but he was astonished because the Red Tower Master and Black Magic Tower kept pressing to give him access faster. Blue Tower knows Eugene, who is talented, but swordsmanship and magic are 2 different things. The Blue Master Tower's face grew irritated at the thought of a 17-year-old young man getting a recommendation to enter Akrayan. Master Blue Tower suspects that there is something between them. He knew that the Red Tower Master was an old associate of the head of the Lionheart family while the Black Tower Master approached the Lionheart family for sure to cover up the recent case. Eugene said he understood, so he asked what to do to prove himself, to gain access to Akrayan. Sir Ro explains that Eugene needs to demonstrate his magic in front of the higher-ups and the nobles, who will judge his abilities. The Blue Tower Master added that Eugene should also present his dissertation and other research, but he suspected that Eugene would not have such a thing. Without many words to argue, Eugene showed sharp eyes before starting to show his skills. The core and Eugene's chest started rotating and forming a circle with that. The mana around Eugene's body flared up like a white lion's mana. The elders began to be amazed to see this. They didn't expect the young man who had only trained for 4 years, to be able to combine several cores to make a circle, but there are also those who think that it is not enough because there was a clear difference between controlling mana and comprehending magic. The flames that blazed in Eugene's hand transformed into the shape of a fire arrow tip, then changed again into the shape of a sword blade. At this moment the masters were even more surprised to see Eugene's ability to skillfully change magic spells. Moreover, Eugene didn't need to chant it out, because this meant that Eugene had to understand the magic. He was using perfectly in order to do that. One of the masters asked if Eugene could use his magic and sword at the same time. Without saying much, this young man drew his sword and directly channeled mana into the blade. The masters were even more shocked to see the youth in front of them still able to maintain their circle and its function is still the same as the core in general. Finally Sir Ro asked, what the other master thought of Eugene's amazing abilities. Master Green Tower said they should discuss it first. So Eugene was asked to leave. Sir Ro after Eugene came out the master of the Blue Tower asked Sir Ro, if you really didn't help him anyway. Sir Ro said he told them many times that Eugene was not being guided by anyone. He only read beginner magic books on the Red Tower, then study magic independently. Hearing this the Blue Tower master thought whether it was true that just reading books for beginners could make him understand magic at such level. Only noble in the room finally spoke up and said he is a Lionheart, the noble of the Keel Empire and a descendant of Vermouth the Great, whose blood is well known throughout the continent. Prince Han says that Eugene is a genius. The White Tower Master said that the magic Eugene used just now was Circle 1 magic but its power far exceeded that limit. This master believed that everyone in the room could feel Eugene's immense power. The Master White Tower said, the purity of the mana, the precision in usage and what was most surprising was the unity in the mana. This master said they should check Eugene's strength but she was sure that even 4 levels of circled, the dispelling would not be enough to stop the boy's magic, but one of masters said that Eugene was too young to be recognized as a genius. This master said, Eugene should be mentored for a few more years by Master Tower before he was ready to enter Acreon. The Blue Tower Master even said that Eugene could be an investment, considering he is a talented 17-year-old young man from the Lionheart family, because he was still young and his abilities were still insufficient but his potential was limitless. Plus, they already have a good relationship with the Lionheart family support, as an individual, as well as investing in him is quite good. Meanwhile, Master Green Tower says that no matter how good his talent is, Eugene is still an adopted child, which meant he couldn't be the head of the family. Master Black Tower added that one of the twins, namely Cyan Lionheart, would likely become the head of the family. Technically, Lionheart is the rightful heir, but considering the recent embarrassing incident plus his inferiority complex, he wouldn't be joining the fight for the family head position. Even if Eugene couldn't become the head of the family, his position in the main family should not be underestimated. Master Blue Tower confirmed it, so later when Eugene Lionheart had to leave his main family because he married and had children of his own, then he had to leave the main residence as a form of custom for the Lionheart family, and at that point, they would have to invite him over to Arod. That happened because Eugene's abilities will definitely grow rapidly. If Eugene didn't forget the help, the master has provided that he would become a valuable ally in the future. Master Black Tower added that Eugene also displayed extraordinary abilities during the bloodline continuation ritual 4 years ago. Even the Lionheart family had recognized the potential in him. The Master of the Black Tower hopes that with help from Arod, it is possible that Eugene will become the second incarnation of Vermouth the Great. Mr. Green Tower laughed at the Black Tower's word. He thought Master Black Tower's words were too much praise for Eugene. Master Green Tower asked if it was really the personal opinion of a certain Belzac Lundberg, because he suspected the Demon King of Incarceration influence in his every word. Instantly Belzac, the Master of the Black Tower, laughed. At those words he replied that the Demon King was currently preoccupied with Helmet. After all, when he spoke on behalf of the Demon King of Incarceration, his attitude would be different, his proximity will be much rounder and he will usually use his strength. Instantly the entire room turned gloomy as the Black Tower Master finished speaking. Everyone gave off a murderous aura as if weary of this young master's attitude. So about sake, immediately apologized for sounding a bit aggressive. What it conveys is that he was very loyal and following the wishes of the Demon King. The White Tower Master, who was the only woman in the place, finally stood up and asked everyone not to forget today's main topic. She said, since it didn't look like everyone was going to come to an agreement anytime soon, she suggested voting instead. Said, the prince thinks it's a good idea. So he'll be the first to agree to grant Eugene Lionheart access to Acreon. The Royal Library of Acreon doesn't only store high-value magic books, but that place also holds the legacy of the great sorcerer's wizard divided into several floors, plus our odds history is engraved on its walls instead of a library. This place is more suitable to be called a museum. There are 15 floors in Acrayan. Sienna's legacy is on floors 12 to 14, while reading the history on the wall, a woman calls out to Eugene, it was the White Tower Master Melkith El Hayat, the best elemental wizard of this era, the only elemental wizard to successfully contract with 2 elemental kings. She was a mage, who could assume the title of Grand Mage with just her normal magic without relying on elemental magic. Eugene asked Melkith politely, if the discussion was over, she replied, that it would take too long to wait for everyone to agree. So he suggested voting. She said that, 5 people agreed to grant access to Eugene, the remaining 2 people refused. Then, there is 1 neutral person. So because more people agree, Eugene asked if he could pay a visit to Acrayan now. Melkith said yes, but he asks, you need to guess who is on which side. Eugene answered no, because the most important thing for him is those who agree more, so that Eugene can enter Acrayan. Even so, Melkith still said that he was the one who was being neutral. Earlier Melkith deliberately did not side with any side so that Eugene would not be dragged into another high-ranking coachman's debate. As the tower masters exited the room, they all looked irritated at one another. They had already decided through voting, but they would continue to debate it. Disapproved of Eugene entering Agrim again, Eugene replied that he didn't care, but Melkith still said that the ones who didn't agree with Eugene entering were the Green Tower Master and the Mage Guild Master. Eugene again emphasizes that he does not want to know that. Melkith immediately called boring as a 17-year-old teenager because of his cold attitude. Melkith asked if this young man didn't feel irritated or angry at people who didn't support him. Eugene coldly said no, then he said goodbye and got ready to leave. Melkith immediately prevented Eugene from leaving, while pointing at the sword, his waist with a cold face. Eugene confirmed this. Then he asked why Melkith was interested in his sword. Melkith replied that she had tried to contract the Wind Elemental King several times, but had received no response. She had even tried everything by asking the Lighting and Earth Elemental Kings, but they replied that the Wind Elemental King was in no mood to contract with anyone. She had even sent a letter to the Lionheart family, but everyone there insisted that outsiders were not allowed to borrow their family property. Finally, Eugene also said that he couldn't lend Wined, if moreover, technically the sword was not his, he only borrowed it with the permission of the family head. Melkith immediately turned scared hearing this. She forces Eugene, saying that no one else needs to know because she just wanted to borrow it for a while. She said she only wanted to borrow it for 1 day, if necessary Eugene can keep an eye on her. Eugene fell silent, he rubbed it nicely as a thinking gesture. Eugene remember Tempest never responding to his calls again. Since that day during these 4 years, he always failed to summon Tempest. Eugene fell silent, thought the meaning might still be lacking to summon Tempest, but if the one who summoned it was the master of the White Tower, who was the only elemental wizard, the contract binder, with 2 element kings, just might succeed. But Eugene decided not to accept his offer right away. If he was patient, it was possible that Eugene would gain an even greater advantage over Melkith. So, Eugene acts needy and pretends not to hear her. Where to get the access card? Melkith is happy to help. Now, in Eugene's hand, there is an access card to enter Acrayon. Melkith asks if Eugene know the familiar spirit here. There is the legacy of the great wizards, the founder of Arot and Sienna the Wise. Their familiar spirit are here too. Eugene fell silent, but Melkith knew Eugene had always been interested in Sienna. Melkith knew that Eugene had been looking for Sienna's floor earlier. Even this woman knew Eugene visited Sienna's mansion on his first day coming to Arot. Eugene only responds by saying that Melkith knows many things about him, but Melkith replied that it was because Eugene was very popular. She continued to follow Eugene, while asking when will Wined be loaned. Arriving at the elevator, Melkith even taught Eugene how to use his access card. When he saw Eugene enter the card, she asked if the young man wanted to enter the 12th floor. Eugene said yes, so immediately this woman says that Eugene is a fan of Sienna. As Eugene got into the elevator, Melkith finally stopped following because there wasn't that much time to keep following this young man. With a sly face, Melkith asked Eugene to prepare diaper to see the fragment for the first time, because Eugene will probably pee his pants. Hearing Melkith chatter, that was getting weirder. This young man was immediately stunned and pushed the elevator button roughly. After waiting for a while, the door finally opened. When he arrived at the 12th floor, Eugene was greeted by a girl who looked very much like Sienna. The girl gave him a welcoming greeting and said his full name. Eugene was shocked and suspected that the girl was a small version of Sienna. Eugene asks, "She is the real Sienna?" With a wide smile, the little girl answered that nope, she wasn't Sienna but the familiar spirit who was in charge of guarding Sienna's floor in Acrayon. Eugene was shocked to see that this library even had a familiar that looked so much like Sienna's. Then Eugene asked, "How did the familiar know his name?" The girl replied that she knew that because Eugene had just registered his name downstairs. That way automatically all the familiars in Acrayon have synchronized with the system and know about Eugene's name. Eugene then asked what name he should call this familiar. The little girl replied excitedly that she used to be called Mel by Sienna. Eugene asks if the name Mel is taken from Sienna's last name Merdane. Mel confirmed it while smiling proudly. Eugene wondered why Sienna had made a familiar that matched her exactly. Even this familiar name carried the surname Sienna's. Eugene wondered what Sienna is planning by doing this. Eugene finally asks if familiars are usually similar to humans like Mel. Mel answered no, familiars on the celestial floor weren't the same as they would be. She is special because her creator is Sienna the Wise, a friend of Vermouth the Great. So she was also created based on Sienna's personality. Eugene remembered that Sero had told him that it was forbidden to create living things. Mel explained that he was not alive and did not have a soul like living things in general. Her body was created based on Sienna's consciousness, and her consciousness was in a large orb above Mana surrounded by a circle of intricate magic chains. Eugene was stunned to see it. He asks, "What is it?" Mel immediately perked up and said it was a great question. So excited was this girl that his hat fell off. She quickly picked it up before explaining, it was a magic essence. She had worked on her whole life and the name is witchcraft. Eugene was even more surprised to hear that because, by the way, that was the name of a magic book, divided into 3 volumes, high, intermediate and low, which Sienna ended up completing before she retired. Eugene says that it doesn't look like a book. Mel explained that it was just a prejudice that all books had to look like books. Then Mel smiled slightly and said that Eugene would not be able to understand this expression because even the Tower Master could not even understand it. Eugene was finally silenced by the words of the girl in front of him, especially when he saw the expression of a confident, condescending smile that was very similar to Sienna's. Eugene was secretly amazed at Mel's ability to imitate Sienna so perfectly. Eugene tries to ask if Madame Sienna had the same personality as Mel until the end. Mel answered, no, because Mel's personality is set according to Sienna's. When she was Mel also shared that Sienna had turned into an elegant and graceful figure. She didn't smile much, and only focused on magic research and development. Eugene hesitant to hear this explanation, considering Sienna's expression used to be so buried and tomboyish. Then Eugene asked what she meant when Sienna said her consciousness was in witchcraft. What Mel meant was that his consciousness was formed from the spell contained in the witchcraft and the purpose of its creation is to care for and protect against witchcraft. Mel explained that he had guarded the floor for 200 years, under Madame Sienna's orders. Eugene stepped steadily toward the large mana ball. He remembered Sero words when he said the knowledge he had learned over the years looked so small that it like a child's toy in front of witchcraft. Eugene believes this book must contain extraordinary magic that exceeds magic in general. Eugene suddenly turned to Mel and asked that the girl must not know where is Sienna. Where's she gone? Mel confirmed it because Sienna left suddenly and secretly. Not even her students, the mansion maids, and Mel herself knew anything about Sienna's resignation. Still, King Arod, the Tower Masters at that time and many other magicians came to interrogate Mel about Sienna's whereabouts. even though the girl had said she didn't know anything. They still didn't want to believe me. Well, the curse people entered the witchcraft to check their memories. Mel scoffs at their low ability as they come back decades later to double check. Eugene knew they were checking Mel's memories for more than just Sienna's location, but it also makes the girl the right experimental material. All mages would want to dissect her, no matter how respectful they were to Sienna. Eugene then says that he heard the only published witchcraft is the highest section. So this young man asked how about the other two sections. Mal explained that the witchcraft in front of him was the real thing Sienna had deliberately drawn, the low and intermediate sections of her book. Then Sienna donated the original book to Acrayon. Mel saw that Eugene was very interested in Sienna. Given his family background, this young man wasn't a magician by nature. Mel looked very curious, because this was the first time she saw the descendants of Vermouth the Great. From what Mel could tell, Sienna had not visited the Lionheart family since returning to Arot. She had never visited Vermouth through self either. Eugene fell silent at that. He remembered that in the Lionheart history books, Vermouth had also never seen his friends. After they returned from Helmet, the reason Sienna, Anis and Moran reunited was to attend Vermouth's funeral. Although Vermouth is not a very social person, the fact that he did not meet anyone after returning from Helmet. Eugene that asked Mel, Sienna ever talks about her friends? Mel replied that Sienna said Moran was an idiot, then said Anis was like a venomous snake. Eugene that asked what about Hamel? Mel answered an idiot, a wimp, a retard, fucking bastard. Eugene immediately asked with a stiff face, isn't Madame Sienna elegant and graceful? Mal explains that elegant and graceful people can still swear. They'll also said that whenever Sienna talked about her friends, her expression always turned sad and wanted to cry, especially when talking about Hamel. Sienna looked so sad and hurt. Eugene asked slowly about what Sienna said about Mr. Vermouth. Mel replied that in the matter of Mr. Vermouth, Sienna had neither praised, berated nor judged him. Currently Eugene was standing in front of the painting in the library. This young I thought that the painting was an exact match to the one in Sienna's mansion. Suddenly Mel, who is standing behind him, said that the smile and the painting was fake. She also added that Sienna had never smiled like that. When Mel interacts with Sienna during her personality update, Mel asks Sienna why she left the painting smiling even though Sienna always looks sad. Sienna answered back then if the painting were to be passed down through the generations, that a smile would be much more pleasing to the eye than a sad face. Mel said that she had never left Acrayon, so she hadn't had the chance to see the painting in person yet, but she had heard that Sienna's mansion had the same painting. Now, also said that it was the painter who added to the smile. That was probably why Sienna liked the painting less, but as Sienna said, a smiling face was much more pleasing to the eye. Mel even said this with a very sad face. He think he don't know what the girl has seen while she was with Sienna. Eugene was speechless and also felt sad, but when he wanted to touch Mel's head, he has immediately pushed aside, and the girl forbade him not to cross his line. Mel said, don't cross the line, she looks small but she have been alive for 200 years, don't treat like kid. Except witchcraft, there are magic equipment that Sienna use, the magic staff that Sienna use. Eugene surprise and say, Acacia, name of the staff he recognize. Acacia is the world most powerful magic staff, made from root of the 1,000-year-old tree, a fairy tree that only grow in the Great Samar Forest, the homeland of elves. The elves believe the three hold their ancestors' spirits and holding up the world. Basically Mel trying to say elves cut one of the tree roots to make magic staff as a gift for Madame Sienna. Eugene knows that Sienna wasn't an elf or a half-elf, but Sienna had always had a good relationship with them. Sienna doesn't know who her parents were. When she was just born, she was abandoned in the Great Samar Forest, the vast forest in the southern corner of their continent. Luckily, an elf nearby heard Sienna's cries and brought her home. Sienna was then taken to the elves' territory. The elves in the forest at first were not happy with Sienna's presence, but after seeing her extraordinary talent in using magic they accepted her, and started teaching elves magic. Mel explains that, there hasn't been one made from the roots of the world tree, plus the red jewel at the end of the staff a dragon heart. Mel proudly announced that, there were only 2 magic staff that use the heart of a dragon. The first was Sienna Acacia and the other was Bloody Mary. Eugene's face immediately turned gloomy. At the mention of the second name, one of the 3 black magicians, contracted with the Demon King of Incarceration. The staff's current owner is Count Edmund Coderith of Helmet. 300 years ago, the Bloody Mary's owner was a lich named Belial. He was the subordinate of the Demon King of Incarceration, he the demon, who killed him. Eugene thinking, 300 years ago, the demons are all strong enough to be compared to others' demon, among them 3 most powerful demons, they are called the Dagger, Shield, and Staff of Incarceration. When Hamel defeated the Shield of Incarceration, he received a serious injury, but when he fight the Staff of Incarceration, he got a big hole in his chest. Eugene asks if he can hold the staff. Mel allowed it, but Eugene wouldn't be able to use the wand because staff only acknowledged Sienna as her master. Many mages tried to control staff after Sienna's disappearance, but staff rejected everyone. Eugene became increasingly curious about it. He slowly hold Acacia and pouring his mana as a form of introduction and synchronization, but staff still refuses. Eugene thought he saw Sienna's illusion that day, so he wished he could use Acacia. Finally Eugene let go of the stick after not responding for a while. Mel asks if Eugene likes Sienna. This young man said no, but Mel said no, uncertain that this young man's eyes always lit up whenever he talked about Sienna. Mel even saw that Eugene was very enthusiastic when he saw Sienna's relics. Eugene gives an excuse by saying that he only likes old stories, like that. Mel was pleased to hear that answer. She suggested that Eugene would like one of the books in the library too. This little girl immediately stepped excitedly into one of the bookshelves. She took one book and handed it to Eugene. The book always makes Eugene annoyed and nauseous every time he sees it. A book about the travel stories of Vermouth and his companions. Sienna never told the true story, but the book is the first published and tells the story of their journey. This book is very popular. With a curt face Eugene said that it was a damn book. When Mel asks why, Eugene immediately replied with a dark face full of anger that he did not like the description of Hamel in the book, because Eugene deeply its admirers and wants to follow Hamel's footsteps, but in that book Hamel is described as very stupid. Seeing Eugene's anger, Mel quickly explained that the book was the first edition, so it would be very different from the revised version, reportedly. The book was printed in RO 300 years ago, but no one knows who the first author was. Suspecting that the first edition was different, Eugene borrowed the book from Mel. He opened one of the pages and found the part where he challenged Vermouth in their first meeting, but he couldn't even hit. He cried after his face sank into the ground. Of course, Eugene was very upset reading that part. He was sure that the book was written by Annis the Cunning One. Mel says, if Eugene likes Hamel, then he is just like Hamel. Now she invites Eugene to move to another place. They walk down the hall until they finally came to an illustration of people who look like the 4 of them. In the past Eugene froze. At the sight, Mel explains that this thing was created by Sienna and taken from her memories. It wasn't a painting or anything, but Sienna's view of her friends. Mel pointed out every person in every one of those people's names, until finally arrived at Hamel, the figure who did not leave any portraits during his lifetime, so Sienna's room was the only one with records of her. Eugene comments, he is handsome, without mentioning a specific name, so Mel thought that the so-called handsome figure was Vermouth, but when Eugene explained that he was talking about Hamel, Mel was shocked with a terrible face. She asks if Eugene has gone mad. Eugene awkwardly explains that his ancestor was handsome, but Hamel has the unique charm of a wild animal. Instantly Mel was speechless, hearing Eugene's words making the young man even more embarrassed to turn his face away. Finally they both ended up reading books on the table. Eugene asks if Sienna's all magic should be from the 12th to the 14th floor, so Eugene asks, what's on the top floor? Mel explained that On the 13th floor was Sienna's research. When she created Acryon, Mel had said that at Eugene's level, he wouldn't be able to understand the research. Meanwhile, the 14th floor contained magic books and research results for the rest of Sienna's life. Mel said that the books were still difficult for Eugene to understand, but this time there are notes that can help you interpret the books. Eugene suspects that the quality of the books is still below witchcraft. Mel confirmed it. She told Eugene to look directly at the witchcraft instead of explaining. Finally they came back to the magic circle or witchcraft magic book. Mel explained that witchcraft, the most efficient method of moving mana using circles, the addition of the power gained, when using that method, the inefficient simplification of spells, incantations without chanting and magic materials into the subconscious for Eugene to use directly, the use of circles as the main key. Most of them are already using circles, but the method that witchcraft described was more complicated than the usual method. This method had the highest explosive power with only a small amount of mana. Even though this has been explained at length, in the end Eugene doesn't understand one bit hearing this. Mel instead said, it was clear Eugene would not understand easily, because this is the description of witchcraft, which has been named the greatest magic book in history. Then Eugene asks, now, how he read the book. Mel asked Eugene to close his eyes and stretched out his hand. Then put Eugene's mana into witchcraft. After that, he will be able to read it. Eugene did Mel's orders hesitantly in his heart. This young man was enduring if he really should only enter his mana, or did he need to move his mana the same as during a fight. But when Eugene opened his eyes, this young man had entered a strange, dark dimension. Eugene realizes it feels like a dream, but with a different sensation. Unlike lucid dreaming, this young man couldn't control his body freely. He also didn't have any visual disturbances, like when the dream demon launched its attack. It felt like this young man was being sucked in by a sense of helplessness. Then he was hit by a sea of glistening mana. Then Eugene seemed to be sinking, but he was actually floating above a large circle. Within the large circle appeared several small circles. Eugene was completely shocked when he saw this, but suddenly, he regained consciousness and was knocked unconscious on the floor. As soon as he came to his senses, he immediately looked at Mel with a serious face and asked if he had done something embarrassing. Mel replied that suddenly fainting was a bit embarrassing. This little girl smiled and asked Eugene not to worry because many mages pee their pants after experiencing witchcraft, but Eugene only passed out for 2 hours. The Tower Master Milkith and the Master Blue Tower peed their pants when they felt the sensation of witchcraft. So now Eugene knows Milkith. She's warned him to wear change pants based on his own experience. Mel's turn to ask, what does Eugene feel about the witchcraft sensation? The man found it complicated and difficult. He still couldn't describe what he saw just now. Even though he could guess the outline, he couldn't turn it into knowledge and study it. The way circles work is interesting, because many small circles are formed in one big circle. He thought that there were only 9 circles. Mal explained that when Xenia created the circles, she only had 9 circles, but Xenia continued to deepen her magic, after that successfully breaking through the boundaries that she had imagined herself, and find the eternal whole, the absolute pinnacle of the circle. The method can only be reached by Xenia. Since the creation of witchcraft, many magicians have devoted their lives to imitating the eternal whole, but no one managed to break through the 9 circles, because one needed to use up all of one's mana without losing any control, all of it in one circle, and that circulation by forming a circle. That method would be very easy. For example, a fireball that is cast using an eternal whole will be much stronger than an ordinary fireball with circle 9. This method also doesn't require complicated calculations or chance, and which one is used as not big. Then Mel asks if Eugene understands now that Xenia is the strongest person in the world because she managed to create an eternal whole. Mel couldn't see it, but this girl sure Xenia could kill a demon king on her own. Eugene seemed to think hard now. He knew Xenia wasted no time when she got back from Helmet. You could say she grew much stronger than he remembered by now. Eugene was sure that Xenia, Small Odd and even Vermouth themselves must have grown stronger. Then why don't they challenge the Demon King one more time? Thinking about this made Eugene even more irritated. Finally, Eugene came down from the 12th floor, and in front of him, Sir Ro and Madame Milkith were waiting. Sir Ro immediately asked how Eugene felt after seeing legendary magic book for the first time. Eugene is still not convinced. It would take him several more years to understand even one book. Milkith is confirmed it, because the books in that place are a collection of borrowed magical knowledge, spending several centuries, so even though Eugene is a genius, there is a limit to how far he can understand without the help of a teacher. In the end, Milkith wanted to borrow Wined, so she would teach Eugene the 10 magic books that place. Eugene asks that this offering needn't be limited to magic books only. Eugene asked for other items to offer, like magic items. Milkith saw that Eugene was quite good at negotiating, so Milkith tried to offer many magical items to Eugene because this young man didn't have one yet. The staff can make Eugene control mana and then simplify his technique. Eugene think about this seriously. Then Sir Ro tell him that he also have plenty of great staff, he can lend them any time. Milkith was clearly annoyed that the Red Tower Master joined their conversation. Sir Ro thought Milkith was greedy because she still wanted to enter into a contract with another spiritual king, even though she had entered into a contract with 2 spiritual kings. Milkith was getting annoyed hearing that she glared at Sir Ro, while cursing, and said that Sir Ro was just worried about causing trouble after contracting with the elemental king of wind. Milkith gets even more intense than says that Sir Ro is going too far, because even though they have been friends for decades, Sir Ro still can't believe her, even though Milkith doesn't want to get involved in odds politics or something annoying like that. Sir Ro be encountered by saying that Milkith could say it like that now, but who knows what Milkith will do once he feels strong. Finally, Milkith is promised not to change, just because she got more power even if she could tie a contract with the elemental king. Later Sir Ro finally let Milkith go because she swore by her own name. So Sir Ro believed her. Eugene suddenly says he's thought he doesn't really want the item. Milkith is emphasized that she had no intention of giving up to Eugene. She only intended to lend it. Before that Eugene said that he would only lend Wined for a few days, so if Milkith just wanted to lend him an artifact for a few days as payment, it would be better if Eugene didn't agree to this deal. Milkith was certainly furious to hear this. She finds Eugene very annoying, but finally Milkith is decided to make a 1-year deal for 1 day. Eugene knows that means 7 years for a week. He asked if Milkith wanted to make a contract with the elemental wind king that badly. Milkith enthusiastically confirmed it. This woman explained that to her and other spiritualists, the elemental king of wind spirit was like a dream because only Vermouth the Great could make a contract with him. Sir Ro came back and said that the White Tower Master had a very great and valuable artifact. Instantly Milkith is panicked and prevented Sir Ro from speaking, but Eugene already knows and becomes curious, so Sir Ro continued that it was something called the Cape of Darkness. Sir Ro asked why Milkith was angry. It had not been used for 10 years. Milkith replied angrily that she loved it too much to wear it because she remembered that many obstacles she had to go through to get it. Sir Ro thought that it was better to lend it to someone more in need in order to get what Milkith wanted, than keep it as decoration, because Milkith is definitely wouldn't use it at all. Milkith fell silent at the suggestion. Eugene asks, "What is the Cape of Darkness?" reluctantly. Milkith answered, it was outerwear for winter, it was soft and warm. That was all Milkith wanted to say. However, Sir Ro explained that it was a cloak, containing high-level space-time magic. It has a similar function to the Shield of Gideon from Lionheart's treasury. It can continue on attack aimed at the cloak by bouncing it in another direction. Sir Ro added that the outside of the road was set using advanced defense magic, so just using it could protect one from 5th circle magic attacks. Milkith argued that it also depended on how much mana the wearer had. Sir Ro went back to reviewing the road, saying there was subspace magic in the cape, so if you stick with the various weapons that Eugene used to do, then he'll love it, because you can store a Lot of weapons in it and use it when needed. Milkith cursed even more angrily. Hear all the words of Sir Ro, who did not miss a single gap. Eugene says that things sounds great, so he wanted to choose the Cape of Darkness instead of staff or other items, but he couldn't take the thing now, because he needed to ask the family leader first. Milkith upset by saying that she has not agreed. Eugene instead diverts the conversation by saying, he's exhausted from using his brain for too long, while in the library above, so he invites Sir Ro to eat somewhere. Sir Ro responded right away saying, he knew a great place up in the sky area, the food was great and the views were great. The student and teacher compactly ignored Milkith. Finally Milkith was frustrated and agreed to Eugene's request. With a scary face holding back anger, Milkith said he would lend his favorite robe to Eugene, but Eugene said that there was no need for the White Master Tower to rush. He had to ask the family head for permission first. Instantly Milkith screamed very loudly. The sound was so terrible that Eugene was shocked and thought it was a crow. Sir Gilliard had nothing against someone borrowing Wined. The head of the family only said that the supervisor from Lionheart needed to be present to witness Milkith. He's borrowing Wined. So currently the three of them are standing in front of the gate of the Red Tower, waiting for the supervisor from the Lionheart family. Eugene asked if the robe Milkith was wearing was the Cape of Darkness. Milkith confirmed that and immediately boasted of his robes, but Eugene commented that it would be cooler if worn by him. Obviously, Milkith was annoying to hear this boy's commentary, but Eugene casually asked him not to get angry. Instead Milkith should be happy because they had come to an agreement and were allowed to borrow Wined. Milkith asks, who is their supervisor? Eugene replied that it was the younger brother of the patriarch who was also the guardian of Lionheart. This was the first time their family had lent Lionheart treasure, also it's business with Ida, so it's a bit of a hassle for their family. Milkith is remember what the guardian's name is. He guessed it was the Lionheart family's hunting dog, guardian of family rules, namely Lionheart Black Lion. They have many names, but Milkith said their role was not much different from that of a hound. They obey the laws of the Lionheart more than anyone else. Last year Kyan joined the Black Lion Knight. It's not that great, for a few are talented enough and can prove your loyalty to the family. Anyone bearing the name Lionheart can apply to the Lion Knight Order, but White Lion Knight Order of the main family only serves the main family, but the Black Lion Knight Order obeys all Lionheart, and behind the Knight Orders is the Senate, those who regardless of branch origin had inscribed their names in the history of Lionheart. Even Patriarch was not on the same level as the heads of the Senate. Eugene thought that he had never seen the Black Lion Knight Order in the 4 years he spent in the main house. This youth smiled at the thought of how strong the most loyal and superior group of Lionhearts were. Then the Senate behind them. Not long after, a carriage appeared flying above them. Inside were 2 women of different ages, who both had white hair. Milkith commented that the arrival of Lionheart's man in the golden carriage was too extravagant. Even Milkith will be amazed because she has always respected Vermouth. Milkith is explained that she did respect Vermouth, but didn't like the Lionheart family. She didn't like the main family to restrain the reserve family. She also didn't like the cunning Senate and their Black Lion Knights. Sir Ro reminded Milkith not to destroy her love if she still wanted to borrow Wined. Sir Ro advised Milkith to avoid conflict with them. Milkith scowled at hearing that and didn't want to curry favor with the Lionheart family, as she thought it was a fair exchange. Milkith forgot to sob again when she remembered having to exchange his beloved Cape of Darkness with Hunyad. Eugene asked not to cry because he could fall into the cloak, while Eugene wanted to wear the robe immediately. Finally the golden carriage door opened in the first to step down with Seal Lionheart. Instantly Eugene was shocked and asked the girl why she was here. Seal replied that her mother's birthday was coming soon, so she is here for buy gift and wondering how are you doing. Seal suddenly gloomy. Behind Seal appear a handsome young man, who immediately greeted Eugene a friendly manner. He is Kyan. Behind Kyan was an old man with short hair, who patted Kyan's shoulder while trying not to overdo it. Remembering that he had recently visited Eugene, this old man said they didn't have much time, so they would get straight to the point. Eugene wonder who the old man is because his ability is quite impressive. Eugene looked at the large man's posture and muscle mass and knew that he was a spear user, not a sword, while the figure of a small man who had just stepped out of a carriage was a magician. It made sense for a magician to be present here because it's about winning. Then Iode stuff. Then behind them all descended again a woman who showed her haughty face. Eugene analyzed that this woman was a hand-to-hand combat and given a well-trained hand posture. Looking at her clothes, Eugene was sure that this woman held the highest rank. This woman came forward and immediately greeted Sir Ro. She just found out that Sir Ro is now the master of the Red Tower. Even Sir Ro's face looked very contemptuous at this woman. Sir Ro said gently that he would be the master of the Red Tower one day. This woman seemed to hesitate to remember whether Sir Ro had actually said that, for so much time had passed between them. Then this woman turned. Eugene the young man immediately bowed as a sign of respect for this Black Lion leader. This woman introduced herself as Carmen Lionheart. She is Eugene's grand aunt, though she doesn't want to be called that. Eugene was clearly stunned to hear that, because that means this Carmen is patriarch aunt, and to seeing Sir Ro and Melkith, Eugene wasn't surprised by their youthful appearance, but someone of Carmen's caliber had come to Aro to sort things out. He was clearly a little taken aback. Sir Ro then said it was cold. Then let's discuss inside. Carmen Lionheart, the younger sister of the previous head of the family, she did not marry and remained in the main family home. Then enter the Black Lion Knight, she is captain of the Third Order. Now, while the big man who already looks old as named Nathan Lionheart, the vice captain of the Third Legion, comes from a family of reserves. Then the wizard named Palago Lionheart, who also comes from a spare family, but he has rare magic. He was assigned to take care of Milkith today. Palago explains that Stormblade belongs to the Lionheart main family and also the artifact Cape of Darkness belonging to the White Tower Master. The deal was that every day he borrowed Wined, Eugene had the right to borrow the Cape of Darkness for 1 year. Palago asked Melkith this and the White Tower Master confirmed Palago words. Then Palago took out the contact. He have made Melkith was shocked to see that she would have to pay a predetermined fee when it was destroyed. Melkith asks what to do if it breaks. Wined, Carmen, who is sitting at the window, answered Melkith would have to pay with her life. Carmen explains that Stormblade, when it is a family treasure, that is priceless with money. If Melkith wanted to borrow, then she had to be prepared to defend her life. Melkith is replied by saying that her life was also not worth money. Carmen countered saying that it was according to Arod, but they as the Lionheart family. Palago intervened in their conversation by saying there was no need to risk life. He respected Melkith as a wizard. Palago was sure that Melkith would not make rookie mistakes like crushing Wined when he wanted to contract with the elemental king of wind. But Palago gave a mysterious smile when he asked Melkith to pray that something like that would not happen, but when if were destroyed, then they would think of a solution right then and there. Melkith asked the Carmen if they would hold the rights over control like that. Carmen responded by saying that if Melkith didn't like it, then she wouldn't need to borrow Wined. Carmen explained that her party was under no obligation to lend her the sword. If there was no request west from the head of the family, then she wouldn't be willing to visit that place. Melkith denied that statement by saying that Carmen sounded as if she had come to Aro just for them, but for other matters as well. Carmen confirmed what Melkith said. She reached for a large pocket watch from her pocket to check the time. She said it come for more important matters than trivial matters like this. She said she had an appointment to meet Belzac in an hour. She needed to discuss Ayada's matter and question the Dark Wizard in Arod prison. This time it was Sir Ro who answered Carmen. The last time they spoke to Patriarch, they had agreed to follow Arod laws regarding the Dark Magician problem, whereas what Carmen was talking about just now went against Patriarch wishes. Carmen said the head of the family told him to follow the laws of Arod. The Senate had another opinion. This incident has tarnished Lionheart's name, so that damn black magician had to pay for it. Eugene instead focuses on the pocket watch that Carmen brought. He thought the pocket watch was too complicated and too heavy for no one else to be carrying it. Now Melkith instead asked boldly why Carmen was wearing a watch if she was carrying a pocket watch, and why does Carmen keep sticking that cigar, even though she doesn't light it? This woman is indeed too brave. Instead, responding to Melkith's words, Carmen said that she had already obtained permission from the king and parliament of Arot. So it was better in his opinion to question the man than prolong the trouble for both parties. Melkith becomes irritated because Carmen dodges his question. Meanwhile, Eugene thought that they must be paying Parliament such bombastic money that they couldn't refuse and were permitted to interrogate the dark magician directly. It was the Lionheart way of directly questioning and punishing criminals. Then Carmen asks what Melkith will do to win Ed, because the wizard didn't have much time. Melkith immediately looked serious thinking about Carmen's question. She needed at least 3 hours to use Wined and had a contract with the elemental king of wind. That means at most 2 more months, he can take his rope. Eventually Melkith decided to sign the contract and said she would. Finally the exchange took place. Eugene immediately put on Melkith's robe. Meanwhile, the master of the White Tower was immediately happy to be holding Wined. Carmen suddenly came over to Eugene, who was researching his new robes. The woman who had white hair and a sharp gaze had the robe design was good. She likes the fur on her neck, reminded him of one of the lion feathers in the Lionheart family crest, but she commented that the color was a weakness. According to her, it would be better if the color was white like the white flame method or a gray color. She thought that color would look better if worn by a black lion knight. Eugene was stunned to hear Carmen's string of words. Seeing that Eugene didn't understand Carmen's meaning, Seal immediately approached in a whisper to Eugene to give the robe to Carmen, because that means Carmen wants to try it. Eugene counters by saying Carmen did not stay clearly about it. Seal tried to give them the sense that not everything has to be said in person, seeing that the cloak on Carmen's shoulders was taken off. Eugene finally handed over his new robe with a heavy heart. Carmen immediately put it on and used it to pose in various styles. After trying it, the woman commented that the robe was not bad and it would be better if there was a lion decoration on her chest, plus the huge Lionheart family symbol behind it. Melkith replied loudly that it would look like as gifting them as cloak. She asked them not to misunderstand because from the start, she only intended to lend, so she asked everyone not to damage her robes. Once again Carmen ignored Melkith and asked everyone to leave. Meanwhile Kyan said Seal to wait with Eugene, so Seal will be happy to just wait while waiting for the adults to take care of the Ayata problem. Eugene and Seal went to the market to buy gifts. On the way, Eugene reminds Seal to tell Cyan to get rid of the magazine about the bunny costume hidden under the bed. It was Nina who reported this to Eugene. He was worried that the maid uniform would have bunny ears added in the future. Seal was disgusted to hear that. She promised to tell his mother later. Eugene's opinion, telling Madame Anisilla right away would be a bit much, so he suggested telling Cyan that those bunny ears were not the right way to live. Seal suddenly asked with an innocent face, what kind of ear does Eugene like? Of course Eugene himself was surprised to hear that this young man did not want the topic to change to that, but Seal insisted on knowing because earlier Eugene said bunny ears weren't the answer, so Seal guessed Eugene must have liked other kinds of ears. Eugene changed the subject by asking, why he should we going to find a present for Madame Anisilla because she doesn't even know what Madame likes? Seal said, she knows, so she just had to follow her. Eugene said, he didn't need to accompany Seal, if only to go around. Hearing that, Seal was immediately annoyed and turned his head angrily. She was annoyed because of Eugene's cold attitude. She asked in a high tone, if Eugene would let her walk around alone in an unfamiliar. Eugene countered by saying that this girl was no longer an innocent child, so she must be able to find her way. Seal replied that, even though Eugene said that he still followed Seal, Eugene answered that he had to participate or he would be immediately hated if he made a mistake against Seal's. Well, Seal changed the topic by asking, what did Eugene do on his past birthday? The young man replied, he didn't do anything and just read books in the Red Tower. He didn't get any presents either. Sir Ro and Hera wanted to give him a present, but Eugene begged them not to give him a gift. He guessed that Seal must want something from Lady Carmen. Seal confirmed it. She was annoyed that Eugene was always responsive to useless things. Seal persuaded Carmen to become his mentor. After all, her brother would soon become the head of the family and she was worried that her mother would soon marry her to a foreign man, so because she didn't want to, she also couldn't continue hiding in the main family's mansion and act like a lady. Eugene asks if Seal wants to join the Black Lion Knight. Seal replied, now she can't join, but she wants to be taught by Lady Carmen. Eugene comments that it's good, the fact that Seal wants to be independent instead of being quiet and just spending the family's money. Then Eugene asked how Cyan was. Seal answered that his brother often talked about Eugene. Seal's brother asked his sister to find out how many stars Eugene's now. Eugene replied that it was still 3 stars so that the twins would not feel inferior. Cyan is also still in the same 2 stars as before Eugene left. Then Eugene also asked if Seal had heard about the Ayada. Seal replied that Lady Theanese was looking magician to teach Ayada. Home Sealed thought it was funny because Lady Theanese still wanted her child to learn magic. That's what she did. After all, his son can no longer be the head of the family. Seal wonders why Lady Theanese is still holding her son and check. Suddenly Seal turned cheerful and took Eugene's arm. She took her adoptive brother out for lunch and looked for a good restaurant in the vicinity. Even though Eugene said the fruit there wasn't as good as at home, Seal still wanted to have lunch with Eugene. This girl said that eating doesn't have to focus on taste, but the atmosphere when eating is just as important. Inside Arrowed prison, Nathan had just beaten the Dark Wizard and was now cleaning up his blood. He reports to Carmen that is now dead. Carmen replied the witch have kept her mouth shut even after being tortured. This woman thought it was funny, because a dark magician of such a low rank could contact a Lionheart of the main bloodline. Carmen assumed the man had no fear, or it could be madness. Someone in front of the prison said it was because he was desperate. Gevitt has been studying magic for decades but has yet to make any achievements. If he died without making any achievements, then his soul would fall into the hands of the demons and he could not be reincarnated. So, he wanted to try whatever he could. He probably thought, even if it would trouble him, he would be able to get out of that situation after gaining the strength he got from selling Ayada. Carmen asks if it's true that the Night Witch Queen Noirzi Bella isn't involved in all. With a friendly smile, Beltsac said he didn't understand why Carmen would accuse him in this case, because all this time, he always tried to help as much as possible in the investigation. Belzac has also given a sufficient apology and respect. Carmen said that it made more sense to blame Belzac than the useless black magician. Belzac understood what Carmen meant, but he couldn't achieve anything by doing that. Belzac instead said that if he was the culprit, then he wouldn't leave any traces. He would make sure this case couldn't be traced back to him. He also explained that there are many his enemies because the Demon King of Incarceration had given him a lot of affection. And in Helmet many hate about relationship with the Demon King, that's based on experience. Belzac added that there was no evidence that he was the culprit. Belzac was getting tired of having to say over and over he wasn't the culprit. Belzac said he wasn't the only one who would feel uncomfortable because of this incident, but from Lionheart's side as well. Carmen said with a serious face that Belzac was free to say anything, but freedom also comes with responsibility, so she challenged Belzac to be ready to face all the consequences of she's statement about. Belzac replied, as a loyal servant of the Demon King of Incarceration, he viewed the Lionheart family with the same respect as him. That's why he apologized and is willing to cooperate in handling this case, but he was still human, so he couldn't contain his grief at the accusations from the Lionheart family. Suddenly the aura around Belzac became very gloomy. He stated his full name, then he also added that he could still understand if the other person didn't want to show respect to him, but he couldn't understand the abuse they kept throwing at him in his master, the Demon of Incarceration. Seeing this dark aura, Kyan immediately stepped forward and was ready to draw his sword. Carmen said that she didn't want to cause trouble in other areas. Belzac finally volunteered to take care of this matter, so that both parties could be satisfied, but Carmen asked if Chief Belzac would still be in place to take care of this. Belzac fell silent. Finally Carmen said that there was a reason for the suspicions, even if there was someone who wanted to tarnish the name of the Lionheart family. That had yet to be proven, so Carmen couldn't get anything from the witnesses even after using torture magic and mental magic, as, if this had been carefully planned, it was because of this, that he suspected Belzac, even though Belzac responded to the accusation with a smile still in his mind. This man said if he was the culprit, he would erase all traces and evidence properly. But in front of everyone, he adamantly said that he wasn't the culprit and he has no intention of doing, so now Carmen believed Belzac's words. She also asked, what about the incubus, who tried to tie a contract with Ida? Belzac replied, that his condition was unsightly, but Carmen insisted on knowing because she had seen many terrible and vile things. Hearing that, Belzac immediately created a black hand from his dark magic energy. What that hand? He created a gate right above two of them. Belzac caught the head of the incubus demon from above. Then, this man explained that the demon king of incarceration had taken the incubus soul. If they wanted abouts that could give them the head of the incubus, Carmen said, they didn't need anything like that. Hearing Carmen's answer, Belzac dropped the head and Carmen immediately kicked it until it was thrown against the wall and shattered. Even though some of the incubus blood was splashed onto Belzac's face, the man didn't look bothered at all. Carmen invites the rest of her family to come home soon, but before that she turned back to Belzac and warned him not to contact Eugene Lionheart. While wiping the blood on his face, Belzac said that the only one who can control his actions and desires is the demon king of incarceration. So he said emphatically that Carmen couldn't write to tell me what to do. The group of Lionheart family members get out of jail. Carmen asks what Cayenne thinks about this case, because Carmen suspects Amelia Merwin, a figure who wants to get the position of Black Tower Master. Carmen knows the king of incarceration does not limit the will of the dark magician, who has a contract with them, that one also doesn't care about the problems that befall his subordinates. Out in a few years, she also concluded, they would attack the Thurath area first, because MANHUA has always been hostile to Thurath. If MANHUA attacks, there's like it or not, we must prepare to join the war. Those preparations would also definitely summon the Lionheart family. Cayenne asked if Amelia was preparing all of this for something big in the future. Then Carmen asked Cayenne what would happen if she didn't ignore Belzac's provocation earlier. Cayenne responds doubtfully that there will be a fight, then everyone will die, except for Carmen. Hearing that, Carmen said Cayenne was too modest, but Cayenne himself said he doubted he could defeat a wizard. Carmen suddenly said that she also doubted that she could beat Belzac. That's why he chose to ignore Belzac. Carmen says, Ida will be watched closely from now on. A Black Lion Knight has been sent to the Theanese family. He wasn't going to kill Ida outbreak. Ida will be watched forever and his inheritance rights will also be revoked, and she had even heard the Theanese was looking for a magic teacher for Ida, but they would stop that. If this incident was exactly what they suspected, then they would try contacting him again. Cayenne became sad, remembering his one nephew. Ida used to be very innocent and interested in magic. He did not expect that his nephew could fall into black magic at last. They were all ready to climb back into the golden carriage to return. Before leaving, Seal didn't forget to say goodbye to Eugene, but before they get on the carriage, Carmen offers Eugene to join the Black Lion Knight, because currently the position of assistant captain of the 2nd Division is vacant. Carmen could make a recommendation right now, but Eugene just bowed and thanked him for the offer, but for now he had to decline the offer. Then he wished them all a smooth journey. Carmen stared at the young man with sharp eyes before finally turning around and getting into the carriage. They fly on carriage. Eugene asks Sir Ro, Milkith isn't done yet. Sir Ro said no, because if the woman was done with her business then she would be proud of her new abilities, but since there was no news from Milkith by now Sir Ro knew that the woman must be having a hard time getting the contract underway. Meanwhile, at the top of the White Tower, Milkith was still pointing its sword to the sky. With sad and hopeful eyes, Milkith stood on the highest floor of the tower facing the storm that went at the created. This woman had sent a message, but there was no response. so she cursed in her heart. She swore Tempest because the message she sent to the elemental world went unanswered, even though she deliberately did not warm her body so that her body's sensitivity was maximized, so she was forced to not wear clothes, once again. Milkith tried to summon the Tempest King of Wind to make a contract with, but what appeared instead was a plenty bird with a sparkling body full of lightning. It was the elemental king of lightning, Levin. Milkith was surprised to see Levin, who suddenly appeared in front of her. Even though she was not called, this elemental creature had brought a message from Tempest to tell Milkith to shut up, because Tempest didn't want to enter into a contract with Milkith. She's realizing Tempest heard her. Milkith stirred up even more. She shouted, even louder, and said that he was the greatest elemental in the world and the only person who could form a contract with the King of Wind. So Milkith asked the Lord of the Storms to appear because this woman promised to give him whatever he wanted. When Levin asked her to have a bit of embarrassment, Milkith shouted, even louder, for Tempest to get out. Tired of Milkith's attitude, Levin finally decided to strike the woman with his lightning bolt until Milkith fainted. She was at this point that Levin said that Milkith were not be able to give Tempest what he wanted, because the hurricane wants to go to the north, a place where the demon realm cannot be conquered, a waste that has not been forgotten for several centuries. After seeing that Levin left the White Tower, this is where Milkith is now putting a languid, gloomy and full of wrinkled face in front of Eugene. This young man just knew there was someone who could age this fast in 10 days. Eugene tries to ask Milkith what's wrong with the contract. Instantly Milkith's face became even scarier when he swore at Eugene, who must have known the answer from Milkith's current expression. After being asked by Eugene, Milkith got even more irritated. She kept swearing, while jumping to chair. Mel, who saw this, could not let it go anymore. The little girl came down and asked, "Lady pissed her pant, to be quiet." Instantly Milkith is screamed even louder because of embarrassment. Eugene, who heard Milkith scream, could only cover his ears while saying, "It was very noisy." Eugene then remembers something and asks if Tempest really refused or was he just telling lie. Milkith screamed again, while answering, "Why did she have to lie eventually?" Eugene says that if Milkith had waited for 10 days and it would have been 10 years in total, but Eugene will be generous and count only 9 years, if Milkith returns with now. So with trembling hands Milkith finally returned to Wined before leaving. This woman advised Eugene into good care of the Cape of Darkness. After Milkith left, Eugene was busy reading again in one of Aki Yan's rooms. He reads the story of the chief of giant Camus, who sizes beyond reason, hundreds of years old. Camus is the strongest chief in the history of giant, thousands of humans against hundreds of giants. Do you think the numbers are too few? There was nothing the giants could do. Will the audience have the courage to stand their ground against the giants? But the number of soldiers is not important because there's Vermouth in there. The arrogant knights who thought themselves superior to the others came to Vermouth and said that they were from the Rose Knights. The leader said he would fight with Vermouth. However, Vermouth did not respond to the knight leader's words, because he doesn't like fighting on groups. Only one person can fight by his side, and he can also be relied on by Vermouth, and that young man is Hamel. When Vermouth said to take care of the monster's left arm, but Hamel replied that he likes right arms because the giant is right-handed, Vermouth agreed, and let him. We'll take the monster's right arm, which was 100 times the size of the two of them. Only the holy sword can stop Camus' poisonous breath, which was strengthened by the Demon King's power. The legendary sword only recognizes Vermouth as its owner, so with this, Vermouth is the only one who can kill Camus. Finally Camus' head was cut off and a lot of blood was spurting out, but the giants did not back down. But the protection of the Demon King that disturbed humans began to weaken with the death of Camus. It was finally at this moment that the charming Xenia was able to show what she was capable of. At this point Eugene asks if the author of this book, Madame Xenia. Mel, who is by his side, was dumbfounded hearing that, because Eugene was surprised to see the amount of praise for Xenia in the book he was reading. Mel took it as a mockery of Xenia, because no one can praise himself when writing a story, even if it was Eugene. he would not spare when Eugene made fun of Sienya. After finishing reading the book, Eugene stepped outside. Mel follows and asks where he is going. Eugene replied, he wanted to try witchcraft again. Mel thought it was good, but she thought Eugene was arrogant because at his current level, he still couldn't try the method of witchcraft. Eugene replied with a smile that it would be more satisfying to pull off a difficult challenge. During the 10 days after the Black Lion Knight's departure, Eugene spent most of his time in Acrayan. In his mind, this young man realized that he couldn't replicate the eternal whole yet, but at least, he has to reach 9 circles first. According to Eugene, an eternal whole is simply a massive circle that holds other circles that keep increasing until there is nothing left. The user can spin the circle, destroy it and then regenerate it to increase its mana capacity, but Eugene doesn't use a circle when using magic. He rotated the stars from the white flame method to create new circles, instead of the original ones. Eugene hopes to add just 1 circle in the eternal whole, what Hamel learned in his previous life for cheap mana training methods used by low-level warriors. Hamel supplemented the method with his experience and assisted Sienya in repairing it. That was how Hamel first learned his own mana training method, growing the core then detonating the mana that made up the core continuously deploy the mana that has been accelerated by the explosion. With that Hamel slashed Camus's arms and legs. In the past Vermouth praised Hamel as a talented figure in battle, but Sienya called his mana method trash. But with that Hamel had managed to reach such a high level. Now, Eugene was standing in front of the eternal whole and he didn't faint anymore. He saw the circle that was regenerating continuously, as well as the massive circle that was shading them. Now, Eugene can even see the movement of the mana in it now. Eugene sure he can do it. Not only is Hamel but also Eugene Lionheart. He was confident that he could replicate the eternal whole using the white flame method. Until finally, 2 years passed and Eugene had his 19th birthday. He is writing something. Mel, who faithfully accompanies him to study. Mel tried to offer lunch, but Eugene only answered in a moment. If he stopped now, then he would lose focus on writing. Seeing this, Mel asked why Eugene was in such a hurry and writing his thesis. Mel thinks it's best to write slowly, so there are no mistakes. Eugene replies that he's in no rush. Mel said that usually wizards complete their thesis on witchcraft in decades. This time Eugene replied that it didn't take him that long to understand witchcraft. Mel was annoyed to hear Eugene's answer. She thinks Eugene is so arrogant because he managed to write his first thesis. Mel advised the young man to stop and study magic a little longer. Seeing that his interlocutor, Mel, was starting to get annoyed, she reminds Eugene not to cross the line by calling him that, especially considering that he is 200 years older than you. Eugene immediately issued his flagship move by calling Shy Grandma. Instantly Mel's face was red with anger. Eugene changed the subject and asked if Mel didn't want him to leave. Immediately to this question, Mel paused and looked away. Eugene adds that he's been coming and going for 2 years, but he realized that he was the only one who came to that floor every day. Mel replied that the other witness had seen the witchcraft a long time ago, so they were amazed and started to analyze it. In the end they all failed and chose to focus on completing their magic, but Eugene has been coming to Akron every day for the past 2 years and is trying to understand witchcraft. Mel also asked if Eugene would leave Arot after his thesis was finished. Eugene answered with the question, what else could he do in that place? Mel replies, Eugene can do anything. It's not certain when Sero will retire. If Eugene asks, she will appoint Eugene as his successor. Eugene replies, he doesn't want to be at Red Tower Master. Mel asks, what if Eugene becomes a court mage because their captain triple wizard or wants to recruit Eugene? The white-haired youth replied the captain was too friendly and he didn't like that. Mel reminds him that the prince also likes Eugene. This kid thought, if Eugene worked for him then he could brag about it for decades to come. Eugene appreciated that, but he wasn't in the mood. Mel had said that Eugene couldn't possibly be the head of the family, so why to return to the Lionheart family? Eugene replies, he doesn't need a reason to come home. Mel says that what Eugene has accomplished over the past few years is extraordinary. Even in the half year that Eugene had written his thesis, he had managed to simplify a complex magic theory as well as increasing the process. Eugene answered the thesis, only for his pleasure after all, only Eugene could use that technique. Eugene wrote it only to regulate his magic. He didn't want to show his thesis to the Academy or the Association, because there will be no magician who can use the circle flame method. Sir Ro once said that, aside from understanding magic, this is specifically impossible because Eugene doesn't use the usual circle method. Eugene replaced the white flame method star with a circle, but that doesn't mean that other white flame methods can replicate it. Sir Ro not even tried Eugene's technique, according to his thesis, but he failed from the start. He had never made cores or studied white flames, so he replaced it with a circle, but her mana ended up upside down instead. Now Eugene has become a 4-star white flame method user. Not only that, but Eugene also managed to add an eternal hole to his circle, crafting a ring with 4 stars, then exploding the mana, and it continuously is handled in the ring. What was constantly rotating ensured that his mana would not flow outside the circle. That's a new method called circle. At first, Eugene wanted to try that when he reads 5 stars, but after seeing the witchcraft he changed his mind. Eugene spent quite a bit of time on the 6th floor, Hall of Space, and on the 8th floor, a Hall of Intense Heat. This 8th floor houses the magic book belonging to the strongest fire mage in the world. And Eugene needs to learn space magic, so he can control his cloak properly. Sir Ro made Eugene his apprentice to help check and revise his thesis. Sir Ro also helped Eugene refine a basic circle magic spell to implement into his circle, a flame method. This young man spent half his time in Acrayon and the other half to learn magic from Sir Ro. These 2 years were exhausting. Eugene asked Mel. She is mad because the boy asked to leave even though she didn't want Eugene to go. Mel replies that she is not angry and she has no right to stop Eugene from leaving. Mel says, Eugene can leave anytime if that's what he wants. Mel had no desire to go anywhere, but even if she wanted to go, she couldn't, so she told Eugene to just go away and leave himself alone in that lonely and boring place. Mel says, she wouldn't be sad at all if she had to say goodbye to Eugene after spending so many years with him, because Mel is not a living human, and she understands that humans always do whatever they want. Stuffing the paper into his robes, Eugene asks, is that the case? Mel confirmed that, because she had lived 200 years before Eugene, so she was used to goodbyes, but at least she asked Eugene to inform herself before the young man was going to leave. So Mel requested that Eugene not leave her without saying a word like Madame Sienna. Eugene also agreed to it. Mel is annoyed because he has poured out his heart, but Eugene is still cold, so Mel uses Eugene of being a disgusting man. As Eugene started to walk out of the room, Mel kept insisting on calling the boy a disgusting man. Mel says she hates Eugene. According to her, Eugene is still a child but does not respect older people. Suddenly Mel's tone dropped when she said she would be confused if Eugene suddenly wanted to stay at Arod because of her. Mel explains that her personality is based on Madame Sienna when she was young, so her feelings and attitude are still childish. They'll realize that sometimes she said inappropriate things and sounded stubborn, which he also felt stupid for saying all that. She thought Madame Sienna wouldn't act like that, so Mel felt like she was insulting Madame Sienna with her current attitude. Eugene this time with a sweet smile, when he said that the real Madame Sienna would also act exactly like. Of course Mel didn't believe that. She was sure that Madame Sienna would not act stupid. They'll blame Eugene for being so suspicious of her Madame Sienna. But with a big smile Eugene replied that he believed it. Mel asks if Eugene thinks like that, after reading a picture book written based on someone's imagination, but the girl had not finished speaking. Eugene interrupted her by saying that the young man's thesis would be finished soon. If he's not too mainstream, then he could finish before the summer, so he was going to visit Mel before he left and he was going to tell her something at that time. Mel scowled at Eugene's words. She asked in a harsh tone if Eugene would laugh at her at that moment. Eugene just smiled. very sweetly, then turned around and said he would tell everything in time. The story continues with the captain of the triple wizard, or greeting him kindly as soon as Eugene comes out of the library, but Eugene's face immediately turned gloomy, seeing this man with a thin mustache in front of him, because he already knew what the captain would say. Captain Trumpel said again that the vacant position previously Austin is currently vacant, so if Eugene changes his mind at any moment, he can still fill in, but Eugene insists he doesn't want the position. Then Captain Triple asked how is the progress of his dissertation or thesis. If Eugene wanted, Captain Tremple could help him with that. Of course, the captain knew that Eugene's mentor, the Red Tower Master, had already reviewed the thesis, but considering that the Red Tower Master was only an expert in summoning magic, the captain, who was also an expert in combat magic, offered to help check it out, but Eugene rejected the offer. Because Captain Tremple would not understand the topic being discussed inside his heart, the captain was grumbling because, all this time, Eugene only showed the results of his thesis to the Red Tower Master and hid it so well. Captain could only smile awkwardly as he asked if he could tell about the thesis. That was because he was also used to teaching other people. Eugene only thanks him for the offer, but he's fine. Eugene is worried that, if he accepts Captain offer, it will offend Sir. Captain was still trying to persuade the young man in front of him by saying it would be a private secret between the two of them, but Eugene didn't respond and immediately turned around and walked away saying goodbye. This young man walked dejectedly down the hall. Eugene is worried that Captain will get even angrier if he finds out that he has made an eternal hole. He was worried that Captain Tremple would crawl into his bedroom to urge him on. Because the circle flame method is not too different from the white flame method, when casting spells not even a great wizard like Captain Tremple would be able to see the difference. Eugene smiled happily at the thought that he could hide his ability from a high-level mages. It felt completely satisfying, and Eugene's heart. The gunshot dust after the explosion filled Eugene's private practice room. Again, Sir, who was watching him practice, commented that he was setting aside the number of magic spells that could be cast. If you only judge from his strength, Eugene seems to be above 5 circles. Eugene answered for circles as the current limit. Advanced level magic couldn't survive in the eternal hole. Eugene asked his teacher, was his understanding still lacking? Sir said it was not, so simply put it as reached its max. Don't limit. Eugene has not succeeded in perfectly imitating the eternal hole with the circle flame method. Because Eugene replaced the circle with his core up to 4 stars of the white flame method, and 4 cores, it would be more accurate to view it as the number of cores equal to the number of circles. In simple terms, every time the white flame method increases, Eugene's circle method will also increase. But Sir asked Eugene to be careful because the current circle flame method doesn't have any weaknesses. The risk would probably increase each time Eugene leveled up, because this man used his magic high. Sir again explained that the circle flame method is not the same as the usual circle method, because this method allows using to advanced magic and he can use 5 circle magic easily, but don't try 6 circle magic because they still don't know what danger will come when Eugene uses magic that has never been used before. Eugene replied that he understood that. Sir asked if you generally wouldn't return to the Lionheart family immediately after he finished his thesis. Sir also asked where Eugene would go. Eugene answered he want to try Luhar Kingdom's famous ice crab. Within his mind, this young man remembered that Luhar was a country founded by Moran. Sir was, of course, surprised to hear that Eugene wanted to go all the way to Luhar just to eat ice crab. Considering there are many ice crab restaurants in Arod, Eugene countered this by saying that eating at his place would be better. Eugene said again that after eating ice crab at Luhar, he wanted to go to the MANHUA. He reasoned that the scorpion cactus over there was delicious, though in his heart, Eugene wanted to find Anis, who had become a saint in the Holy Empire Euros, but 200 years ago she decided to travel without telling the purpose to the emperor, and she was last seen in the middle of MANHUA desert. Sir said that he had not expected Eugene to like that kind of food, so he invited Eugene to have lunch at a restaurant that provides seafood. But when they arrived, At the restaurant, Eugene's face suddenly turned sullen. When Prince Huan appeared before him, this young man did not expect to meet the prince at the restaurant. First, Prince Huan apologized for interrupting their lunch, but he will get to the point. Prince Huan asks Eugene to stay in Arod. He will be promised the position of captain of the castle's mage troop of wizards. The prince even sworn his name. Eugene replies that it will be hard to do, but the prince convinced the young man because he would become king of Arod in 10 years. Instantly, Sir Ro was shocked to hear the prince's words, this which said that the prince's words were very dangerous, considering the current king was still very healthy. Prince Honing asked Sir Ro not to misunderstand because he had been promised the throne for a long time. The inheritance right almost certainly belonged to the prince, and the people of Arod also believed that he would be the next king. The castle's army of magicians was under the command of the king, of course, out of respect for the Senate. The prince had to go through some process, but Eugene would be worthy of that position in 10 years. Eugene replied calmly that he was grateful because the prince's evaluation was so high on him, but Eugene didn't know how far his progress would be. The prince said it was because Eugene and Red Tower Master managed to hide his progress so well, even they wouldn't want to tell the prince. Why? So he could only guess from behind his glasses. The prince saw Eugene's body filled with mana. Just seeing that, the prince was able to conclude that this young man in front of him had probably reached the 5th circle level, so the prince asked if Eugene managed to understand witchcraft. Eugene asks if he needs to answer that. However, with a smile on the prince's face, he said that by answering like that, he had answered some of the prince's questions. Eugene said he didn't want to lie to the prince, but he didn't want to be honest with the prince either. Eugene didn't hate the position of captain of the castle's army of mages, he was just reluctant. Prince says, with Eugene's current ability, he can gain a strong position anywhere. The prince realized, it seems that strength alone will not be able to keep Eugene and Arod, so he offers education. The prince started talking about Xienya the Wise, who had created 3 books for the witchcraft series. One is on display in a public place in Akryan, and the other 2 are kept in the treasure room of the royal palace. Instantly, Eugene and Sir Ro were stunned to hear that. Eugene remembers that the other 2 series belong to Xienya alone. Sir Ro instead asked the prince boldly, since when did the royal family have that book? Prince Honing asked the master of the Red Tower not to misunderstand because all they had was a copy Madame Xienya had given them as a token of friendship. Not even they knew the location of Madame Xienya and the 2 original books. Eugene asks if Prince Honing will show the other series of witchcrafts that are stored in the royal family treasury. Prince answered doubtfully that now it sounds impossible, although it was true that he had won the Nobel King's heart, but witchcraft is the best textbook of all time. Even Prince can't do anything when it comes to witchcraft, but once he becomes king, the prince can has his powers to give Eugene access to witchcraft, but the prince couldn't show that to the Red Tower Master. So Prince Huan asks Eugene what he thinks about this, because this offer is really good. Meanwhile, Eugene is just silent with a serious face. He seemed to be thinking about this matter very carefully. Eugene thought it seemed he didn't have to think much longer. He had felt with all his body and soul just how extraordinary the witchcraft had been over the past 2 years. The first volume stored on Akryan alone was amazing, so the other 2 volumes must be even better than that. Besides the possibility that the other volumes contain clues to Xienya's whereabouts, perhaps Eugene can find traces that not even the Arod kingdom could. After that, Eugene said he wasn't sure at this time. Then Eugene would come to Arod after he ascended the throne. They could continue the discussion another time if the opportunity arose. Huan Abram asks Eugene if he still wants to be free and unfettered. Then Prince will send a letter after successfully becoming king. Upon hearing that, Eugene thanked him. In a different place, Mel was reading a book and thought eternal whole and cores had merged perfectly. Indeed, it wasn't complete, but structurally, she couldn't see any more mistakes. Even though the eternal whole wasn't as good as Xienya's circle flame method, far surpassed ordinary all magic, Mel closed the book, while praising it with amazing words. Then she told Eugene that from a normal point of view, the methods there were still incomplete, but why was Eugene still being so casual? Mel said that, it felt like, the thesis was a little selfish because maybe only Eugene could use the methods in it, so according to Eugene, the level of completeness is extraordinary. After that, Mel asked when Eugene would go to Arot, because his thesis was currently finished. Eugene replies, that it's likely he'll be leaving the day after tomorrow, as he still wants to rest. Besides that, the Red Tower will be holding a farewell party for him. Mel's face turned gloomy, when she heard what Eugene said. Mel said that Eugene could eat well there, then everyone would praise him. Eugene just smiled. He knew that Mel was jealous of him. Then he asked Mel, did she remember a few months ago, Eugene wanted to say something before going to Arot? Mel remembered that. Then Eugene continued that he wanted to check something before doing so. Could he tell someone and then have them share the information with? Now hearing the question, Mel immediately grunted and said, Eugene must be suspicious of her. Eugene acted so definitely, afraid that Mel would because thesis or information to the outside world. Eugene asked again, Mel ever do that? Mel answered, right away, of course not, even though a lot of people bothered her, when Eugene wasn't there. Even if the witchcraft was forcibly dismantled, it would be impossible to find that information. All the information and conversations of the witches that were cleaned after researching Sienna's relics were stored in the witchcraft deepest vault. This wasn't because Eugene was anything special, but it did function to respect the secrets of the magicians who entered Acrayan. So, as long as the witchcraft isn't completely destroyed, then Eugene's information will never leak out. Then Eugene said, if everything is that safe, it means that what will be said will not leak either. Mel confirmed and said, if Eugene could say anything, why should he be so afraid? I reincarnated. The spontaneous words made Mel couldn't believe it and said that it was nonsense. Then Eugene said again that he was reincarnated and he still had memories of his previous life. Mel said that it was just a joke, making her want to laugh out loud, but Eugene said again that his name used to be Hamel, or Hamel the Stupid as he was usually called. Mel had a hard time believing that, but if true, then there are several possibilities about Eugene. That makes sense. Eugene managed to understand the eternal whole even though he had only studied magic for 2 years. He also managed to imitate them with his keen senses and change them, according to his needs. But if he remembers his previous life and is a former colleague of Vermouth, the Great, there is a possibility that he really is Hamel the Stupid. According to Mel, Hamel the Stupid is quite a unique person. Senya the Wise grew up in a forest of elves and studied the magic of the forest inhabitants. Mel and Brave is the son of the great chieftain of a tribe renowned for their fighting prowess in the brutal north, and it's the faithful as a saint as candidate treated by the cardinals of the Holy Empire Euros throughout their lives. And Vermouth the Great used to be a slave. Permit is included in the entourage of slaves who are made as an offering to the demons. He stole a demon sword to survive as hard as he could, and with that first swing of the sword, he managed to kill dozens of demons and black wizards who controlled the slave. When he led other slaves to escape Vermouth, he managed to kill hundreds of beasts. However, Vermouth is really strong. Mel continues that, Hamel the Stupid is the most unique person in the party. He doesn't start out as prominent as Vermouth. He also didn't have a special background, like the others. He only took up the sword after his village was attacked and destroyed by monsters. He also became a mercenary filled with hatred for monsters and demon kings. Despite his humble background in the hero party, he was able to grow strong enough to stand alongside the other members in just a few years. If it was true that Eugene was Hamel's reincarnation, but now, he understood why his growth rate was so extraordinary. Even though Hamel, who appeared in the fairy tale book, had a bad personality, his growth rate was extraordinary even among party heroes. Eugene countered, that Hamel used to always want to surpass to Vermouth, when traveling together because he wasn't good at magic, so he encountered familiar things, namely spear, swords, and even martial arts, so he can surpass Vermouth. However, he could never defeat Vermouth. Eugene didn't care if others called him a genius, all he wanted was to beat Vermouth once, but he couldn't do it until the end of his life. Then Mel asked, Why Eugene said that to her even though Mel also didn't know where Sienna was. Eugene said that he wasn't looking for that information. He said that because after knowing Mel for 2 years, he felt that Mel was very similar to Sienna in both face and character. Mel confirmed moreover that she was based on Sienna's childhood. Then Eugene grabbed Mel's head and asks if he thinks Eugene has crossed the line. Mel replied that it was fine and that she would forgive him since he was seeing her partner. Eugene asked again, did Mel thinks Sienna was dead? Mel gets angry and says, it can't be happening. Eugene said, of course, that didn't happen, because Sienna couldn't have died without leaving any will, so, he promised to find Sienna, since Eugene believed his comrades were still alive somewhere in that world, and he will find it. Mel asked that Eugene really want to bring Sienna home. Eugene would have all reason to bring her home. Eugene found Sienna knowing she had ignored her familiars for 200 years. Mel was angry when Eugene insulted Sienna. Eugene said he had the right to do so because she had said so much nonsense and insults to Eugene 300 years ago. Mel asked Eugene to swear an oath before witchcraft. Eugene agreed. After that, they headed to the place where the witchcraft was. Eugene then swears in front of witchcraft and Lionheart's blood and name that he is telling the truth. Mel, who stood at the front, then said after Sienna many witches tried to dismantle her in witchcraft, but there was something they never knew about the information stored in the roots of witchcraft. What they talked about that day would be stored there and would never be revealed to anyone. What was about to be discussed was also unknown to the rest of Arod population. There were signs before Sienna disappeared a week before she left. Mel was accompanying her in Acrian room, when suddenly Sienna fell to the floor with a groan. When Mel asked the cause, Sienna said her familiar had died. It was said that someone had looted Hamel's tomb, and Sienna was very angry at that time. Eugene, who heard that, just found out that there is a tomb according to Mel, but Mel only found out about that fact after being told by Sienna that time. It wasn't long before Sienna disappeared. Mel had the conversation deep within the witchcraft, as it was something no one had ever told anyone. Before Sienna disappear, Mel didn't want to burden him, in case it wasn't something he wanted to talk about with other people, because Eugene is Hamel, therefore Eugene has the right to know. Eugene was still thinking about his grave. He never thought his body would disappear due to a belief curse. Because Alex's curse would destroy one's body and soul, that's generally true, but Hamel's soul is nothing and he can be reincarnated, which means his body is intact as well. Eugene confirmed that, and it seems Sienna had a hand in reincarnation. Eugene was out of there and walking home. On the way, he kept thinking about his grave, which might be currently stored somewhere, but where is it? Usually people will choose a location that is meaningful in their life as the location of their grave. There's no way the location is where Hamel died. Then he remembered something about his hometown. There Belzac suddenly appeared, which made Eugene immediately dislike him because he actually knew that Belzac had been following him, but he deliberately ignored it. Belzac says that he heard that Eugene will be leaving Arod in the next 2 days, to go to Luhar and Nahama. He's worried that since Luhar is in the north, close to Vermouth, Lionheart's influence will mean nothing there. They used to forbid demons from entering their territory, but the royal family changed the rules 5 years ago. There are many species of demons, Vermouth, and some of them disobeyed Master, that is the Demon King of Incarceration, but the Demon King of Incarceration isn't the only Demon King there. Then Eugene asked if that meant the Demon Kings wanted to start a war. Belzac rebutted because, according to him, the Demon King of Apocalypse did not like violence and he respected the Demon King of Incarceration. If the Demon King of Incarceration does start something, then that and King of Apocalypse will do the same. Eugene remembered that he had seen the Demon King Apocalypse once in his life, although Eugene wasn't sure what he saw at that time. In a vast plain a color seems to move very fast. No one has the idea to kill or fight it. If the Anis at that time is not able to win them, then they will definitely become madmen. Belzac then said, just because the Demon King of Incarceration didn't do anything, and Demon King Apocalypse also kept silent, it didn't mean all the demons thought that way. Demons are violent, There have been many demons who have been disturbed by peace over the centuries. It does sound funny since it was Belzac who said that, but demons are not a peace-loving species. Then Eugene asked Belzac, is he sure they can do something to him, even though the demon kings are keeping the peace, without ask that few demons did that. This didn't only apply to the demons who were under the demon king of incarceration, the demons who serve the demon king of apocalypse will do anything to end their king's silence, and there were also demon kings with high positions, who wanted to become the new demon king because, now there were only 2 demon kings, the original number was 5, they were currently 3 seats vacant and Duchess of Ella really wanted those positions. They also couldn't possibly vote because they would definitely destroy the voting box, if it didn't turn out the way they had hoped. Then Eugene thought about whether he could win against the Night Witch Queen Nor Sevilla. With the power he currently has, he really has the desire to go to Luhar, but it seems he can't do that yet. Eugene thanks Belzac for warning him. He will go to Nahama first and then go to Luhar. Belzac also said that Eugene had to be careful there because there was Amelia Merwin. She was a great black magician, even for tying the contract with the Demon King of Incarceration. The Demon King of Incarceration gave Belzac a lot of freedom, but Amelia got a lot of freedom, far greater than the Demon King of Incarceration. Then Belzac gave something to Eugene, that Eugene had to give when he met Amelia. If he handed it over, no matter what she had done to him, she would not be able to hurt Eugene. Eugene that opened the envelope. He was surprised to see the contents inside the envelope inside were empty. Belzac said that if the contents were not important, the most important thing was the letter from him that Eugene would bring later. Then Bilisk that gives the letter to Eugene and says that he can do nothing about the danger that will come to him in the Nahama, but at least Bounce, that can handle Amelia Marvin temper. If Eugene insisted on going to Nahama, Belzac asked to take it with him. Eugene then asked what exactly Belzac asked of him. Belzac replied, indeed, he could not let go of the bad prejudice about dark magicians, but he asked for help to receive the goodwill from him. Seeing this, Eugene felt suspicious, especially since the Black Tower Master was being so friendly towards him. It was very worried. Belzac asks, you did not to misunderstand him, he just wants to build a close relationship with human, according to him. Besides, he was not the only one who behaved like that. There were many other people who did the same thing. Eugene said that he would gratefully accept the gift. He was very grateful for the help from the Belzac. He feels like he wants to invite Belzac to his farewell party tomorrow, but doesn't really come tomorrow. Eugene said that just now, he was just trying to speak his heart out. Eugene thinks human feelings are unique and he wants to invite Belzac, but at the same time, if Belzac didn't comes to his farewell party tomorrow, instead of feeling happy, he will really hate Belzac. Belzac said that he would come tomorrow. Hearing that, Eugene thanked him, amazed at his generosity. After that, Eugene said goodbye and walked away from there. Belzac didn't say anything at all. The next day, Eugene's farewell party was held in. Many people who came there were invited by Eugene, including the Blue Tower Master. The two of them chatted, including discussing why some Tower Masters were not invited by Eugene. Eugene said the Blue Tower Master must know the reason. Then the Blue Tower Master replied that their attitude was like that because they knew that Eugene was very talented. Moreover, in the past the Blue Tower Master wanted to recruit Eugene, but he respected the Red Tower Master who had made him an apprentice. He had expected it to, but Eugene really did invite Belzac there. Eugene then says if he invites him, maybe the other masters won't like it. Then he asked who the Black Tower Master really was. He used to be a student in the Blue Tower and he was in the same class as the Blue Tower Master was, a very extraordinary magician, but he suddenly came out of the Blue Tower and went to Vermouth. The reason was that he wanted to expand his knowledge of magic. At that time the Master was weaker than Belzac, but the Master was able to become a Blue Tower Master, thanks to his departure, and 10 years later, Belzac has become a black magician after returning from Helmet. He then moved to the Black Tower and was appointed Black Tower Master. Thanks to the support of other black magicians, Otherwise Belzak should be the greatest tower master in the history of the Blue Tower, but apparently that wasn't enough for him. How powerful a human's magic would be limited, and it would be impossible to surpass a demon king. The master then says that he heard that Eugene is going to MANHUA. The master says, the desert is not a peaceful land, this is not very good advice, so go ahead if Eugene will ignore it, but if he still wants to go to MANHUA, hide the fact that he is a Lionheart. Currently, the situation there is heating up. Assassin of MANHUA, which usually moves in the darkest now, starting to operate openly. If they dared to find out, the Lionheart family of the Keel Empire, and it would hurt to be on guard. Eugene thanks him and says, he'll keep that in mind. Then after Eugene went to MANHUA, he saw a vast desert. Then he thought that the Cape of Darkness looked very conspicuous in such a desert, but luckily they came that he had the function of transformation magic, and the robe also resonates with the senses of its owner, so that he can regulate the external and internal temperature of the body. The cloak ensured that the wearer was comfortable in the scorching heat. The magic map he got from the library and coordinates locked to his current footing location. It will tell Eugene's current location. Now, Eugene is on the west end of MANHUA. If he continues to go north from there, then he will reach Turath. At first he wanted to find his grave first and visit his hometown, which is located on the border of Turath. The last 300-year MANHUA desert is getting wider little by little. The unnatural sandstorm is slowly devouring all the surrounding regions. That's why Hamel's hometown, which is located on the border of Turath, has become part of the desert. Turath is a small country. They had no other choice but to leave the territory that had turned into a desert due to artificial sandstorms mages. After that, at the area that turned into a desert will become part of the MANHUA area. 300 years ago the demon kings arose, which caused the demons to advance in the monstrous to attack everything. MANHUA tried to steal the opportunity to invade Keel Empire, but they failed because in the end Vermouth threat to help Keel. Eugene thought that he hated the country even in his previous life. Indeed, it has been 300 years, but his hatred towards them is still the same. Then he intended to search his own grave and ask Xenia, Anis, Moran, please wait a little longer, for I would find them all for sure. Well, that's the end of season 1. In the middle of the desert, 5 people spying Eugene by binocular. Their leader said Eugene is amazing guy. Usually when anyone cross the desert, they hire a caravan, guards, or a guide, but he is traveling alone without a camel. One of the men said maybe it's some kind of ritual, like our tribe has a coming of age ritual, sending boys out of tribe once they are of age. He is 19, he became adult next year. Leader agree with that, otherwise why would a Lionheart come all the way alone in the desert? Anyway, they have orders to look for boy not to enter the Kajani desert. Suddenly the man is panic. He told the leader that he is running this way. Leader saw with his binocular. Leader think we kept our distance so that he didn't notice us. How could he saw us without binocular? Then leader surprised to see a white lion mane. Lionheart's white flame method. Eugene going towards them very fast. Leader thought, when he notice Eugene is coming towards them very fast, leader thought it's too late, for better he orders his men to be ready your weapon for attack. Leader try to frame themselves as a bandits. If he overpower him and steal a few valuables, he might continue his way after. They prepare for attack. Eugene think about their poor stealth techniques aren't great. They are not assassin. Judging by clothes they look like traveler, but maybe it's just a disguise. Their leader points sword towards Eugene. Eugene exclaimed to see leader can create sword soul, which is stronger than sword aura. He must be a skilled swordsman. With smile face, Eugene thought it's been while for 2 years. He worked with pen more than sword. It was quite a fun to learn magic, but he liked physically active much more. He draw his sword and attack the leader. Leader bounce back with his sword. As leader back, his man charges forward to attack Eugene. They surrounded Eugene. Eugene cast a spell without incantation. The leader was surprised to see Eugene charge his magic attack to everyone. They hit by magic shot laying on ground. Then Eugene asked leader, with the glaring eyes, "Who are you guys? Why are you following him?" Leader said, "Bandit." With a smiley face Eugene says, look like MANHUA is damn strong nation, even some lousy ass bandit can use sword soul, then the group of 100 must be much stronger, and the nation must have soldiers who can take care of the bandits, they have also to be much stronger too. With mocking tone Eugene said, how amazing, with that much power MANHUA should able to unite the entire continent. Leader said, they are a little special. Eugene says, hey mister, enough bullshit, be honest. With menacing smile Eugene in a threatened way said, I don't care if you talk, I'll find out the truth on myself. With a pale face leader think, is this the renowned Lionheart family young master? His words are like drunken mercenary soldiers, plus that bloodthirst. Suddenly Eugene vanished, he attacked the leader with his sword. With trembling sword leader thought Eugene is using sword soul too. Eugene block his vision with scattered sand. Leader use his mana shield. Eugene hit the leader with his magic missile, he destroyed his mana shield. Eugene going to hit the leader, but it didn't hit it. With a mocking face Eugene chose not to hit. Leader take it as an insult with a rage gaze. He moved toward Eugene, they clash their sword, attack, counter-attack. Eugene smiling because he is fighting first time with sword soul after reincarnation. Eugene wounded him but not deep. Leader even more rage because Eugene still taking him lightly. Leader attack fiercely here and there. Eugene put his sword back. Leader said why, he is not deaf and yet. Eugene said I know, he is going to use his bare hand to defeat him. He enraged again and charged toward Eugene. Eugene dodged his attack and punched him in his stomach. Leader coughed blood and kneeled down. Eugene asked who are you, he said his name Raman Schulhoff. Eugene hit his face into ground. He said, he don't care about name, whose orders are you taking? Leader says nothing. Eugene again hit his face into ground. One of their men begging to stop. He told that their master is Tyree Al-Madani but suddenly leader stopped him. Eugene again hit him and asked who's that? The man said their master name and from Kajitan's Amir. Eugene thought Kajitan is Western Gateway, that mean Raman is a subordinate of the Kajitan Lord. The man said master order them to chase Eugene. Eugene again hit Raman on ground and asked why. The man said they didn't know, he just told us to sure you didn't enter Kajani. Then he begs for let's go captain's head now. Eugene let the Raman go who is now on ground. Eugene think, Kajani the desert straight from here, what used to be Hamel's homeland is now middle of the Kajani desert. Kajani desert recently formed by sandstorm, they have been eating to Wrath territory. Eugene assumed that, it's sand mages base there so that they didn't want the famed Lionheart family's son in there. Eugene thought the one to be most careful of in MANHUA is Amelia Merwin, who contracted with the demon king of incarceration, the Asur desert, where her dungeon is far from here, and also far from where Anis was last seen, so he don't need to go there. Then Eugene said one of the man that they have to go and their leader Raman come with him. He wants to go Kajani if some problem happen, Raman have to deal with it, by use of your master name. Raman saw with confused face. Then Eugene said if you have any problem with that then I can go back to Lionheart main residence and tell them that Kajani's Amir disguised his subordinate as a bandit to steal Lionheart treasure. Raman said he never had such intention. Eugene pointed his Wined sword and said most people think that Kajani's Amir caused all this in order to steal Wined. Raman stunned at thought if that happened his or his subordinates' heads will be rolling on the floor, master himself might not be able to make it. Then he agree as Eugene what say he will do it. Eugene smile with the arrogant face. They both walk way in the desert while Raman thinking about he betray his master. They have orders to stop Eugene but now he is guarding him. Then Eugene asked Raman what's your position. Raman said he is the captain of Legion 2 of Red Desert Warrior, the main affiliate guard troops of Tyree Al-Madani, the Emir of Kajitan. Eugene thought so a higher up it makes sense because of his fighting skills. Eugene again asked is there desert mages in the Kajani desert? Raman said sorry as he doesn't know. Eugene angrily smile says, don't play dumb otherwise you have want another round go with threaten way. Raman said, he really didn't know and why desert mage be in the Kajani desert, they are loyal only to the royal family. Eugene stand face to face and stare each other. Eugene say are you stupid? Then Eugene said the Kajani desert was originally Turath territory, but sudden sandstorm turned the forest into desert. Nahum Sultan grabbed the spread desert and stationed his warrior in the desert to train. In an angry tone Eugene said, and the desertification is still going on. They could never do that if it were Keel Empire, that's why they're doing it to Turath. Raman didn't agree with that fact, and if it's true then his master didn't involve in it. Eugene make fun of his naivete. Then Eugene said you may survive the sandstorm by luck and picked by your master, that's why you don't want to believe that truth. Raman is shocked. Then Eugene said he didn't want to poke nose in their nation's matter, that's why your master don't want me to enter Kajani desert. This going to be a problem if the Lionheart young master find out about desert mages. Raman said if this in the case as Eugene said about desert mage, then he will step up to protect Eugene. Even they directly affiliated by Sultan, they must show some respect toward master. Eugene says hope so. Then Raman asked why Eugene is come here. There is nothing in the desert. Eugene said to find a grave. Raman said then why you didn't let me know earlier. There is a graveyard, I would have directly taken you there, but Eugene said, it's not in graveyard, it's elsewhere. Then they both stand in front of an oasis. Raman surprised that there shouldn't be an oasis in Kajani. Eugene said it's fake, it's a illusion magic. Raman said it's impossible, why would someone create a fake oasis using magic? Eugene annoyed. He said hey Raman, keep your denial yourself, don't pissing me off. Oasis in desert, if anyone sees it they run toward oasis. Then Raman realized there are people waiting to ambush us. Eugene said, we'll see. Suddenly a sword emerged from the ground. Raman informed it, but Eugene one step ahead jump over, and Eugene said, I've seen before you. Then Eugene cast a wind spell gale. There is a big blast. Raman thrown away. Eugene see assassin from above. Assassin wounded and die in a big sand crater. Then suddenly many assassin emerged from ground. They stand in front of Eugene. Raman run to defend Eugene and said them to put down your weapon and shield Eugene. Raman state his full name and his master's name and said, Eugene is his master guest, so put down your weapon now and back off. If you don't, then it as a challenge against Kajetan's Amir. They all gather around Eugene and Raman. Raman said, didn't you hear me? This person is our guest and he is son of the Keel Empire's Lionheart family. Eugene said, it's no use because they have no intention to keep us alive. They have already attacked me, but it's annoying if they killed a Lionheart, so they'll probably use poison or drug to make me shut up, but before that they have to defeat me. Raman trying to help and draw his sword. Eugene then mocking smile says, come at me or should I go first? 3 assassin attack together at Eugene. Suddenly Eugene think about his past life as Hamel. Anis complained about why Hamel carry so much weapon that doesn't use. Hamel said they'll be useful one day. Senya said to Anis, leave him, that bastard never listen anyway. Anis say Hamel's behavior is not good, all those Hamel's unused weapon, so why should Moron carry them all? Hamel said he won against rock paper scissors. Anis said that's not fair. Hamel said, Anis don't make me the bad guy, it's not only my things there, Anis' holy water too, there a ton of it, Moron's axe too. That's the heaviest one there. Anis enraged said I can carry my holy water, but Hamel and Senya use most. Hamel and Senya argue on holy water uses and carry on. Then Hamel asked Vermouth, what's your opinion on this? Vermouth said, why don't you pull the wagon? His weapons are not in there. Hamel said, yeah, great for you. Pocket plane magic must be real convenient. Then Senya said, that's why I told you to learn magic from me. If you beg on your knee I can teach you. Hamel pointed his middle finger on her. All this thinking Eugene said, those guys would not have insulted me so much if I had a cape like this in my past life. 3 men jumping on to attack. Eugene will do it like this on previous life. Then he pulled 2 spear from cape and arrogant smile on face. With 2 spear he jumped over assassin. He throw 1 spear at an assassin, then other assassin swing his sword on him. He dodged it and attacked with spear on his back with that landing on ground. Now another assassin attacked from behind. Eugene dodged it and reached him behind and beheaded him with his sword. Then 2 assassin attack side by side. Eugene throw tree dagger that hit tree assassin on their head. Then 2 assassin approached. Eugene grabbed 2 sword from his magic cape. With one sword he killed one and with other sword he defend himself. Between this time he pulled another weapon from cape, with axe he killed one and with sword killed another, then he throw his axe that land on one's assassin head, he jumped over and beheaded one of the assassin, Eugene dealing with them alone while Raman observing it silently. Raman thought Eugene overpowering them all, where he can jump for help, then Eugene gathered all weapon and put all inside magic cape, he is standing middle of corpses. Raman think, he didn't use Wined sword, use magic only for support and he's amazingly adept with various weapon. Raman asked, did you going to kill them all? Eugene said don't think about interrogation there, mission is over with their life and he didn't have skill to ask with them anything. Then Eugene said you are not very helpful, they didn't care about your matter so there is no reason to go along with me. Raman said he didn't go like this. Eugene asked, why, are you going to spying me or other motive? Raman felt silent. Eugene said you are not very helpful. Raman said he will not be hindrance next time. Suddenly they exclaimed, Eugene jump over in the air, the mage's corpses sinning with red aura and disintegrated. Eugene understand that corpses were used as sacrifices. This is a summoning magic, there is amount of mana underneath the ground, and Eugene looked bit worry about something is coming out from the ground. Raman said Eugene to run, then there is a sandstorm. Raman think it's abnormal in this condition at the scale of sandstorm doesn't make sense, then he remember magic sandstorm that Eugene told his that swallowed Kajani. He remember his childhood days when a sandstorm swallowed his village. He gritted his teeth and rushed toward sandworm and attack recklessly with sword here and there. Then he realize he's not skilled to cut sandstorm, he is sinking on sand. Eugene think he can't dodge sandstorm, at least he can hold like this for a while, then he thought he can escape with blink, then there is something coming up from the sand. Eugene saw Raman to sinking in the sand. Eugene used his wind gale magic to pull him out and throw him away and said run you retard. Then suddenly a sandworm appeared from beneath Eugene and swallowed Eugene. Raman shouted for Eugene. Raman think he saved me, he raged and for repay his debt, he charges toward sandworm to slay. Eugene inside sandworm think sandworm a monster that they completely disintegrated whatever they eat to use as energy. This monster doesn't have a excretory organ so there is no way out. So he need to make a way for out. With that he smiled and used his white flame method and circle flame method both at a time and grab his Wined sword and cut through sandworm, then made out of sandworm and land on ground. There are many tunnel, then Eugene thought so sandworm are not summon, it was there nest. He remember Senya once said, when mages research illegal they create this type dungeon in desert. Sandworm dig into the desert and create complex labyrinths. After some time they get rid of sandworm and then change dungeon structure according to their. Then Eugene saw his map that there is a path and that lead to near Hamel's homeland. He forward toward, then we saw Raman. Sand mages capture him. He asked, what is this? One of them said it's funny to seeing you just charge at the sandworm. Do you have a skill that level? They brought to question him about Eugene Lionheart. What is the young master of the Lionheart families have to do in the Kajani desert, and why a warrior of Kajatan's Amir acting as a guide for the Lionheart's son? Raman see silently, and then he asked, is your master planning to betray Nahama? Because your master duty to prevent those entering here but you are doing opposite thing. Then Raman asked, what are you doing here underground and that oasis illusion and sandstorm created by magic, are those not your doing? The one mage said in your condition we are the ones asking the question and Raman hand twisted by sand. He said you'll die anyway so instead of painful death, wouldn't you prefer the peaceful method? Then he asked, why Eugene Lionheart in Kajani? He has clear purpose ever since he entered Nahama. We conclude that the Kajani Amir is trying to betray Nahama. Raman gritted his teeth and think betrayal means his master Sir Tyree al-Madani was a part of this. Raman shouted loudly that you are playing dirty way to invade another nation. You are supposed to protect royal family, why are you here? Then one of them said we are not here for desertification, we are here for another reason and we are not going to tell you. With that he twisted Raman hand again, then he asked again why Eugene is here with the angry face. Then Raman said what does that matter anyway, you killed Eugene. Then they discuss within themselves, Ramen wonder what's going on. They discussing about Eugene swallowed by sandworm and there is a hole in the sandworm, is he alive? There is a assassin inspecting the area, he'll be report us soon. Then Ramen with a surprise face thought Eugene is alive. The mages discussing about after capturing Eugene what they will do to him. We should erase his memory and throw away outside Kajani or maybe protect him for a rewards. Suddenly one of mage notice something and when they turn Eugene is standing in front of them. They think why Eugene is here, what about assassins? Then one of them using his power to see distance there. They'll all dead. The mage think assassin were well trained in stealth skill, even excellent warrior can't catch onto them, and Eugene thinks separately, stealth is just a skill and they're not experienced in handling mana. The assassin I fought in my past life Nahuma's advanced assassins, their stealth skill comparable to demon, the force here are too weak if this place is important to Nahuma, there should be better assassin. Then Ramen shouted young master. Eugene see him and thought I made it easy for him to run, so what's he doing here? Then Eugene approached forward and said, hey you guys, I have a lot of questions. Until he finished talk a mage use a earth magic that's around Eugene. Then Eugene pick moonlight sword piece and throw them, a boom sound appeared, two mages were puzzled, Eugene emerged from dust in his hand moonlight sword piece, the mage shocked, he just do dispel but how? What he just did got rid of the mana. A dispel like that doesn't exit even in Arod, is it some kind of secret magic of Lionheart family? Now mage not thinking about capturing then killing him, Eugene said you guys attacked first, with an arrogant smile and attacking position he said you won't have any complaint if I kill you, right? Three mages see that attack coming, they prepare magic for defend, a sand wall appeared between them, Eugene smile mocking way. Then he again pull out moonlight sword piece and throw it to them, one of mage hit by it. Then Eugene released his mana and jumped in the air, the two mages prepare for attack, Eugene thought they are making copies of themselves but the real attack is coming from above, then Eugene take the whip and destroy their attack from above, one mage can't believe then the whip coiled around his neck and Eugene pull out his head from his body, then Eugene landed and approached one of them and asked what are you doing here? The mage scared and panicked. Then Eugene said, you are too weak to be part of Sultan's force, are you guys doing something behind the Sultan's back? Then Eugene throw him a dagger that hit mage leg, Eugene said he is not putting any effort to ask you more, he didn't care about your life. Then the mage said they not doing this the Sultan's command. Eugene asked then who he prepared to throw another dagger that hit his another leg, the mage shouted it's Amelia Mervyn, Eugene shocked, this place Amelia Mervyn's dungeon, Eugene said don't bullshit me, why her dungeon is Asur Desert, then mage said she has been going back and forth between this place and the Asur Desert for 6 years, Eugene wonder why, when mage are silent, then Eugene said I'll make it easy and simple death because Amelia wouldn't let you die so peacefully, the mage said, this dungeon created for quicken the death certification, this one was made 10 years ago, 6 years ago the labyrinth was expanded, we assumed that it was because the underground was unstable and had broken but there was a Gant gate deep underground, we trying to open but it wouldn't budge so we asked Lady Amelia for help, Eugene said I see and pull out dagger and put it on mage head to die quickly, Ramen now free from bondage, Eugene conclude that's why they all were weak. They are working for Amelia to get rid of any travelers who come near, Ramen called him young master, we need to get out of this place, if it's Amelia Mervyn's Blackthorn's dungeon, Eugene smiled and said but we are already deep inside and she is not here, probably she doesn't come here often but she could come here any moment Ramen said. Eugene said she'll track me down anyway because what mess I make her territory, she will come anyway, Eugene thought he didn't want to conflict with her but there is no choice, then Eugene asked Ramen why aren't you running then? Ramen says you saved my life twice if Amelia come and try to kill you, will fight with my life to help you escape, Eugene said, you? With what skill? Why don't you return to where you come from? Ramen said he can't leave you here, then sudden Eugene come back Ramen's back and hit his neck he fainted, Eugene said I telling you to leave but you stubborn keep following me, then he move aside Ramen and going on way, Eugene thinking about what mage said, 6 years ago that time he was found Hamel's artifact in the Lionheart treasury as a reward of performance in blood succession ritual. The labyrinth has exited 10 years but the end of it collapsed 6 years ago. If the magic that was sealing the grave disappeared because he got the necklace, in anger mood Eugene cursing Amelia as a grave robber. Then he standing in front of a hole and thought under here is Hamel's grave. He jumped into hole and used wind magic gale, then he saw a open gate beneath him, that's the sand mages were taking about. He thought Amelia Mervyn must have opened it. He landed safely in a middle of chamber. There are traces of fight. Was it Senya? He forward ahead and saw surprise eyes Hamel's statue in front of him. He chuckled nervously and saw name plate, years of death, some abusing words and some praise words too. Eugene hold his head and crying for praise words. He said you should told me when I was alive. What's the point of writing these things on my gravestone? He shaking says, I couldn't have seen it. This was a emotional moment of his life. He sat on a stone and thinking about there was a really fierce fight to see these ruins, but the statue and memorial stone are intact. 200 years ago Senya sensed her familiar died and left Aro to come here. She fought an unknown invader. Senya is strong and after Hamel's death she became stronger, even most powerful witch in the world, but Senya unable to win. If she won she wouldn't have left the grave in ruins like this. Then she died. No, that illusion Eugene saw in the Arod was sent by Senya. She must have been injured here and went into hiding. Who could have done that to her? A demon? A demon king, perhaps. The demon king of incarceration or the demon king of ruin. Then Eugene stand up and this way he can't find any answer. He has to go find Senya. He's looking around bit for some clue. Eugene wonders, they made a grave for me here. They probably cried while setting up my statue. Would Vermouth also have cried? He can't imagine him crying. He remember his past, when they win battle they enjoy and celebrate, while Vermouth looks at his injured friends and say in self-criticism if he should have done better. Then Hamel told him that you are human, not a god. You can't do everything's on your own, and Annis and Hamel have sweet and sour fight over Vermouth. Now he had never have that kind of conversation again. Eugene thinking about the past is making him cry again. Sudden he saw a open door. He go into and saw a armored man sitting on the ground. He think another door inside the door? But who's that? Then Eugene asked, what are you sitting in front of the door for? The armored man stand on his position. Eugene thought, is he a demon? But he doesn't feel any life from him. Then he called him undead. I asked you what you were. The undead said, I am Hamel the Foolish. Eugene shocked then asked in angrily, what the fuck did you just say? You're Hamel? As if, you're just a death knight who has deluded himself into thinking he's Hamel. Eugene grit his teeth and find out this is Hamel's grave. Then that death knight's body is, then shouted, take your helmet off you bastard. Undead eyes were red. Eugene very angry way charge his sword, while saying, take it off. He rushed toward undead. He jump over undead, while pulling two sword he say, which fucking bastard put you into that body? He's so enraged that his veins appeared on his face and everywhere. He attacked with both sword. Undead dodged it but Eugene slash him horizontally. Eugene felt mana shield, then he conclude no, it's a demonic force shield not mana. Then undead attacked toward Eugene. He blocked it by crossing his both sword but forced to back. While landing back he thought that undead is strong, even his hand are sore. Eugene think, it was probably Amelia who created this death knight 6 years ago. She must have opened the doors to the grave and made a death knight out of Hamel. Since there was no soul left in Hamel's body, she had to put another one in. That means he can't win against undead. Death knight made by dark mage as advanced as them. Then it might be strong as the Lionheart Patriarch or the Black Lion Knight Order Captain. So, what? Then Eugene used white flame and circle flame method disappeared. And showed back on undead. He pull his weapon, then both clash their weapon, then Eugene use another weapon and attack but undead dodge it and counter attack. Eugene's sword fell from hand, then he pull out another weapon. Undead stand on defense mode, a powerful attack hit him. He backed off while adjusting position. Eugene in front of him standing with spear. Undead said, boy you are adept with various weapon. Eugene said, if you want to pretend Hamel, you better fix your tone first. Undead. While approaching says. Your skills are excellent but you are still too weak for me. He rushed very fast with red eyes, he attacked, Eugene dodged it, they both fight fiercely with all out. Suddenly Eugene's spear break and a powerful sword move going to hit him. Undead mock him, what a shame. Then a boom sound and light appeared, they both stand apart. Undead said, how can you able to dodge that attack, what did you do? Eugene pointed his sword, Undead understood it's a parrying, Eugene think it's not just parrying, he aligned the sword with its mana wavelength to deflect it, but attack are so heavy that his hand is shaking but timing was perfect, he have to end this fight as fast as could then he accelerate his circle flame and charge toward Undead, Eugene attacked him left right, up down, upper lower, then Eugene feel like his muscles and bones are being torn apart, can this blessed body not take this much force? Doesn't matter he continues his attack, as long as his mind is fine he can fight. Then his sword is broke, he then draw Wined sword pour his aura in it and rush towards so-called Hamel, Eugene mana shield is weakening, he'll concentrate all his mana into Wined and fought with it, then he cast magic missile around Undead that hit him everywhere, and Eugene charged with Wined and says let me see that face of yours, he cut through the helmet and land back of Undead, helmet fell to ground, Eugene turned back and asked him to look at him, the Undead turned back, Eugene was stunned then Eugene comments, damn you're pretty hot, it's been hundreds of years but you still look as alive as ever, however the soul inside that hot body is really fucking ugly, Undead is enraged shouted and throw his sword to Eugene, Eugene dodged it then they both stand face to face, Undead hit him he backed off and barely managed to stand, Eugene thought, he only dropped his sword but he has gotten faster than before, is that his real ability? He was weaker because he wasn't even adept with weapon, with sweat on his face Eugene think, now what, a death knight immediately heal most injury, in order to kill him, he need to destroy the heart, can he do it? He have been parrying his all attacks that consume lots of mana if it weren't for the white flame method, he would have ran out of mana long ago, while clenching his sword and angry face he said, he have to make it possible if it's impossible. The Death Knight rush very fast with a demon force hand that attacks Eugene everywhere, Eugene barely defends it then he cast magic missile, Death Knight dodged it and backward, now Death Knight has demonic force around his hand and feet, a savage combat method, the crazy and the beast-like posture then Eugene realize it's a lycanthrope soul inside a human body. Death Knight prepare another attack, Eugene pull out Moonlight sword piece and throw it to his hand, he deflect it, it only weakened the demonic force then Eugene hold the piece and rush toward him he also rush, they both attack and counter-attack, Death Knight landed a attack on Eugene's stomach then Eugene turn and Moonlight fragment puts on Death Knight chest, he shouted like hell, all demonic force are scattering while Eugene holding him then demonic force dissipated from chest and it's a weakened there, now Eugene with his Wined sword and magic missile hit his chest, Moonlight fragment dropped there and Eugene sat there, Death Knight holding himself, then Eugene said, what's that on your chest? And you dare call yourself Hamel? With face off Eugene mocking smile said you're just a Death Knight idiot, Hamel my ass, not a human, you're a lycanthrope, while Death Knight shouted, he is Hamel, Eugene said with middle finger, fuck off idiot, enraged with demonic force hand Death Knight grab Eugene's shoulder with both hands, Eugene in pain thought am I gonna die? He thought he can't die like that after reincarnation, he even not able to move his hand but he will win no matter what if he use it, however the recoil is just as intense, he has no specs now to kill Death Knight but if he use that, he'll definitely win. Past life Hamel's ultimate ignition, suddenly Raman is there he shouted for Eugene, Eugene think how he is here I knocked him, not to follow, Raman draw his sword while Death Knight holding Eugene up and throw him on the pillar, Raman is worry for him then he rushed toward Death Knight with sword soul and landed a hit but his sword is scattered, Death Knight hold him in air with his neck, Raman said Eugene to run while he's holding him, Eugene smiling and says, you're in his grasp, what are you talking about? Raman with shocking face think how can he smile like that in this condition, he is amazing person then Death Knight throw him toward Eugene, They both clash each other and felt impact on it. They are on the ground while Death Knight standing in front of them, Ramen holding Eugene while standing. Ramen again said to run, but Eugene said, "You don't need to do that, there's a door behind us." Death Knight yelled him that door does not open, no one can open it. Eugene said with smile, "Is that so?" That makes him even more want to open. Then Eugene touched the door while thinking, this is Hamel's grave. If Senya or someone else intended for me to reincarnate, then this door must have been meant for the owner of the grave. Then Eugene necklace shine and the door opened with bright light. Death Knight shocked to see. They both felt through door and the door closed. Ramen said, "What is this place?" While Eugene hit his neck to make unconscious, he fell to ground. Then Eugene noticed something, and when he saw, his eyes widen and said, "Vermouth, that crazy bastard, why did he leave this here?" 300 years ago in Helmet, near the Demon King of the Slaughter's castle, after killing him, they are looking for Demon King's remaining subordinate and ended up finding a pathway underground. In the innermost location we found the Moonlight Sword. Hamel prepared to take it, but he couldn't. As soon as he approached the sword, he fell to knees, coughing blood. In the end the Moonlight Sword became Vermouth's. Leaving Moonlight Sword in his grave. "Is this your condolences for me?" Eugene thinks. The Moonlight Sword is in front of Eugene. Moonlight Sword, that is its name. It's a simple and straightforward name, but it fit. After Vermouth got his hand on Moonlight Sword, he no longer used the sacred sword. The Moonlight Sword with its simple appearance was much stronger than the bright sacred sword. Eugene, thinking about all this from previous life, he stand in front of Moonlight Sword and above a crescent moon. Eugene think when they first saw moonlight it was a full moon, right now it's a crescent moon. Is it weakened? Then it might react to its fragment. As he going to pull out, then he remember he left that out when he fighting with Death Knight. Eugene asked in his mind, "Vermouth, did you leave this here because I wanted it?" Eugene laughed, "Idiot bastard, what's the point of giving it to me after he is dead?" Then he think this is not the time to be sentimental. In this room there is nothing except Moonlight Sword. There is only one door too. If he leave this place he have to fight that insane Death Knight again, and he's not only the problem. Eugene don't know when that bitch Amelia is coming back. He need to kill that Death Knight as fast as he can and get out of this place. Then Eugene stand near Moonlight Sword and think, why Vermouth left this sword here? The reason it is here must be to let me have it, right? Then Eugene raise his hand to hold it. He thought in his past life he could not even put his hand on it, but he reincarnate as Vermouth Descendant. Will that enough to let me hold it? With a smile he said, he have to, because Vermouth gave it to him. He raised his hand and only touched the light, but it's already hard to breathe and his mana is screaming inside him. At this rate his mana might go into a rage. He used white flame method. It's really weaker than we first found, so it did break into pieces. He hold the sword handle and pull it out while he backed off from sword. He felt on ground and exhausted. He smiled that he got it. Eugene holding that sword and shocked. As expected there is no blade, so it's broke into pieces after all. The crescent moon shining and break apart and condense into sword. Eugene try with a pose. Eugene think Moonlight Sword is scatters all mana and magic, but it is swallowing his mana like it has been starving. Is it resonating with white flame method? Plus this sword uses extreme amount of mana, that Eugene have enough mana for it. What a shitty but great sword he put into his cape. Now he doesn't need to use ignition. With Moonlight Sword he can kill that Death Knight. Before leaving the room he checked the casket. He saw in it, there's no corpse. Eugene noticed there is something written on the top. He recognized, it's Senya handwriting. Then we saw Death Knight standing in front of that door while thinking. He tried countless time to open but couldn't break it. Even his master not open this door. How he easily opened it? He can't be killed until master come back. His helmet and breastplate broke. He took out his claws, disobeying the mother. She will be enraged if she find out. He has to prove otherwise he'll be thrown out. Then Eugene came out of door, and asked Death Knight, were you waiting for him? Death Knight asked, how did you get in there? Eugene said, he just did it. Then Knight asked, what did you see there? Eugene put his finger on his lips and said, it's a secret, Death Knight enraged and put demonic force into his claws, then rushed to Eugene. Eugene put his hand into cape and pull out Moonlight Sword, and they both ready to attack and counter-attack. Eugene stare him serious face and Death Knight sees him angrily with greeting his teeth. Eugene attack Death Knight demonic force claw with his Moonlight Sword that deflect the Death Knight claws attack and disperse the demonic force. Death Knight back off fast while Eugene stand there with his sword. Death Knight puzzled that, what just happened? His claws made from demonic force just broke from the light. Eugene bending with Moonlight Sword. He thought he controlled his strength well enough, but after just one swing, he's out of breath and his vision is blurry, plus just maintaining the light of the sword is eating up his mana, and a smirk smile thinks, but the force is satisfying. He couldn't slay the Death Knight, but he got his demonic force. Death Knight staring him angrily while greeting his teeth. Then Death Knight moved his claws and approaching toward Eugene. Eugene thought, is he not using demonic force because of the sword? Looks like he is planning to fight with his fists instead. Then he said, that's not a very wise choice. Then Eugene bring out Wined's sword in another hand, then Death Knight jumps with great power that create cracks on the ground, and Death Knight jumps here and there like beast werewolf while Eugene stand calmly with sword in his both hand. Then he sudden move and ready to attack Death Knight. Death Knight surprised to Eugene predict his move. Death Knight dodged it and back off fast. Eugene asked, scared? He hasn't even swung yet. Eugene swing his windstorm sword Wined, Tempest, and a powerful storm attack release that create a tornado and engulf Death Knight and that hit cave ceiling. Eugene watching him with a serious face, then falling stone covered in aura that all stone hits the Death Knight while Death Knight falling and try to defend himself. Eugene raised his one leg and said, if only he was in a better state, he could have beaten you up to death. Then he hits the ground and with force there makes a pit, and we saw white flame mana spread toward Death Knight. That a aura punch hits Death Knight. He tried to avoid but failed, and a aura punch hits his hand and his armor shattered. He kneeled down and a aura punch above him, then he saw his broken armor. He shouted laudably, then he release his demonic force around him and make a big claw with it. Eugene with smiling face said, why didn't you use that skill earlier? It just goes to waste if you save it for later, you idiot. Then Death Knight saw a aura hand approaching him to capture. He slashed it, then Eugene came sudden and said, it already gone to waste. Then they both face each other and ready to attack, then Moonlight Sword fragment fly and reach demonic force claw and shine brightly. Eugene, though, since he has Moonlight Sword in his hand, he can control the fragment however he wish. Death Knight pause for while greeting his teeth. Eugene with Moonlight Sword ready to attack thought, a moment of pause, but that's enough for him. The Death Knight tried to move his hand but couldn't, then Eugene stab him in his core and that hit come through his back. Death Knight throw back to wall and fall to ground and his demonic force slowly disappears, while on other side Eugene coughed lot of blood and thinks, he used as little power as possible, but it still used too much mana. But that is still better than using ignition though, and then the light on the Moonlight Sword is gone now that he is out of mana. He said, shitty ass sword, and put into his robe. The Death Knight laying on ground motionless. Eugene approached near him and think, he felt the core break, but since Death Knight body is still there, he guess it wasn't fully destroyed. Eugene greeted his teeth and thinks, what a shitty feeling, what an insult to the dead. That bitch dared to break into his grave and make a Death Knight out of his own body. Then he raise his Wined sword and thinks, he'll destroy this, then take ramen and escape. Then he pressed his sword down, but sudden something happened, his body shaking, he can't move his body, it's like he tied down by some great invisible power. He smile and says, fuck, you're here. Then we saw a foot approaching toward Eugene. Then we saw Eugene freeze there and a lady with a skeleton staff, that she is Amelia Merwin stand behind Eugene. Eugene while freezing position thought, he can't move his body, all he can do right now is to move his mouth to speak, and he is sure that's possible because she allowed for it. Eugene said, can't we at least talk face to face? Amelia said, she is thinking about what she should do with you. She put her hand on chin and said, she do have quite a few ideas, but the one she like most is this. She start approaching toward Eugene and said, she'll drag you to the surface and throw you into the hot sand. Of course, She won't kill you, she'll make sure your is above the surface so that you can breathe, she'll force your eyes and mouth to stay open, not long after, your eyes will crack into pieces, and your tongue will look like a dried up branch. After that, you'll become a scarecrow of desert. She'll destroy your legs and twist them into one string, and she'll stick thin metal pieces into each one of your finger. Then Eugene with shaking body moved his hand. He thought his body's moving on its own. Then Amelia appears behind Eugene, put his hand on his shoulder and said further, from the tips of your finger, into your arms, across your shoulders and your other hand's fingers, so that you can keep your arms spread open. Your eyes will already be broken, so you won't see what's happening, you'll be able to feel it though, it won't be so dull of a pain that you won't be able to feel it, Eugene said. He'd die of shock at that point. While standing slowly, she said, you won't die, she won't let you, and that's how you're gonna become a scarecrow of the desert, for a very long time, until she's tired of seeing you like that. Brew, even I feel the pain just by listening that explanation. Then she said, do you know who she is? While Eugene's face sweat dropping, he said, Amelia Merwin, and then she said with introduction way, yes, she's Amelia Merwin, the desert dungeon master, Blackthorn, that's her. She said, you broke my pet. She close by Eugene from behind and point finger and said, it was useless, but it was still mine. Torturing it, breaking it and killing it are all thing only she can do, as its owner. Eugene smiling said, what a gross pet, why didn't you at least bathe it? The rotting corpse smell is too. He even didn't complete his word. She hits him with her staff and Eugene coughed out blood and throw further on ground while his sword fell from his hand. Amelia says, only she can say things like that, as the owner, as Eugene on ground spit blood and while standing thinks, the spell's broken, can he kill her right now? No, he can't. Amelia is on a different level, he can't kill her if he were to use ignition. He grit his teeth and sweat on face thought, he didn't want to ask Balzac for a favor, but he has no choice. Then Eugene asked, you know who Balzac Ludwig is, right? She gazed him and said, she don't know why you're bringing up his name. Eugene with smiling face bring out black envelope and said, well, he know him, he wrote him a letter to give you if Eugene were to come across you. Then she pulled letter from his hand and holding her hand and looking into letter and said, you're speaking the truth, it's his seal, why did he write a letter for someone like you? Do you know what this letter means? Then Eugene says, Balzac said that if he had it on Eugene, Amelia wouldn't kill him, no matter what Eugene did. With a cold gaze, she said, it's a bit different, a long time ago, he helped her, as payment for that, she promised to do him one favor, that was a very valuable offer, even for Balzac, the ability to ask her, Amelia Merwin, for a favor, but for decades, he didn't ask me for anything. Then she burned the letter and said, do you get what she's trying to say? Since you have this, you can ask her for one favoring his stead, as long as she can do it. Eugene thinks so, then see. Then Amelia said, if you don't want to die, then ask her to spare you, then she won't kill you, but she is not just gonna let you go, she'll need to know why and how you got here and what you did here. Then Eugene said, he asked of you, Amelia Merwin, with a cocky smile said, kill yourself. Amelia said with smile that she sure said she would do it as long as she could. She said, you have two choices, if you don't want to talk then she'll respect it, and she'll kill you. And then she smiled and said, if you want to live, she'll let you live, but she'll need you to tell me everything she want to know. Eugene silently listening, she continue further, don't worry, she's not gonna make a cripple out of you, just because she's not killing you, she won't even torture you, there are many ways she can get you to talk. With a freaky smile she said, you're very interesting to her, how did you get in here, a place even the Sultan does not know about, only the desert mages here know this place, was there some parasite amongst them that was working with you? That's strange, that shouldn't happen. Eugene with a serious face thinks, what does he do? If he asks her to spare his life, she'll get him to confess no matter what, If she doesn't need to torture him, that must mean she's gonna use dark magic. Dark magic used by someone of her level will easily overpower his own will and get the answers out of him. He won't be able to stop it. She stepped ahead and said, "You sure are thinking for a long time." Should she interpret your hesitation as an answer? Eugene thought, should he use ignition and run away? No, if she used that paralysis spell on him again, he won't be able to do anything. She said, "She'll count to 3, she can't wait more than that." Then she start count. 1. Eugene greeting his teeth angrily and thought, what if he tell her he's a Lionheart? Would this shitty dark mage even respect that name? She smiled and count. 2. Eugene thinks further, should he just be honest? Tell her that he opened that door that even she couldn't open and found a moonlight sword. No way, she will spare his life, but she will definitely take the moonlight sword. Then as she going to count 3, something happen. She immediately turned back and see the Death Knight stand up. Eugene got pissed off and think, this disgusting feeling, could it be? Then sudden Amelia Merwin kneel down as respect. Then she asked, "What brings you here?" "Dear Demon King of Incarceration." At that time Eugene is still stand. Amelia is kneeling and a black dark demonic aura emitting from the standing Death Knight. Eugene angrily thinks that Demon King of Incarceration. Then Demon King said, "Eugene Lionheart, he saw you through the eyes of Balzac." Eugene silently listening. Then Demon King asked, "Did you come here to offer flower to your ancestors, friend?" He is sure as Eugene can see, the owner of this grave is Hamel Dinas. He was called Hamel the Foolish, but he was definitely not foolish. He was especially strong and talented amongst dear Vermouth's friends, and he was Vermouth's best friend. Eugene that time cold and silently thought, what the hell is he saying? He angrily grit his teeth here about dear Vermouth. Then Demon King continue, he said, "He understand why you'd think of me as an enemy, Vermouth," and he genuinely understood each other and built a real friendship. But to enforce something that happened 300 years ago on a descendant is silly. He respect the Lionheart out of the friendship he had with Vermouth, but he won't demand respect back from you, Eugene Lionheart. Demon King said after Vermouth for 300 years, he has seen many a Lionheart, but he believe you are the one who is most like Vermouth. Amelia said, "Lionheart, she see, silver hair, golden eyes, they are the traits of a Lionheart." Then she said to Demon King, "She didn't expect to see you in such place like this and with a Death Knight as a vessel too. Demon King of Incarceration, how is she supposed to take this?" The Demon King said, "That's up to you." She asked, "Did you come to this place to defend that bad lion cub?" King says, "He's his friend's descendant, after all." She said, "That's the reason why you're oppressing her freedom, which you are supposed to respect." King said, "Vermouth is dead, but his bloodline has continue on, especially Eugene Lionheart. He can see Vermouth in him." He further said, "Amelia Merwin, he endear and respect you but not as much as Vermouth." She said, "You respect someone who died 300 years ago, more than her, who's alive right now." As she trying to stand up, then a pressure put on her. She kneeled down again and said, "Demon King of Incarceration." She angrily said, "You." Then King said, "Your freedom cannot transcend your respect for me, Amelia Merwin. He respect your freedom to do whatever you wanted in Hamel's grave, but if you wish to harm Vermouth's descendant, he cannot accept that, at least not now." Eugene said, "Now? What do you mean?" Amelia said, "Arrogant little kid, be polite to the Demon King." Then Demon King saw his palm and said, 300 years after Vermouth's promise, that is a long time for humans. For those 300 years, he believed he has shown enough generosity and respect to Vermouth's descendants. Then Amelia happy to hear that. Demon King continue that he accepted it as freedom that they did not show me the same kind of generosity and respect, but he cannot have people thinking it is an obligation that he's be nice to them. Then he clenched his fist and said, "I, the Demon King of Incarceration, am a ruler of countless demons and Helmet's king." While Eugene thinks he's just talking, but his heart feels tight, and he can't even move. King continue that with freedom comes responsibility. freedom without responsibility is just self-indulgence. He spread his both arm and said, Vermouth's descendant, relay this to all Lionhearts. If you will not respect him, he will no longer respect you either. Eugene thought. A warning, what is the reason why you're saying this now, after 300 years of silence? Demon King said, your ancestor made a promise with freedom as payment, and that promise is coming to an end. The will that Vermouth stopped is about to begin turning again. There will be a need for another promise one day. Who will be able to make a promise in Vermouth's stead and stop the will from turning? Eugene asked, what was the promise? Demon King silent for a while, then he laughed and says, you own not have the right to know, you're not Vermouth, foolish lion, and laugh more. Eugene was shocked and suspects something, sweat runs on his face. Then Demon King said, your existence, your soul, it was all because of Vermouth's promise that you could be born 300 years later. Eugene with shocked face asked, what? Then Demon King looked Amelia and said, go back to your dungeon, she said, she still has question to ask that kid. King said, you will not get any answer from him. Amelia angrily said, nonsense, her pet is dead, and he easily opened a door that she couldn't open no matter what she did. Then Demon King said, door. Then there were some silence in the room, then sudden a pressure come. Demon King raise his hand, the door in front of him becoming dust instant, then in there Raman is unconscious. Demon King said, look, there is only Hamel's grave, within nothing happened here. Amelia silently making his face like she's going to cry. After that Amelia asked to Demon King if reincarceration that, does he likes that body as a vessel? He said that, his business here is done, so he'll return Hamel's body. With creepy smile Amelia says, are you sure not taking this body because it's the body of your dear precious Vermouth's friend? Demon King said, yes, but Hamel is not his friend. After that Hamel's body falls on ground in front of Amelia and Eugene. Amelia slowly stand up and said to Eugene that, he was lucky this time, but you won't be this lucky next time. Then she collect the Hamel's body and leaving from there. While thinking that, she can't do anything to that kid right now, but someday, she'll make sure to get him once the promise is over. And then a creepy smile appeared on her face about thinking that, she can't wait for that day. Eugene there standing alone and silent, he clench his fist and shouting very loud with anger, he punch the wall that cracked there, he keep punching the wall until it's broke apart, in his mind. Demon King's word, foolish lion, are ringing. Eugene says that angrily, fucking son of a bitch, he knows that he reincarnated. Demon King words are flashback his memory while he's saying that, your existence, your soul, it was all because of Vermouth's promise that he could be born 300 years later. Eugene thinks, what did he mean by that? Does that mean Vermouth made a promise with the Demon King in order to have him reincarnated? He thought further that, no way, if Vermouth really wanted to do something for me, he would have chosen to kill the Demon King rather than to reincarnate me. Plus that promise was a promise of peace, it had nothing to do with his reincarnation. And then he thought about when Demon King said that, he is not Hamel's friend. Then Eugene lifted his fist and said that, he don't like you either, you piece of shit. Eugene thinks that Amelia took the Death Knight made from his body, he won't able to destroy it. Eugene still thinks about Demon King's words that, the end of a promise, and a stopped will, this bastard, why does he have to speak in riddles? Eugene grit his teeth and thinks, he don't intend on making any promise, stop the will for what? If the will rolls over shit, you should just destroy it, not stop it. He thought, if his reincarnation wasn't Senya or Anist's doing, but Vermouth's, he wouldn't expect him to do something like that. Then he put his hand in his robe and bring a leaf. He kept thinking, 200 years earlier, after Vermouth died, someone invade this grave. Senya realized something was wrong and came all the way here, and she had a fight with the invader then disappeared. This leaf that he found in front of Hamel's coffin, this is a leaf of the world tree, the leaf of world tree allows you to warp to the elven forest where you are. Who could have invaded his grave and cornered Senya like that? Is it Vermouth? If it was Vermouth that had fought Senya here, Then what would have been the reason? Then he remember his previous that he saying that, "What's up with you guys? Why are you getting in my way?" Senya said, "He's just some everyday mercenary, why do you want to bring him along?" Senya complained even at first sight. Anna said, "Sir Vermouth, he looks like he has no class at all, she is sure there are countless warriors better than this stray dog." Anna straight up insulted him. Moran said, "He heard that warriors of the kingdom by the sea are very brave, he want to fight them." Moran was an idiot as always. Vermouth said, "No, it has to be you, Hamel Dinas, to recruiting Vermouth's companion." Hamel said, "He don't really care about that, he don't intend on obeying someone weaker than him." Vermouth said, "Then if he win, you'll become his companion." Then we saw Vermouth defeated Hamel. Then Vermouth said he's stronger than him, but Hamel didn't agree and said, "Let's do it again." Then Hamel prepared to fight, but at last Hamel again defeated by Vermouth. Hamel said, "He is much weaker than Vermouth, so why do you want me to come with you?" Vermouth said, "You promise him if he win, you'll be my companion." Hamel said, "He don't get it, if you, the warrior of light, were to ask anyone to be your companion, people would line up." Vermouth said, "You are the last one that he need your power to ill all the demon kings." Vermouth open-heartedly welcomed him into his team. Eugene thinks, if the reincarnation and necklace were Vermouth doing, he would have been able to place that necklace in the Lionheart treasury without a problem. Then Eugene think, it's too early to conclude anything. The illusion of Senya, he saw in the Azoth and the writing on the inside of the coffin in Senya's handwriting, if that wasn't referring to heaven but my reincarnation, did Vermouth betray Senya? He doesn't know, he doesn't even want to think about that possibility. In order to find out the truth, he needs to find Senya. Then we saw Tyree al-Madani, his face is pale and nervous. Eugene was sitting in front of him while Rahman is standing beside him. Tyree al-Madani said, "You're aware that you are asking too much, right?" Eugene Lionheart, he further said, "He heard about you from his subordinates, but do you really think that he sent his subordinate out for some petty thievery?" Eugene said, "Regardless of what your intention were, it is true that they harmed me." Al-Madani said, "It was to protect you," he said. He don't know if you are aware but Nahuma and Keel are not on good terms. Al-Madani thinks, the desert mages who are actively progressing the desertification are hiding at the end of the desert. If this kid were to come across them, the scorpion would have come. Al-Madani said, "He protecting you basically." Nahuma bowing down to Keel. He also had to figure out what your intention were. Why were you heading towards the Kajani desert, where no one lives? Eugene said, "He didn't come here to be interrogated." Al-Madani said, "That's it, he can't interrogate you, that's why he had his subordinate follow you so that they could protect you if something were to happen. If Roman had properly carried out his orders, we wouldn't be having such an uncomfortable conversation right now. He understand why you would feel unpleasant about the ordeal, but from what he heard, his subordinate kept a good distance from you when you suddenly attacked them." Eugene smirked and thought, he is not bringing up the assassins or the mages at all. Kajetan's Amir doesn't know that Hemel's grave and Amelia are in the Kajani desert. There's no need to tell him that, he'll just evolve this and back off. Eugene said, "If you are right, then he guess he misunderstood, but he don't know how to explain this situation to his family." Al-Madani said, "He's not sure what you are trying to say." Eugene said, "Even if it was a misunderstanding, it is true that you endangered his safety. Even if he were to explain the misunderstanding, he don't know how his family would take it." Then with shaking voice Al-Madani called Mr. Eugene. Eugene further said, "He don't want to a bad outcome either, it could lead to a problem between the two nations, and he don't want to put his family in a difficult situation because of this." Al-Madani asked, "What is that you want?" Eugene said, 500 million sell." Then he smiled and said, he think that's a pretty cheap price to repair a relationship that has been soured by a misunderstanding. Al-Madani smiled and said, "He heard you have just turned 19, but you are rather bold, he can give that money to you if that will calm your anger." Al-Madani asked, He had liked to ask you just one thing, what did you see in the Kajani desert? Eugene said, he saw the desert, as you said, there was nothing else. Eugene think, the statue, coffin, and memorial stone, he put it all in his cape, there is nothing remaining there now, even the Sultan does not know about Hamel's grave, as long as Amelia keeps her mouth shut, what happened back there will not get out, Eugene said, he will be taking Rahman, he'll have him pay for threatening his life, Al-Madani said, if you want that, he can have him executed right in front of you. Rahman is shocked about that, his master is sacrificing him, Eugene said, he's not a merciless person who wants a person's head cut off for something like this, he just going to bring him back to his family and have him clean toilets or something, Al-Madani said, as you wish. Then Eugene thinking about his previous life as Hamel, in a battlefield many corpses are lying on the ground while Anas was praying for them and Hamel is standing beside him, Anas said, Hamel, sometimes, she have doubts. If God really omnipotent and all-knowing, then why does he let these young sheep bleed? Hamel said, Anas, you are drunk, Anas shouting loudly and said, if he really is a light to chase away all darkness, then why doesn't he do that? He said, we have Vermouth, he don't know about your God of light, but he do know that Vermouth, that bastard, is one ridiculous strong guys, God could not take care of the world himself so he sent Vermouth, the living miracle, that is why he is a warrior, and why the sacred sword acknowledged him is as its owner, Anas said, she didn't expect to hear those kind of words coming from you, she actually ruined the mood, then Hamel shouting and said, do you think he is saying this because he wants to? It's really annoying to listen to your drunken tirades over nothing. So hand over the drink, instead of drinking on your own, she picked up the drinks and said, this isn't alcohol, it's holy water, she can't give it to someone like you who lacks faith. Hamel irritated and said, he will be a believer starting today, so give me. Anas said, she cannot be kind in response to fake faith. Eugene thinking about that pleasant memory of his about Anas, then Eugene and Rahman standing in front of Anas statue, sacred ground of light, Hogani, that is where Anas statue is, if he take a ship from the Holy Empire Eurus across the ocean, he will arrive here in Hogani, 200 years ago, Anas sent a prayer here before starting a pilgrimage to other end of the desert, Eugene think, Anas came to his grave to pay her respects. Senya's retirements and Anas' pilgrimage, the time period doesn't overlap completely, Senya retired a few years earlier, then Anas left on half pilgrimage, Anas could not enter his grave, if she had, she would have done something about the state it was in. Was Vermouth also involved in the disappearance of Anas? He could not find anything in Hogani, something that could be a clue right now, is this leaf from the world tree that Senya left behind, then Rahman said, young master Eugene. It has already been a week since we got here, have you perhaps changed your mind? Eugene said, no, we are going back to Kiel, then we saw there is a portal and in front of this Eugene's father, Sion's mother, and Nina standing to waiting for Eugene. Sion grit his teeth and said, you son of a bitch, you are finally coming back after 2 years? Let's see how much stronger you are now Eugene. Sion standing waiting in front of portal, he looks nervous something, then his mother said, Sion, you seem unhappy that your brother is coming back, Sion said, he want him to come back but he also don't, if Eugene wants to become the patriarch, he will probably give it up to him, Sion's mother said, as long as you don't step back, Eugene won't to become the patriarch, Sion said that, is that what's best for the Lionhearts? Patriarch's position should be taken by the strongest Lionheart, Sion's mother said, you are no longer a kid, you can make decision on your own, it is become the patriarch or give up the position to Eugene, it is your choice, Sion said, that's not what you wish for, Sion mother said, seem like she have raised you too strictly, she don't want to be like Theanese, she don't want to ruin her child with excessive greed like she was, Sion said, he's different from Iode, then Sion's mother said, yes, you are, so you can make what you feel is the right choice, She smiled brightly and said, if you feel that it is the right choice, then she'll respect it. Eugene is your brother even if you are not related by blood, you are still brothers, so talk to him once he's here, the succession of the patriarch position can wait until then, Cyan said. Okay, then Eugene emerged from the portal, and outside there everyone is waiting for him, Eugene's father emotional that moment, then Eugene said. He'd have seen you all back at the house anyway, why did you all come to greet me? Then Eugene's father crying and called his son and hugged him very tightly, Eugene said, it's been while father, look like you have worked out a lot, your body's steady but you have grown out your beard quite a bit, his father said, it's thanks to steroid, Eugene thinks, steroid that's gorgeous father, are they close enough to refer to him by his first name now? Eugene said, he told you not to take that medicine, then Eugene noticed there is Cyan's mother, then he said, excuse him, he didn't see you, while she said, don't be so awkward, we are family, then Eugene searching something and asked, where's the patriarch? Cyan's mother said, he's at the Black Lion Castle because of the coming of age ritual, you know about that too, right? Eugene said, yes, the blood succession ritual, which is a Lionheart tradition, is attended by both the indirect and direct lineages, but the coming of age ritual is just for the direct lineage children, Cyan's mother said, it was Iod, who is 2 years older than you, who should have gone through the coming of age ritual last time, but he has basically been estranged, so the last one was skipped, but there are 3 children, Eugene, Cyan, and Seal, who will be adults next year, so she think this ritual will be a bit more extravagant than before, Eugene said, is that what the patriarch wanted? Cyan's mother said, it's what the Senate wanted, then she noticed there is a man behind Eugene, Raman is very tense and nervous, she asked, but, who is that with you? Eugene said, my subordinate, his name is Raman, and his age is, then Eugene asked, Raman, how old are you? He said, he is 32, Eugene said, he personally picked him out himself, he is trustworthy, he is not teaching him or anything, he was just going to have him work some random job from his sake, then he called Nina, then Nina brightly smiled and answered him, yes, Mr. Eugene, he said, take him and teach him, the barn and the tourney hall cleaning and other things you don't want to do that require strength, Nina surprised, and said, are you sure that's okay? He is your subordinate, he said, that's why he should do what he tell him to, Raman, this is Nina, she is now your senior, learn from her, Raman thinks, he have to treat this lady who looks at least 10 years younger than me, as my senior? He will do anything if it's for young Master Eugene, he'll at least paying him back for saving his life, and there will be a day when he really need me, that day, he will risk his life for the young master as a warrior. Then Cyan said, hey, if you are done, let's talk, then walk from there together, and in the way Cyan asked to Eugene, what are you? Eugene was surprised to hear that, and said, what the hell are you talking about? Cyan said, are you really 19? Eugene said, do you want the truth? We are not the same age, he's actually reincarnation, Cyan irritated, and said, cut the bullshit, Eugene chuckled and thinks, he won't even believe me, so why's he asking? Then Eugene asks, why? Are you shocked at that, how strong your brother really is? He's emitting white mana, Cyan was shocked to see that, he clenched his fist and said, it has been 2 years for both of us, but somehow, it like you live 20 years instead of 2, he thought he tried really hard too while you are learning magic, he trained the sword like crazy, he trained his white flame method too and reached 3-star, but meanwhile, Eugene is 4-star now, then Cyan with determined face said, Eugene, you become the patriarch, Eugene said, what nonsense are you suddenly spouting? You are telling me to become the patriarch? Cyan shouting and angrily said, now that he have seen you in person, he can't stand it anymore, how can he become the patriarch when you are so much more talented than me? Eugene said, why can't you? If you want to do it, Then do it, Cyan shouted. He said he can't stand it. Eugene smiled and said, if you really want to make me the patriarch, then duel me. If you win, he'll do what you are asking of him. Cyan was puzzled and innocently said, if he duel you and win, then why would he make you the patriarch? The person who beat you, him, should be the patriarch. Eugene also innocently said, you are smarter than he thought. While Cyan is irritated, Eugene said, the one who will become the patriarch is Cyan. The seat should go to whoever is most willing. He don't want to do something as bothersome as being the patriarch. If you really want to change my mind, then do so with your strength. Cyan sighed and said, a duel is a bit much, so let's have our first spar in a while. Eugene said, he is telling you this is in advance, but no matter what you do, you can't beat me. Cyan hit his shoulder and said, he no, you son of a bitch. Then sparring sound coming and there are people standing, they watching their dueling surprising way. Then we saw Eugene standing there and Cyan hitting him from everywhere while Eugene without effort smiling and without moving an inch he easily defends Cyan all attack. Eugene thinks, he is using his sword aura with ease and he's effortlessly maintaining it for a long time. Cyan, that bastard, as he rose to 3-star in the white flame method. Cyan was exhausted and thinks, it is strange, he shouldn't be this exhausted already. It's almost as if the sword he is swinging weighs nothing. Through it feels like Eugene's sword is deflecting his attacks. It also sticky, pulling his sword in directions that he don't want it to go. Cyan attacks desperately while Eugene is easily deflect his sword with his sword. Then there is intense fight. Cyan is attacking from everywhere while Eugene is standing there not moving a bit. There are two servants watching all this. One of them said, how ridiculous, if he were to use sword aura and fight for real, would he be able to beat young Master Eugene? Then from behind someone said, it would be difficult. He was Sir Hazar. He said further he was already strong 2 years ago but now he feel overwhelming might radiating from Eugene. He's seeing them dueling while sweat drip on his face and thinks, Cyan has also accumulated considerable skill in that time as well, but Eugene is taking on all of Cyan's attacks, without taking a single step. Then Eugene attacks Cyan that he barely managed to defend and push back. He's kneeling on the ground. He asked to Eugene, what is that? That thing where you push my sword around, Eugene said. He's just parrying. Cyan shouted and said, stop lying. That technique isn't just a normal parry, you are not deflecting his sword aura, you are drawing it out. It brings his attack off balance and make him overuse his mana. Eugene says that, you have a good eye. Cyan asked to teach him how to do that as well. Eugene was surprised such request and smiled manically and said, really? You want me to teach you? While Cyan shaking and angrily listened and convinced himself that endure it. Then Eugene said, fine, he'll teach you. Cyan can't believe and said, really? Eugene said, if you get strong enough, there's no need for me to become the patriarch, right? Eugene said, there's too many people watching here, follow him, another place, they are on a quit place. Eugene said, you won't able to become stronger than him, but as long as you are strong enough so you don't bring shame to the Lionhearts as the patriarch, that's enough, right? Cyan agreed that. Eugene further said, and no matter how much you try and push it onto him, if he say he don't want to do it, that's that, got it? How would he become the patriarch when he doesn't want to? Cyan thinks, how many times have he asked him to take the role? It has to be no less than 3 times, if he's still saying he doesn't want to do it, then there's not much else he can do. Then Cyan cleared his throat and said, if you really don't want to become the patriarch, then there's nothing he can do about it. Then he start bragging nonsense that, his skill is impressive but he don't have the dignity befitting of the patriarch and he didn't even receive proper education. Simply put, that means he is not prepared for it, for someone like him who is live in the countryside, there's no way he had be familiar with the culture of high society. Then Eugene kicked his legs and he hold his leg and asked, why did he hit him? Eugene said, unlucky. Cyan said, but when you are going to teach him that technique? Eugene said, he is a bit busy, it will be hard for him to teach you here himself, he'll write it down later and give it to you, if you read over it and practice it a lot, you will be able to do it, too. Cyan said, you are not lying to me because you don't want to be the patriarch, Eugene said, he may not want to be the patriarch, but he's not lying to you, either. In south region of Kiel, a white and rugged mountain located, Mount Uklas, the last Grand Duke of Kiel Empire, Vermouth the Great, give up his title and move to a mansion in the capital. 300 years later, Mount Uklas still remains the private property of the Lionhearts, the Black Lion Castle at the peak of Mount Uklas. This was where Vermouth the Great stayed the longest, and was the place his body was buried. There is a round table meeting, Lionheart Senate member are on round table. Sitting there, the patriarch reading letter and said, Eugene, it seems that child has returned to the main house. Then there is a Senate member said, it's a suitable time, there's only 2 months left in the year. Patriarch said, there's no reason for us to bring him up here, is there? That Senate member said, it was the patriarch who did something unprecedented. This is the first time a child of a collateral line was adopted into the main family, in all of Lionheart history. Patriarch thinks. He have felt this ever since he was young, but dealing with this man is uncomfortable. That man is the eldest member of family and a member of council, the White Lion of Immortality, Doinath Lionheart. Then Sir Doinath said, of course, the patriarch proved the kid's worth, but unfortunately the children of the main family made a lot of noise about this decision. Then Carmen said, not just the patriarch supports him, Eugene Lionheart, she saw that kid in person at Arod, as well, who cares if he's from a collateral line? What's important is the kid's potential. Then that old man gave a fierce look and said, Carmen, no matter how discerning your eyes is, it does not represent the black lions. Then she moves his gaze. Then Sir Doinath said, so he'll have to meet him myself and check, serving as a coming of age ceremony of sorts. Sir Doinath said, the Senate agrees that the child Eugene Lionheart has quite the potential, that is why they permitted the patriarch to adopt to the main residence, but he will also become an adult in 2 months, that is when we will begin with the process of choosing the next patriarch. He heard Eugene visited Nahama, the patriarch said, yes. Then Sir Doinath with fierce smile said, and before that, he learned magic in Arod. He heard Eugene is quite talented in magic too, talented enough that the Red Magic Tower Master took him in as his disciple, and he even got in touch with Arod as Crown Prince. Then Sir Doinath's tone changed into intimating and he said, Patriarch, we who possess the last name Lionheart are a pack of lions. It is okay for the patriarch to raise his children how he wish, but letting a lion he raised leave the pack on his own just because he wishes to is not acceptable. Patriarch with sweaty face said, the decision is the child's. Sir Doinath said, of course. He intend to respect the child's choices, but he will restrict his choice. Then he asked, were you perhaps planning to recommend him as the next patriarch? Patriarch nervously said, if that is what Eugene wants, he'd like to leave the possibility open. Then sudden Carmen interrupted and said, he won't want to, that's what Seal said, Eugene is refusing to become the patriarch. Sir Doinath again smiled and said, he hope he won't change his mind then. Then in the patriarch mansion Eugene heard about Black Lion Castle, he's little puzzle. Then Cyan mother said, yes, in front of her Eugene and Cyan listening her, she said further that she thought the Senate's elders would come here for the ceremony, but you were invited to go there instead. Seal is already at the Black Lion Castle, so you two just need to go now. Eugene asked, when? She said, as soon as you're ready. Then Eugene turned and said to Cyan, then let's go now, he's sure everything we need will be there, let's go. Then Cyan agreed with that and said, alright. They both walk in a corridor. Cyan is following Eugene while holding a book. Then Cyan said, hey, the book you wrote for me. He finished reading it, then he angrily pointed a phrase and said, are you serious about this? This is just torturing the core. If he really follow this method, he'll pass out from lack of mana. Eugene said, that's how he did it, he thought. It's how Hamel used to train his mana, but he changed it a bit so that Cyan could try. Eugene further said, keep this in mind, Cyan, you have to do it even if you can't, you have to keep going even if you're crying and throwing up blood. Then Eugene arrogantly smiled and said, that's what you need to do to at least try to catch up to him a little bit, that's how much you need to do to become a Lionheart patriarch. Cyan was stunned here about, then he said, bastard, while Eugene teasing him and said, ah, so sweet, he loved hearing insults. After that Cyan said, anyway, the Black Lion Castle, this is the first time the coming of age ceremony was held somewhere else other than here. Then he walked toward Eugene and said, well, he get it though, thanks to that bastard Iode, the Senate has been watching us too. Then with a intense face he said, maybe they want to teach us a lesson, they probably want to warn you. Eugene said, then what about you? Cyan in thinker pose said, since he is the future patriarch, maybe they wants to congratulate him early, he might. Without completing his word Eugene said, be allowed to go to Vermouth the Great's grave. There is a fierce look on Eugene's face, he thinks, Vermouth's grave is somewhere in Mt. Uklas, but its precise location is top secret. Even the patriarch, Geyard, doesn't know much about this grave. He do not believe that Vermouth died peacefully like the books say. He need to make sure that Vermouth's body is really in his grave. Then Cyan excitedly said, maybe they'll let me have the demonic spear Ruintos or the pulverizing flail Zigolard. While Eugene stand and hearing his nonsense emotionless, he thinks, the demon king of cruelty's weapon, the demonic spear Ruintos, the demon king of slaughter's weapon pulverizing flail Zigolard. The two weapons are not kept in the main residence's treasury, but in the Black Lion Castle, currently. The owner of the demonic spear is the Senate leader and the oldest of the Lionheart, Doinath Lionheart, the immortal White Lion. The owner of the pulverizing flail Zigolard is Doinath's grandson and the first Legion captain of the Black Lion Knight Order, Dominic Lionheart. Cyan said, the Senate leader is too old, he's way past the age of retirements. Then they start walking along while Cyan's still bragging that maybe he intend to retire and give me the demonic spear. Eugene said, how should he know? Then Eugene fully equipped and hold Moonlight Sword and open slowly. After pull Moonlight Sword holding upward with smug smile on his face, he thought, his mana just gets sucked out each time he pull this things out, stupid ass sword. The fragment of the Moonlight Sword that he got from the auction, this fragment resonates with the sword and adds to the shaft of the sword. He thinks it'll be completely back to normal if he can just collect all of the fragments. Then he put into cape and thinks, he's not in a hurry, he need to find Vermouth's grave first. Then he thinks about, what should he do about Hamel's statue and gravestone in his cape? He was going to have it set up here if he could convince Geyard, but he can't meet Geyard right now. Then he again smile arrogantly and thinks, he has a good idea. Then Eugene asked to Cyan, are you going on a date? While Cyan also asked, are you going on a picnic? Then Cyan stare and thinks, so that's the Cape of Darkness, it sure looks nice, plus, he heard it has several spell cast for convenience, even a pocket plane. Then Eugene said, he's not going to give it to you even if you stare at it like that. While Cyan embarrassed and shouted, he didn't even ask. After that the both come to teleportation gate where a man standing beside gate, he said, the gate to the Black Lion Castle is open. Then Eugene moved ahead and said to Cyan that, let's go. They both going into the gate. Then Eugene widened his eyes on somethings while Cyan screaming downward while Eugene smiled and said, it's spicy from the start and we saw, the both falling from sky at very high altitude. That means the teleportation gate open in the mid-sky and their exam start from stepping into the gate. Eugene falling from sky like very easy to him, he's gliding in air. Then he saw Black Castle, there was a black lion flag on it, he thinks he can see the Black Lion Castle at the top of the mountain. Are they asking him to go all the way over there? Then he smirk and thinks, this is actually good, if Vermouth's tomb is hidden somewhere on Mount Uklas, he can explore while heading toward the castle. Then he noticed Cyan down there, he is screaming and panicked while struggling in mid-air. Eugene thinks, If falling from the sky is the beginning of the coming of age ceremony, there should be at least be some sort of safety measure so he doesn't die. Then thinks, he'll forget about Cyan for now and take care of himself, then he use floating magic and approaching toward ground very calmly. On Black Castle Sir Doinath, the patriarch, and 2 other peoples watching all this. Sir Doinath said, is that a part of the strength as well? Then behind him that man said, no, it's floating magic. Sir Doinath said, he didn't show any signs of panic and he is indeed proficient at using magic. Then he asked, how good is his knowledge of magic? That man again said, even the lowest level of floating magic belongs in the 4th circle. Then he adjusted his glass and further said, not only is he keeping his speed constant even while falling from that height, but he's maintaining his balance as well. It looks to be at least of the 5th circle. After that Sir Doinath asked to Patriarch, do you know how many stars Eugene Lionheart has achieved in the White Flame method? Patriarch said, before going to Arod, he had reached the 3rd star. Last year, he received a letter saying he had reached his 4th star. Then Sir Doinath laughed happily and said, 4 star at age 19, and now that a year has passed, his level may have reached further. Then beside there a man said, that's impossible, to say that he may have reached his 5th star when he's not even an adult yet. Then Carmen interrupted him and said, just because you're incompetent doesn't mean that everyone else is. Then that man shouted, sister, are you looking down on him? He have been treated like an elder for 10 years, too. Then Carmen turned her gaze on him and said, don't call her sister with that mug of yours, other people would think that you were father or grandfather. Then that man shouted on her that, because you're not acting befitting of your age and insist on wearing a young face, just how long will you keep that up for? Carmen said, it's overwhelming better to look young than it is to look old. That man enraged said, you have no dignity, none. Since you an elder now, you should have the dignity to match it. Even though you are over 60 years old, you still think you're a maiden in your 20s. After that Carmen in rage he cuts her cigar and her face twisted in anger while that man put his hand on his mouth. Oh God save him, he commented on a lady's age. Then Sir Doinath says to a man behind that, he's reached the ground. Dominic you go, that man is commander of the Black Lion Knights 1st Battalion Dominic Lionheart. Then Patriarch worried and said, testing the children right as they arrive at the castle is, but Sir Doinath said, it wouldn't be a test otherwise. Does the Patriarch not trust his children? Patriarch nervously said, he do, Sir Doinath said. This is different from the bloodline continuation ceremony. There's no point in adjusting the difficulty to the children's age and experience. After that Patriarch said, if you're going to conduct the coming of age ceremony like this, then there would have been no harm bringing Iod here. Sir Doinath says, do you still hold regrets about eldest son? Since he is your son, he know there's nothing you can do about it. But Patriarch, let go off your attachment to Iod. You've heard about it, so you should know, right? Iod is currently at your wife's house, living a comfortable and happy life. Then Patriarch said, however, Iod is still the eldest child of the Man family. It may be impossible for him to success for the position of Patriarch, but he still has the right to undergo the coming of age ceremony. Then Sir Doinath pat the Patriarch's shoulder and said, through it's unfortunate, that child has already come of age. Then there was a twin-head ogre screaming in pain. Then we see Eugene cut the ogre's twin head. The ogre fall on ground without head. Then Eugene saw him and thinks, that's his second one. Since twin-head ogre are bastards who make an entire forest their territory, there would be no reason for both of them to be in the same area. They were breeding, not just the ogres either. This entire forest is a huge breeding ground for monster. Also, their mana hasn't been limited like during the blood continuation ceremony. There's no way they had just drop out of the sky like that, just to make us hunt some monsters. Then thinking all the way while slowly walking in the forest, then some leaves are falling from above. Then he smirked and said, as expected. Then sudden a wyvern attacked him. He dodges its attack and jumped behind. Now they are both facing each other. Then he smiled and said, how long have you gone around riding a wyvern? Seal? Then Seal controlling her wyvern who is roaring loudly on Eugene, she said, "How did you know to dodge?" Then Eugene simply said, "The wind was noisy." Seal said, "What kind of nonsense is that?" Then Eugene smiled and said, "He think that if it were only monsters, then it would be too easy. Still, it's our first time meeting in a while, so isn't it a bit mean to attack him without even exchanging greetings?" Seal surprisingly said, "Does your head not hurt?" Eugene puzzled and said his head? Why? Then Seal with tired face said, "There is barrier spread throughout this entire forest, so it should be causing brain fog." Then Eugene said, "Now that he think about it, he did feel a little dizzy when he first entered." Seal asked, "That's it?" With smug smile on his face Eugene said, "My mind is quite strong," while Seal thinking about his brother that, this barrier is one that breaks the spirit by reflecting the fears of the heart as an illusion. Cyan was screaming after seeing illusion of terrible ghosts. Eugene thinks, he went through these type of mental attacks countless times in his past life. On top of that, the barrier in the forest is not deliberately trying to destroy his spirit. Then Seal going to stand and said, "Originally, she wasn't going to attack you this quickly, she was going to see how you responded to the sensation of fear that you ran into." Then she pull out sword with fierce look on face and said, "But she has no choice," while Eugene thinks. He never thought he had end up fighting with Seal, however then he also slowly pull out his sword and he arrogantly said, "He won't to go easy on you," while pointing his sword to Seal. Then she jumps from the wyvern to attack while Eugene still standing there without moving. Then Seal attack him while Eugene deflects her attacks without moving. She jumps on a tree, then she again prepared to jumps from tree and she jumped to attack him. Eugene easily counter her attack and she landed on ground. Then she again jumps in mid-air but she already in Eugene's magic attack range. Eugene cast a magic spell and he said, "You can't dodge mid-air now, can you?" Then sudden that wyvern is roaring loudly and blow his wing with that a wind of gust going toward Seal and with help of that wind gust she evade that magic attack. Eugene with surprise thinks, she used the wyvern to speed herself up. Then Seal again prepare his attack with determination on his face. She attacked Eugene but jumps over her. She angry with that and look over. Eugene prepare he attack from above. He holding a sword on his right hand while pulling something from his cape. Seal also jumps towards him to attack. Then we see Eugene pull out magic rope and he tie Seal with that and throw her on the ground. Eugene said, "Got you," while Seal struggling to untie and said, "Not yet." Then sudden that wyvern try to swallow Eugene from behind. He dodged its attack and the magic rope grip lost. Then Eugene prepare his sword attack to wyvern but Seal shouted him that don't kill WYWY. Eugene was shocked in her words and asked, "What did you said?" She said embarrassedly that, "Don't kill him." Eugene put his sword back and thinks, that thick-skinned little, she was the one who ambushed him first. Then that wyvern again trying to attack him. Eugene said, "You got lucky today, you lizard piece of trash," and then kick him on his face and jumps over him and prepare a punch and then punch him on his head. They both landed on ground but both condition were opposite. Until now, Seal untie herself she said to Eugene, "You bastard," and prepare his sword aura attack. Eugene stand there while she ran towards Eugene and attacked with her sword. Then Eugene raise his hand as he going to catch the sword. Seal panicked and thinks, he is going to use his bare hand against her sword aura? Is he out of his mind? Then she last moment changed the sword trajectory another way. Then Eugene grabbed her hand and fold her hand into his back and kicked her leg and bent down her to the ground. Seal said, "Can you go a bit easy?" While Eugene said, "If you promise to stop attacking him, the fight's already over, he could never have won in the first place, he can't test you." Then Eugene left her free. Seal standing up while dusting his clothes, she said, "Did you predict that she was going to change the trajectory of his rapier?" Eugene smiled and says, "That was a half-half chance." Seal said, "Your hand would have gone flying if she hadn't." Then Eugene barging that, he put out his hand because he was certain you couldn't do that to his hand. Seal was very angry and said, "Son of a trash." Then Eugene said, "It's been surprise after surprise here, since you are here, Why don't you explain some things to him? Seal put his sword back and said, just go find the Black Lion Castle. Eugene with smug face said, he know that too, but how annoying is that process going to be for him? Then Seal said, there are 60 Black Knights, including the captains, they're all over the mountains looking for you and his brother. Eugene says, isn't that a bit over the top for a coming-of-age ceremony? Seal explained that, the Senate leader values you highly, her poor brother just got mixed up in this because of you. Eugene says, 60, that's way too many just to ambush 2 people. Seal said, this mountain is pretty vast after all, they are not all for ambush, some are positioned to stop you and her brother from going anywhere you shouldn't. Eugene was surprised to hear that and asked, anywhere he shouldn't? He guessed maybe Vermouth's grave. He said, they are supposed to stop us from going anywhere we shouldn't? Where would that be? Then Seal said, dangerous place, of course, this mountain has a lot of monsters, around here, there are only ogres, but if you go in deeper, there are dangerous demonic monsters that can easily kill ogres. Eugene was surprised and shocked to hear. He said, demons. Why would those be here? Seal said, apparently, they are raising them to increase the Black Lion Knight's experience. Eugene was enraged and said, demons aren't domestic animals, you can't raise them, that just means they are loose in the forest. Vermouth the Great Grave should be in this mountain, but they let loose demons around here? Seal with innocent face said, why are you getting mad at her? Eugene yelling that, how can he not get married as a part of the Lionheart family? Seal blushed and said, since when were you so patriotic toward the Lionhearts? Seal turned there and said, as far as she know the demons aren't near Vermouth the Great's grave, she has gone for demons raid several times, but she has never heard anything about his grave. Then Eugene thinks, she said the Senate leader was paying attention to him, he was going to inspect the mountain while pretending to make his way to the castle, but he guessed that would be a bad idea, he guess he'll have to go with plan B then, for now, he'll just go to the Black Lion Castle. The Seal is about to leave and preparing to go. Eugene called her, hey, Seal, and said, why don't they hitch a ride on your wyvern to get to the castle? Seal little blush and nervous and said, as if, she'll warn you before she leave, you should try to get out of here as soon as possible, the other knights will arrive soon. Then Eugene turned his face and said, is that so? Then he raised his hand toward Seal, she shocked and jumps above from his wyvern, then Eugene smile and prepare a magic attack on her, with a wind blast he pushed her above further away and sit on wyvern to ride, and that wyvern roared loudly. Then Eugene with angry face said, hey, fly as he's is telling you to if you don't want to get beaten the up again. Wyvern was very scared and then he fly up while Seal is in mid-air. Seal was calling her wyvern, WY, but he not responded. Then she landed on ground and yelling to wyvern that, hey, you bastard. WY. Come back. While Eugene threatened wyvern that you're dead if you go back to her, wyvern fear and teary eyes he fly away. Then Eugene surprised to see that, there are group of Black Lion Knights approaching towards him. He thinks, he don't see Carmen amongst them, he don't know what the other captains look like, but none of them seem strong enough to be one. Then one of the knights said, this is all for the test, so make sure your attacks aren't too harsh. Then other knight said, yes, sir. While Eugene with fierce look thinks, the Black Lion Knight Order is very skilled, even in his past life, there wasn't a knight order that was stronger than them, but attacks made without the intention to kill, cannot test him. Then Eugene smile arrogantly and thinks, he will be the one testing you instead, Black Lion Knight Order. And then he jumps from wyvern towards Black Lion Knights. One knight thinks, he is going to charge into us on his own. The knights yelled that, stop him. While 3 knights preparing their arrows and left their arrows toward Eugene, but Eugene spread wide his cape, all their arrows gone in the space cape. Then he turned into mid-air and opened his cape towards knights that arrows. Black Lion Knights cut the arrows with their swords. Then Eugene suddenly reached behind a knight and attacked him with his dagger. That knight blocked his attack with his sword. Then Eugene raised his left hand to cast a magic, and with wind blast magic and thrown him from his wyvern. Then third leader Vice Captain Nathan Lionheart coming from behind while laughing with holding a spear, he attacked Eugene but Eugene evade that attack, and wondering who is he? Then he remember, he's 3rd Legion Vice Captain Nathan Lionheart, he saw him in Arrowed, then Nathan landed on a wyvern, while Eugene is mid-air. Nathan said, "Young lady Seal must have come to you first, where did you leave her?" He said, "Down there," and he bring out his spear from the cape and prepare attack. Then they both fight with their spear very fiercely, exchanging blows after blows that can't see their spear movement. Then Nathan pushed back on wyvern, he shocked that he lost in a fight with spears. Then Eugene suddenly flew from there to the Black Lion Castle and thinks, there is no need to engage in battle, all he need to do is reach the Black Lion Castle. On the way suddenly a stone boulder coming from below, that Eugene barely dodged it. He thinks, a stone? It comes from below. Then sudden beside him the upside down Carmen said, "Hi," and kicked him very hard. Eugene blocked it and he is falling down on ground. Eugene near hitting the ground but he land properly back while Carmen is also landing swiftly in front of him. Eugene stretching his hand and thinks, Seal said there were captains including in the Black Lion Knights who were going to ambush us, so he is not surprised that one was amongst them here. Black Lion Knight order 3rd Legion Captain. Carmen Lionheart, she said, was her greeting a bit too rough? While behind her 4 knights landing there, with smile face Eugene said, aren't you all giving him a bit too much love? Carmen said, it's because you are doing better than the thought. Cyan is still being chased by his fears, don't be too upset, it just means you are getting attention, and since she is here, the test will be over quickly. Then she opened his watch and said, 3 minutes, if you can withstand her attacks for 3 minutes, she will take you to the Black Lion Castle right away. Eugene was bit surprised and said, 3 minutes, really? Then Carmen with intimidating look said, if that is possible, then there is no need to test you anymore. Why? Don't think you can do it? If you think it is too long, she can make it 1 minute, then laughed and thinks, he get why she is confident since he's just a kid. But to hear those words, with confidence in his eyes, he mockingly said, he's fine since he's young and unwrinkled, but wouldn't it be pushing yourself too much at your old age, to be moving around for 3 minutes? She holding her watch while angrier looks on her face and knights behind her, they are all scared and shocked. Then she threw his watch to Nathan and said, 1 minute is enough. Then she used white flame mana and prepared to fight while Eugene also emitting his white flame mana. Carmen jumps towards Eugene with her kick attack while Eugene blocked and bounced back. Then he counter attack with his sword but Carmen blocked his sword attack with her hand and punched him. Eugene pushed back further. Carmen surprised, while Eugene is holding 2 sword is in his both hands with smile, she thinks, she was going to break a bone, but his reaction speed is faster than she expected. She will take this a bit more serious eyes. Then she jumps from there towards him with her punch while Eugene deflects her punch with his sword attack and attack from another sword but she blocked that attack with her hand. Then she prepare another punch immediately while Eugene also blocked that punch with his another sword. They both bounce back, again sword and punches. A fierce fight continue, attacks and counter attack going, between fight. Eugene thinks, he's honestly impressed by her skills, at this level, he's sure she would have been just as renounced 300 years ago too, if he consider just her intimidating aura, she's on the same level as Amelia Merwin. No, he can't know that now. Amelia attacked him with the intent to kill, then he smile little and thinks, what a shame, he want to fight her properly without holding back, although he won't be able to win against her now, even if he was to use ignition. Then a punch blocked by sword and she jumps to attack again. Then Eugene said, 3 minutes while holding his chipped and broken sword, he throw back that broken sword and said, it's past that. Carmen was shocked and angry, she thinks, it has been 3 minutes, but she wasn't able to get a critical attack in. Clenching her fist with anger she thinks, she did control her strength, but she wasn't able to overpower a young kid like him. She's angrily asks, isn't there still a minute left? While Eugene said, no, he was counting in his head, And then Carmen said angry more again and said, "You are counting while fighting her." Then Eugene scratched his face and said, "Well, thanks to you going easy on him, yes." Then someone clapping and coming near Eugene and said, "Amazing." Eugene saw that man, he's holding the pulverizing hammer Zigolard, once a weapon of the Demon King of Slaughter, he thinks, then he must be the current owner of the hammer, the Black Lion Knight Order's 1st Legion captain, Dominic Lionheart. Dominic said, "He can't believe that you're just 19, he did frequently hear that you were skilled. But he thought the rumors were exaggerated, seems like the rumors did you wrong, actually." Eugene bowed his head and thanks him, then Dominic said to Carmen, "Do you need to test him more?" Carmen said, "No, that was enough," and she said, "Let's go to the castle." When they are ready to go castle, Seal shouting on Eugene that "You son of bitch, how dare you just leave her like that on forest, while she is riding on her wyvern." Her wyvern looked so frightened after seeing Eugene. She approaching to Eugene, he said, "You found your way here fine, your wyvern pretty smart." Then Seal landing on ground with her wyvern, Eugene said with smile, "Good that you are here, he need to go the Black Lion Castle now, give him a ride." Seal fluster and surprise and Heist asked, "You want to ride the with her?" Eugene asked why, "You don't want to?" Seal turned her gaze and said that she don't mind, and they both fly above on the way to Black Lion Castle. There are many Black Lion Knights riding on wyvern ahead of them. Then Seal said to Eugene to stick closer because you might fall, while Eugene said with cold face that he won't die even if he fall. After that Seal purposely speed up her wyvern, then Eugene hold the wyvern back to stable the turbulence. Then Seal said, "Don't hold onto her wyvern scale, you are hurting him," while Eugene said, "How's that a wyvern if just holding onto its scale hurts him?" "If that hurts, then your wyvern's a fucking lizard," Seal said. "Her wyvern is sensitive," and then Eugene grabbed her waist and asked, "Is this fine?" Seal is blush and surprise and with happy face said, "Yes, it's good." Then Seal turned her wyvern on other way of others. Eugene asks, "What are you doing?" She smiled and said, "We might as well fly around before going there, it feels nice to fly." Eugene with boring face said, he'd rather just hurry to castle and eat, then take a bath, while Seal with happy face said, "You'll just hear lectures, once you get there." After that they flying toward the vast sky with sunset behind a mountain. On a Black Lion Castle building, Carmen and Eugene walking on long gallery. Carmen as usual with her stylish clothing with cigar on her mouth without fire. On the way she said, "We don't have enough people in Black Lion Knight Order, the great Lionheart family with 300 years of history, for a Knight Order that is supposed to guard such a family, we have too few people." Eugene said, "What can we do about that anyway?" Unlike the main residence White Lion Knight Order, the Black Lion Knight Order is made up of people who are from the Lionheart family. Carmen said, "That's because the Black Lion Knight Order has to take care of the messy businesses of the family, we can't have outsider get mixed up in that." With that she said in a cold tone that, "Eugene Lionheart, come into the Black Lion Knight Order." Eugene said, he already rejected that offer 2 years ago. Carmen said, "Back then, she didn't see your skills herself, but she saw them today. The second reason Legion Captain's disciple position is still empty." Eugene with emotionless face said, "What has he been doing for 2 years then?" Carmen said, "He did find one, but his personality is pretty rough, no one was able to withstand him." She says, "Eugene's skill remind her of him, she wouldn't be surprised if he had taught you." Eugene clarified that he has never met him. Carmen said, "If you became his disciple, you would get along with him. Plus, being in the Black Castle Lion Knight Order is a great honor to the family." Eugene said, "That's all fine and good, but he would like to prioritize his own honor." Carmen said, "The Senate is wary of you, the situation in MANHUA has been suspicious lately, but you went and visited that place without any discussion." Eugene said, "You don't think that he schemed something with those MANHUA people, do you?" Carmen said to him that, "The possibilities is very low, but we can't completely ignore it. Which would have ever imagined that Iode would get into dark magic?"
You are in a good position to receive all kind of offers, you are very talented, but there is a limit to your authority because of your bloodline. What if someone were to offer to help you become the patriarch? Eugene said. He don't want to become the patriarch. Carmen said. Then think about it differently. With your skills, anyone would try to take you onto their side. Did Nahama Sultan promise you wealth and fame? Eugene said. Are you interrogating him right now? Carmen said. Yes. Eugene with smile said. Then he guess. He don't need to answer you. Then they stop in front of a door. Eugene said. He is sure. The people in this room will ask him the same question. Then the door opened. Eugene surprised to see in the room that they both are standing in front of the 6 people. They are Senate head Duiners Lionheart, Patriarch, Senate member Klein Lionheart and Senate member specialized in magic indirect bloodline, Black Lion Knight Order 1st Legion. Captain Dominic Lionheart and the Black Lion Knight Order a 2nd Legion Captain Zenos Lionheart. Then Eugene bowed his head and said, Hello, dear Senate elders. He is Eugene Lionheart. Then sudden his posture is changed and he said, It is rather sudden. Then Sir Duiners Landheart fixed her gaze on Eugene. Then Eugene sudden spread his robe that emitting purple light and he said, Please take a look at this. And then from his robe subspace, he bring out the Hamel's gravestone and statue in front of all. The Senate head and the Patriarch watching all this while Senate member Klein said, A statue and a gravestone? What is this? Then Senate head stand up from his seat and come near to gravestone and watched. Then he said, There's a name on the gravestone, Hamel Dinas. Then sudden Patriarch stand up from his seat with surprise and asked, Hamel the Foolish? Sir Duiners asked Eugene, Where did you get this? How did you find this? Eugene said, He found it in Sir Hamel's grave. While 2nd Black Lion Knight Order Legion Captain's eyes wide open with surprised and shocked and he thinking about Sir Hamel's grave. Then Eugene start to explain to everyone as they already know he studied magic in Arod for 2 years, in Senia's Hall in Arod Royal Acreon. He was able to learn about Hamel's grave through witchcraft. Sir Duiners asked, How? Eugene said, This is the first time someone from the Lionheart family has gotten a look at the witchcraft. He assumed Lady Senia meant for one of us to see it. Sir Hamel is an old friend of our ancestor. Unlike the others, he wasn't able to return from Hilmud, and his sacrifice himself for the sake of his friends. Eugene is thinking in his mind, saying all this is really embarrassing. He continued that he wandered around Nahama Desert and found Sir Hamel's grave, but the grave was seriously damaged. The only things that remain intact were the statue and the gravestone. There was also a Death Knight made from Sir Hamel's corpse. He was able to defeat the Death Knight but he came across the infamous Dungeon Master of the Desert, Amelia Marwin. Then the Senate Lionheart magician was shocked and shouted and asked, You came across the Death Knight and Amelia Merwin? How were you able to come back alive? Eugene with anger on his eyes said, That's because the Demon King of Incarceration intervened. The Patriarch with tense voice said Demon King of Incarceration while Senate member Klein with pale and surprised face said, Ilmut's dominator was there himself? Carmen and Sir Duiner stand near Eugene and listening his word with very serious. Eugene said, Yes, he stopped Amelia Merwin from killing him, and told him to relay a warning. He said that freedom without responsibility was self-indulgence. He warned us that his goodwill and Ilmut's silence would not last for eternity. Sir Duiner was shocked and frightened, while Eugene think, he need to relay this warning. He don't know what Vermouth's promise entailed, but having heard the warning, we need to prepare for the end of this peace. Eugene continued that the Demon King of Incarceration also said, he cannot have people thinking it is an obligation that he be nice to them. If you will not respect him, he will no longer respect you either. After listening all this Sir Duiners exhales with sweat drops on his face. He take a seat and then he hold his head in a tense and nervously smile and said, He never expected you to tell us such enormous news. We are going to interrogate you on what you had been doing. But this has become quite the big problem. Senate member Klein Lionheart said, The Demon King of Incarceration has expressed the possibility of peace. If we do not tread on his goodwill, the peace will continue. The patriarch said, if he felt the need to warn us, he's sure the peace will end eventually. MANHUA has been invading Turath for hundreds of years. If Hilmut is behind this viciousness, how can we be certain that it wasn't the demon king of incarceration that made this happen? Sir Duiner said, and then will you go visit the demon king by yourself to ask? Of course he wouldn't be surprised if this peace were to end any day. The two strongest demon kings are alive and well. Their subordinates, the demons and dark mazes, are all over the continents. 300 years ago Sir Vermouth the Great took just 4 friends and felled the demon king of slaughter, cruelty, and frenzy, but he wasn't able to fell the demon king of incarceration and the demon king of ruin. Then Sir Duiners shouted that, just who among this era's Lionhearts can kill the demon kings? Him or his grandson Dominic? Then he asked Patriarch, will you do it? Then the Patriarch said with sweat drop on his face that, this does not threaten only the Lionhearts, the demon king of incarceration is after the world. Then Sir Duiner calmed down and said, right, but we're the descendants of the Vermouth the Great. If we are to fight Hilmud, we need to be at the front line. The Patriarch listening carefully. Then Sir Duiner asked Patriarch, do you believe that we are ready? Then Senate member Sir Klein said, it's neither Keel nor the Lionhearts who are disrespecting the goodwill of the demon king of incarceration. It is the Holy Empire and the allied power of Devil Conquest who keep their armies on standby at the border of Hilmud. Sir Klein clenched his fist and angrily said, those demon king haters are going to invade Hilmud with all their forces as soon as they hear about the warning. Sir Duiner said, the Holy Empire and the allied power of Devil Conquest aren't trying to fight Hilmud head on. It's just a stupid performance. If things get serious, he is sure they will recall their forces. Then on round table elders are arguing themselves while Eugene and Carmen are standing in front of them and listening all their debates. Eugene thinks, what a slow discussion. Look like he won't have to worry about them declaring war against Hilmud. Not that he care. His determination to kill all the demon kings won't change. Then Sir Duiner said, Eugene, what do you intend on doing with those things? Eugene said, he was thinking of putting it where our ancestor lays. Then pointed toward gravestone. He said, Sir Hamel's grave has already been destroyed. Look at this. Then Sir Duiner started reading engraved words on gravestone that Hamel dies, piece of shit, idiot, retard, and garbage. Then Eugene interrupted him and said, not the insults. He meant below that, but brave, faithful, wise and great, in praise of you, who sacrificed yourself for our sake and led us earlier than you should have. Then Eugene in angry clenched his fist and said, our ancestor genuinely mourned the death of Sir Hamel. He think it's only right that we put the statue and gravestone where he lays. He didn't learn magic from Lady Senya herself, but his mentor, Sir O'Brien, has inherited her tradition, so he is sure he can call himself a mentee of Lady Senya too. While all this saying, he thinking that he would have never imagined calling himself a mentee of Senya. He further said, in other words, he Lady Senya's mentee and our ancestors' descendant, and the last person to have paid respect to Sir Hamel, so he think that he should be the one, and he made a respected gesture and said, to bring this gravestone and statue to the ancestor's grave. Sir Duiner in thinking position said, he get what you mean. Then the Patriarch watched Sir Duiners while he said, but as you know, we can't let anyone into the ancestor's grave. Then the Patriarch spoke that, he do think it's only right for Sir Hamel's gravestones to lay next to the ancestors. Then Carmen said, Eugene Lionheart brought the statue and the gravestone, so it only makes sense that he is the one to bring it to the ancestor. Then Sir Duiners closed its eyes and said, then he guess he will have to open up the path of the grave. Now, Eugene with a smug smile in his mind and thinks, nice. Now he won't need to sneak around looking Vermouth's grave anymore. He won't be able to open up his coffin when he get there, but he can just memorize the location and go there again. Sir Duiner said, we need time to open up the path, so you keep the statue and gravestone meanwhile. Eugene agree and thinks, need time? Is it sealed with magic or somethings? Then Sir Duiner said to Zenos to take care of Eugene and take him to his room, while Zenos said, yes sir, as a obedient student. Then Sir Duiner said to Patriarch that pause your reunion with your sons back a bit. We still have lot to discuss. Then Zenos and Eugene walking into a gallery. Zenos is like always intense, Eugene thinks, so this guy is the second legion's captains. He heard he is not quite the personality, so much so that one of his disciple ran away. Then sudden Zenos stopped and said to Eugene, "Kid, let's go over there and show me the statue and the gravestone one more time." Eugene said, "That's not any problem, but why do you want that?" In a shaking voice Zenos said, Then after a pause he said, "He want to give flowers," and then he burst into tear like a child. Eugene was shocked, asked, "Why are you crying all of sudden?" While Zenos wiping his tears and said, "He is not crying, he have conjunctivitis, so sometimes tears flow without meaning to, while tears are flowing like river. He can't control his emotion." Eugene was found shocked and puzzled to see and thinks, "What the hell?" After sometimes in a garden he bring out the grave and gravestone and Zenos kneeling in front statue and offering the flowers, while Eugene standing behind him and thought, why is this big man giving his statue flowers and sobbing? Is he Hamel's descendant or something? Then he thinking about possibility that, his dependent marrying Vermouth's descendant and having children. Then he denied that possibility because he never had kids. Then he asked to Zenos, "Do you have some kind of connection to Sir Hamel?" While Zenos is still crying, then he is wiped his tears and turned and said, "He's Sir Hamel's disciple." Eugene was totally gone blank in shocked. He think, disciple? What the hell is talking about? He has never taught anyone in his past life. Well, technically speaking, he did not learn directly from him. Then Sir Zenos said, like all branch families, his family split off from the main family. His distant ancestor was Sir Vermouth's second son. The oldest son became the patriarch after Sir Vermouth, and many siblings left the main residence to start indirect lineages. His ancestor did not become the patriarch, but he was able to inherit something other than the main families. Traditional white flame method. Sir Vermouth taught his ancestor Sir Hamel's technique. Eugene was frowned and surprised to hear this. Zenos continue that, "There is something he would like to ask you. Did you perhaps find his secret technique text on his grave? He saw the duel between you and Dame Carmen, the way you deflected her punch. That was one of Sir Hamel's technique, that his family inherited from Sir Vermouth. That skill cannot be imitated without genius combat senses and deep understanding and control over mana. But if you had found Sir Hamel's secret text in his grave, it's not impossible." Then Eugene thinks, so, that bastard Vermouth decided to teach his descendants Hamel's skill 300 years ago. Then Eugene asked, why? Did Sir Vermouth teach his second son Sir Hamel's technique? Zenos said, after Sir Vermouth's oldest son became the patriarch, many branch family were formed. As the family grew, we could not avoid Black Sea. His ancestor was the first Black Lion who convicted those people. Eugene put his finger on his face and things, so, Vermouth raised his second son as a hunting dog that would keep leash on the main family and other branch families. He smile and think, that must mean that he considered his technique enough to go up against the main family's white flame method. Then Zenos said, Eugene, if you do possess Sir Hamel's secret text, please give it to him. Then Eugene scratches his head and said, let's go over our position first. With the arrogant face he said, technically, he is Sir Hamel's direct disciple, so is he not above you in seniority? Zenos was surprised and shocked found after hearing this, while Eugene with his arrogant face still saying that, he would have be the senior brother and you, my junior brother. If you want to call yourself Sir Hamel's disciple, then you must treat him as your senior brother. Zenos was shocked and asked, what, then does mean that, there really was a secret text in Sir Hamel's grave? Eugene said, yes, but he memorized it and burned it. You heard what he said to the elders earlier, right? A death knight attacked him, so he couldn't bring it back with him. If you treat him as your senior brother, then he can compare the technique of the Sir Hamel to the one you learned from your family, and teach you what you are missing. What will you do? Zenos said, do you really have his technique memorized? Eugene with irritated face said, Can you please choose between formal and casual speech? He thinks, Amelia Marwin, he's reminding him of that goddamned bitch, it's pissing him off. Then Zenos asked, do he have to call you senior brother in front of others people too? Eugene said, that's would make it inconvenient for both of us, we would have to explain too much. He will be fine with you calling him senior brother when it's just two of us. Then Zenos agreed with him and called him senior brother. Then Eugene said, right, junior brother, how long do you intend to having him wait here? Won't you guide him to his room? Then they both seating on a chair, Zenos start to explain, the skills passed down in our family that Sir Vermouth taught his ancestor are 10 in total. Eugene thinks, did he has that many? He only ever named one of the skill to ignition, the rest he just used depending on the situation at hand. Eugene said, describe them. Then Zenos said, the Hamel's method principle ignition. Then sudden Eugene stopped him and said, Hamel's method? Did Sir Vermouth name that himself? Zenos said, he is not sure but that's how we have always learned them. Eugene was very angry in his mind and thinking about, Vermouth son of a beach, you could have thought of a better name, what the fuck is Hamel's method? Then he said to continue to Zenos, then Zenos told him 10 skill names of Hamel's method, that names were too flashy and recognizable. After listening all the names Eugene was frowned and shocked, then he remembered these names, the memories that he had erased because he did not want to think about them. Then he remember in his past when he shouting the name Azure Rampage and killing lots of demons in one shot, and cutting them into pieces. After listening the skill name Senya said, what's with him? Now, what does Azure Rampage have to do with just swinging your sword everywhere? Hamel agitatedly said, Senya, you just explode some fires and call it fire blast or whatever the fuck. Then Senya shouted in anger and said, she didn't give it that name. It's not her choice that she has to say the names in order to cast a spell. Then Hamel turns to Anis and said, you also just emit light and say something like Holy Cross. Anis said, at the very least, she make a cross out of the light. She asked, so does your skill get stronger or something if you shout Azure Rampage? Then Hamel laughed and said, of course, he need to shout in order to feel stronger. Moron said, he think it's cool? When Hamel shouts Azure Rampage and attack, he really become Azura. Then with smile Hamel said, you get it, they're thinking all about Eugene embarrassed and in anger hold his head with both hand, and think about Moron's words, you get it my ass. He was way too young back then. He only used that skill name for a couple years then erased it from memory after that because of how embarrassing it was. But Vermouth, that son of a bitch memorized all that ass names and taught them to his son. Then he again thinking about his skill shouting, Thousand Thunders, while he killing the monster with his move. Vermouth watching all this fight and thinks, so that skill is Thousand Thunder and he memorized it all and those skill passed down for 300 years. A trainer trained the warrior and said, today we will learn Sir Hamel's Eternal Purgatory, and the trainees start shouting Eternal Purgatory while trainers still force them to say louder because you cannot extract your full strength if you do not yell the skill name louder. After thinking all these about Eugene screaming in his mind with shame and embarrassment, clenching his fist and shaking in anger to think those retarded ass skill names that he used to shout in his past life, would get passed down for 3 centuries in the Lionheart family, he should have regressed instead of reincarnating, then he could have killed the past Hamel with his own hands. Zenos said, were these skill written down in the secret text you found, senior brother? Then Eugene said, heist, the book did not have any of these idiotic ass, he means, none of this embarrassing skills, those skills must be the ones Sir Hamel made when he was still immature. Zenos was surprised Ro hear embarrassing word and burst into anger and said, you may be his senior brother, but he can't sit by and listen to you look down on those skills. Eugene clarified, you must be misunderstanding, but he also respects Sir Hamel. When he said embarrassing it was referring to the skill names, not the actual skill. Then Eugene put his hand on chest and said, junior brother, put your hand on your chest and be honest, Thousand Thunder? Azure Rampage? Dead End? Don't you think those names are embarrassing? Then Zenos was frowned and thinking about it. Then Eugene said, that Dame Carmen's ultimate attack is called Destiny Breaker. Eugene asks, how great? Zenos is shut his mouth like he holding his laugh. Then Eugene said, enough about the skill names, written in detail about these skills. He will compare it to the secret text in his head and fix the wrong part for you. Then Zenos start to write down all the skills names on a paper, while Eugene watching outside of window and asked to Zenos that, have you ever gone inside Sir Vermouth's grave? Zenos said, once when he became the captain. It's not just him. Anyone who is appointed captain of the Black Lion Knights must go into Sir Vermouth's grave to swear on their life to protect the family. Eugene asked, what kind of a place is it? Zenos said, don't think of it as too luxurious. It's a deeply regarded secret, so he can't tell you in details, but it's like a temple of sorts. Perhaps Sir Vermouth became a god when he passed away. Maybe it was set up to worship him. Eugene thinks, Vermouth as a god. If he did become a god, then reincarnating his dead friend would be possible, but if he had acquired omnipotent and omniscience, he wouldn't have fought Xenia. Then Zenos write down all the names and handing over the paper to Eugene. Eugene reading all these names and thinks, what a mess. This idiots that inherited the Hamel's method must have changed a lot of things to try and compensate for the inconvenient parts. Then taking a seat he said, this is very different from what he saw. Then erasing the title words, then Zenos said, why are you erasing Hamel method? Word. Eugene in angry said, be quiet, keep this in mind, junior brother, this bullshit Hamel method is not really that great enough to have its own name. Being restricted to these technique won't allow you to surpass your limits. After erasing and circling many words he said, you should try to stay away from the Hamel method too. Zenos said, you're right, but have you perfectly mastered the Hamel method? Eugene said, if he hadn't, how would he be editing this right now? Zenos said, please don't take this the wrong way, he just want to know how much you really understand the Hamel's method. Then Eugene exhales and standing from chair he said, watch closely, and then he drew his sword and all over his body there is a white flame mana overflowing and 4-star circling in his heart, and then there is wind circling the sword edge and become big wind energy ball, and then Eugene released that energy ball and a big blast happened in air. There are all over. Wind gust around and then slowly it dissipate. Watching all this, Zenos' mouth and eyes open wide with surprise and shock to see the skill Eternal Purgatory, and he said, you have casted with such ease, a technique that consume an incredible amount of mana. Eugene said, are you satisfied? While Zenos standing in soldier position and frown and said, please show him destructive divine chi too. Then Eugene giving him paper and said, just wrapping this around his body is destructive divine chi. Don't make him do work, and just take this with you. Then again take back the paper and said, and junior brother, if Dame Carmen or anyone else tells you to take him as your disciple, reject them, alright? Zenos with puzzled face said, does he really have to? Eugene said, why? Do you want to order him around when he is your senior brothers? Zenos said, that's not what he meant. If someone like you were in the Black Lion Knights, he didn't even complete the sentence. Eugene take away the paper and said, then he will take this back, while Zenos in begging position said, he will reject them right away. After that on a table Eugene and Seal having a lunch, Eugene enjoying the food on dining table while Seal is watching him very happy face. She asked excitedly, what do you talk about with Sir Zenos all day yesterday? Did you finally decide to come into the Black Lion Knight Order? Eugene chewing his meat said, no, he just taught me a bit. Seal said, you said you were close to the Prince of Arod, right? Have you ever been to his banquets or parties? Or did you ever get introduced to a promising young mage by Mr. O'Brien? Eugene said, does it seem like he would be into that kind of socializing? Seal said, her brother is going to become really busy starting next year. Many renowned nobles and other nations' royal family will want to get introduced to her brother, who is the successor of the Lionheart family. The Sea Kingdom's Simuan's young princess and the Luhar Kingdom's princess are both his marriage partner candidates. He might be the first out of the three of us to get married. Eugene thinks that Luhar Kingdom set up his Moron's descendant, and then he imaging about the princess of Luhar that look like Moron. After thinking this, he shivers in fears and freeze, and hold his face in panic and said, "That's horrible." Then sudden doors open by Cyan, who looks like trash and exhausted, his clothes torn apart and he is mentally in shock. Then Seal said, "Brother," while Eugene said, "Wow, you are here earlier than he expected. He thought you will be lost for days," while Cyan angrily gritting his teeth and clenching his fists said, "Who do you think he is?" Eugene with mocking tone said, "Did you see lots of ghosts in the forest?" While scared Cyan said, "Don't even mention it." Then he thinks, he spent a whole day struggling against illusions and monsters as well as knights. Eugene, this bastard, arrived at the castle not even an hour after he was dropped into the woods. Then sudden a maid running towards them and said, "An urgent message," she said. "A guest will be arriving soon, so please get ready and come to the warp gate." Seal said, "She hasn't heard news of a guest coming before." The maid said, "We just received the message too." He think the visit was decided during the conference between the elders. Eugene said, "And this guest is so important that we need to go greet them?" "Who is it?" She said, "The Holy Empire Ura's auxiliary bishop, Lady Bishop Christina," and a mysterious figure appears from behind like Saint. Then after some times, in front of the teleportation portal, Patriarch, Sir Duiners, 1st Legion Captain, 2nd Legion Captain and Eugene, Kian, and Seal were waiting for the guest. Then someone come then from the portal, there's a lady followed by 3 knights. After seeing lady, Eugene was surprised and thinks about she looks alike Anis. Then she bowed her head and thanked them for their grand welcome. The Senate head Sir Duiners said, "Lady Bishop Christina, he didn't expect you to come all the way here yourself." Then Miss Christina said, "Of course, she should respond to any summons if she is needed. She assumed what we need to discuss isn't something that should be talked about here." Then she asked to guide her. They all left together from there, while Eugene, Seal and Kian are watching them from behind. There are various thoughts coming in Eugene's minds after seeing her. Then sudden Lady Christina stopped and turned and watched Eugene with a gentle smile on his face. While Eugene was frowned to see that response from her, she again turned and started walking from there. Then Seal hitting him with his elbow and said, "Have you ever met her before?" Eugene said, "No, this is first time seeing her." Then Seal with folding his hand with complaining that, "Then why did smile at you like that?" Eugene said, "How should he know?" After that in night while Eugene sipping his tea and thinking about Christina Rogerus, she is an adopted daughter of one of the 3 cardinals of the Holy Empire Uras and also a saintess of a long line of successors after Anis. She is not being called a saintess at the moment, but she is the only saintess candidate there is. She will naturally take on the saintess name in a few years. Then Eugene's maid calling him behind the door. Then Eugene asked him to come in. After coming inside, she said, "There is a guest here to see you." Eugene said, "Who?" She said, "The auxiliary bishop Christina." Hearing this, Eugene was shocked. After entering the room, she introduced herself as Christina Rogerus. Eugene also introduced him, then asked, "What brings you here?" "Without your bodyguard too," she said. She received the divine revelation from the God of Light. Eugene asked, "What kind of revelation?" She said, "That is not something she can tell you, since you are not a believer." And then Eugene said, "Why did you make him curious if you weren't going to tell him?" She said, "Just to tell you that this meeting was guided by God." Eugene said, "Is that it then?" She said, "No, the meeting with the elders is over, since the Senate has decided to open the doors to grave. You are coming with her." Eugene said, "You are also coming with him?" She said, "Yes, that is what she here for." Then they both walking together. Eugene said, "Can he ask you a question?" She said, "Of course." Eugene said, "He heard that you are the sole saintess candidate in this generation. Is this saintess role passed down through the bloodline?" She said. She don't know why you are asking, Eugene said. He learned magic for 2 years in Aroda's Royal Library, Acreon, in Senya's Hall. There are paintings of her friend from 300 ago, his ancestor, Vermouth the Great, of course, as well as Moran the Brave, Hamel the Foolish, and Anis the Faithful. He don't know how you might take this, but you look very much like Lady Anis. She bowed her head and said, that is very surprising to hear, and thanks him, Eugene thinks, she doesn't look very surprised. He guessed the priests and other at the Holy Empire would have seen what Anis looked like, so maybe she heard it often, she said, to see the old saintess in her, someone who is inferior and nothing more than just a candidate at the moment. Perhaps this is another miracle of God. Then with cunning smile she asked, how much do you know about her? Eugene said, the Holy Empire's only saintess candidate and the adopted daughter of Cardinal Rogerus. Then she said, yes, she was abandoned by her parents as an infant. Her parent wanted the God of Light to look after her, and abandoned her in a basket in front of the abbey. Thus, she do not know anything about her lineage, but since you say that you see Anis the Faithful in her, perhaps she's her ancestor. If that is true, that would be great and very merciful, Eugene said. He heard that Lady Anis did not have any children, she said. That is what the world knows, but Lady Anis was human too. Perhaps she wanted a child. Is that a good enough answer for your question? Let us continue, Eugene thought. Anis, that snake-like woman, might have had a child in secret despite being a saintess. Perhaps she had a whole family while on her pilgrimage, but asking Christina about her ancestors, when she doesn't know anything about them, is definitely not something pleasant for her. Then they both left the mansion and walking from Ally. Then Eugene put his hand into his robe and said, the night air is cold, and bring out a cloth and give to Christina. She thanks him and wear it. Eugene said, are we going to Tower of the Round Table? She said, no, we are going back to the castle. That is where the path to Vermouth the Great's grave lies. In a cloudy sky there is a bright moon shining. On a rocky path, there is Christina and Eugene walking together. Lady Christina says, Sir Eugene, you have a lot of interest in the heroes from 300 years ago, right? Eugene said, maybe. Then Christina said, Hogani is a part of territory, but it is also appointed as the Holy Land of the Holy Empire. Every year, many believers go on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Of course the Holy Empire has many eyes in the Holy Land. This might offend you, but she know why you come, Hogani, Eugene said. He is not offended. He also felt that a lot of people were staring at him in Hogani, is the reason why the Holy Empire is paying attention to him, because of the God. Revelation. She said. As she said before, she cannot tell you as you are not believer, Eugene said. But it's on my mind, she said. She informed you so it could be on your mind. With sly smile Eugene thinks, she has a bad personality. Not only does her face look alike, but that foul personalities is also like Anis. 300 years ago, although we shared all sorts of hardships and shared stories of the past, Anis never really talked about her past, although she had not said it herself, but he knew. Every time someone mentioned the cardinals of the Holy Empire who raised her, her usual silence would be replaced by a wry smile. Anis detested her past. Then they both reached on edge of cliff and Lady Christina said, we have arrived. Below, there is a path to the great Vermouth's mausoleum, Eugene said. If it's below, are you telling me to jump off the cliff? With a smile she said, yes. She also know that you are able to use magic. So please don't use flight magic on the way down, Eugene said. Why? She said. You will know when you fall. Here, please take my hand. And they both grab each other hands and then jumps from the cliff. They are falling down very fast. Then Lady Christina bring out a staff of cross that emitting bright light. She holding one hand Eugene and another hand magic staff and bright light. A pair of wings appears that waving and fly above from there, while Eugene hanging holding her hand and watching all these with very shocked face and thinks about an angel, but then he realized, it was Anis. All this watching while holding Lady Christina's hand. He said, just now, he saw an angel? Lady Christina said with question mark. An angel? Did you consume a hallucinogen? The name of this divine spell is Light's Wings. It's not high-level magic that can allow you to embody an angel, however, it protects the two of us who are falling from a high place, so you do not need to worry. Eugene silences and thinks, that angel just now, her face was the same as Anist's. Then Lady Christina said, we've arrived. Then the light dispersed. Eugene watching in front of him with surprise. There was a vast sky and grassland around. Lady Christina picked up a grass and said, it really does feel like real grass, but she don't feel any life energy from it. Eugene said, it's spatial magic. He thinks, to create such a large scale subspace, it's impossible with the knowledge of normal magic. Did Seniors, no Vermouth do it? Then they both approaching towards the great Vermouth's grave, then they both standing in front of the statue of Vermouth. Then from behind Sir Duenna said, don't you think this place is beautiful? And with Patriarch he coming toward them, with a smile Sir Duenna said, if it wasn't a place that needed to be guarded, W would have opened it up to all Lionheart so they could worship the mausoleum. Putting a bronze statue of Sir Hamel in the founder's mausoleum, he don't think it's a bad idea. He think it would be meaningful to put a bronze statue up his longtime friend here. After noticing Lady Christina, Sir Duenna said, in order to open the path of this place, you need the Patriarch's and the Senate's acknowledgement. Those two key were created by the founder, and beside the Patriarch's succession and the appointment ceremony of the commander of the Black Lion Knights, the founder said to be forbid entry. Then Lady Christina said, so you are saying that this does not have a precedent. She understand that you are trying to point out her rudeness, but as much as she respect this long tradition, she have come here for an important reason, the Patriarch said. He's saying that the timing was not appropriate. With serious face Patriarch said, Lady Christina, you visited this place at an inappropriate time, and you stubbornly insisted on following my son upon his entry to the mausoleum. As the Patriarch of the Lionheart family, he could have disregarded your stubbornness, but he did not due to the long alliance between the Holy Empire and the Keel Empire, and all of the founder's descendants. Lady Christina, you said that you had come here because of the God's revelation, and not long ago, the Demon King broke the peace and warned the world. In that situation, that revelation cannot be ignored, so please tell us what you have kept to yourself. Then she approached and said, she will dare to say it. And then he bring out his staff again and hold in front of her and start prayer. She said, she recall her names and position as Saintess. From this moment on, she represent His Holiness the Pope. And as the official Saintess who has received the God of Light's revelation, she stand here, right now. Please open the great hero Vermouth's grave. The Patriarch and Sir Duenna were shocked and puzzled about it. Then she loudly said that the great Vermouth's soul did not go to heaven. From the revelation, the hero's soul did not find salvation and is wandering the earth. So, as the Saintess, she need to check the hero's last moment. Listening all this, Sir Duenna said to Patriarch, you decide whatever or not to open our founder's grave. As the member of the Senate, he will follow whatever you decide, so he won't make an issue out of this. Then Patriarch thinks that, who would have thought he would open the founder's grave with his own hands? Then they approach in mausoleums inside. Lady Christina said, this is mythical place, a huge subspace, the sky, field, flower, and temple. It's looked grand at first, but its grandness is only appearance. There's nothing inside the temple. The Patriarch said, it was the founder's will to not have his descendants carve any statue or put any Lionheart decorations, do not worship it, to not make his grave symbolic. According to his will, we should not have put Sir Hamel's bronze statue inside here, but it is technically not a statue made by his descendant or belonging to the Lionheart family. Then Lady Christina said, it's beautiful, aren't we connecting their brotherly love from 300 years ago? Sir Hamel's grave, which has not been revealed to the world, the fact that Sir Eugene was able to come here, she's certain it was God's will. And then Eugene said, was defaming Sir Hamel's grave and insulting that the corpse has become a death knight, God's will? Lady Christina was unanswered after a moment of silence. With bright smile she said. Of course that wasn't. That was why Sir Eugene was able to make a string of light and was able to enlighten the darkness deep underground. With sly smile Eugene thinks, such amazing reasoning. So she's saying the things she likes are God's will. Even Anis didn't explicitly use God like this as much as Christina. Then some point Patriarch stopped and said, here, and in front of them there is Vermouth's grave. Sir Patriarch said, he will open the coffin, so please come closer and observe. While Lady Christina agree with that, they both stand near coffin while Eugene was standing far from there and thinks, he didn't know we would be able to check Vermouth's coffin this quickly, and then Eugene's face twisted in anger and gritting his teeth and thinks that, please, just be lying there in your coffin, a corpse, mummy, or just your bones, he don't care what it is, just be dead and lying there. Then Patriarch going to open the coffin, while Eugene's still thinking about, if you really are dead and are lying there, he will be able to feel reassured. With that, he will be able to lift his suspicion about you. He think that you are not involved in his reincarnation and it's not your fault, but fighting with Xenia and forcing her to flee to a secluded place, that demon king, that bastard talk about love, he ran his mouth like you were close friends, he can't accept it, that's why it's unfortunate for you, that demon king slayer, warrior, great hero, god of war, master of all, the great Vermouth. Be dead so he won't be suspicious of you. Then coffin opened and Patriarch was totally stunned and shocked, and with trembling hand and voice he said, how can this be? While Lady Christina said, she knew it, it's empty. Standing in front of an empty coffin, Eugene was red in anger and barely hold his anger in his mind. He clenched his fist tight. The Patriarch said, the fact that the founder's corpse isn't in his coffin means, the founder isn't dead and is concealing himself? Lady Christina said, she don't know the reason, but that's the only thing we can deduce. Then she said, Eugene Lionheart, she will tell you the revelation. From this moment on, she declare you to be the next hero to succeed the great Vermouth. This is the will of the God of Light and His Holiness. The Pope also acknowledges it. Until now, there have been no other movements besides the warning from the Demon King of Incarceration, so we cannot make an official announcement to the world yet. She will be with you, as the Holy Empire's Saintess and as the witness of light. The Patriarch was surprised to hear, the hero? And said, Miss Christina, what do you mean by that? Lady Christina said, and this isn't God's revelation, but she think that Sir Eugene might actually be the reincarnation of the great Vermouth. If that is true, then she can accept why the great hero's soul has not entered heaven. In order to face the danger that will soon befall the world, the hero's soul was reincarnated into his descendant body. Hearing all these, Eugene was laughing loudly and thinks, the God of Light who gave this revelation, their bullshit is getting out of hand. And with anger in his eyes he said, you got permission to do this, but fucking what? A hero? Stop the bullshit. Patriarch was shocked while Miss Christina was frown. With shaking hand and voice, Patriarch trying to stop Eugene, but Eugene said, he is the reincarnation of the great Vermouth. Hey Auxiliary Bishop Christina, no, Saintess, stop the bullshit. Just how great is the God that you worship, that you are harassing me, who's doing nothing, and saying that he is the reincarnation of the hero? Then Lady Christina said, what she said about you being the hero's reincarnation was just her thoughts. Don't blame her, and please do not look down on God's revelation. Eugene said, no, he don't even believe in the God of Light. He don't plan to believe in it, so he is going to do whatever he want. With a serious tone he said, he's just him. If you need a hero to replace the great founder, then go get someone else. Go get one of your believer and make them the hero. If they don't satisfy you, then maybe your almighty God can personally descend from heaven. And hearing all these, Patriarch was going to his emotional roller coaster journey. Then Eugene said, he apologized for saying harsh things. Patriarch, he don't plan to accept being recognized as the fucking hero. This is where he stand. So please understand that, since we are on this topic, he don't plan on becoming the Patriarch instead of Sion, and don't plan to joining the Black Lion like seal. Either, just because he is not going to do those things, doesn't mean he will dishonor the family, or do things that will dishonor the patriarch, so he would like it if you could please continue to trust and support him like before. Cold and stunned patriarch said, "Of course he will respect your decision, Eugene." Slightly smiled and said, "So Saintess Christina, please tell this to your almighty God of light." Then Lady Christina asked, "What do you want me to say?" While Eugene showing his middle finger to Christina and said, "Tell to your God that fuck off," and arrogantly showing his middle finger to God and said, "Is what you want you to say." There is lightning strike on patriarch after hearing this bold statement about gods and scream, while Lady Christina was frown little. Then Eugene turned from there and walk away and said, "He has said everything he needed to say and it is late, so he is going to sleep." Then patriarch asked, "What about Sir Hamel's bronze statue?" Eugene said, "Sir Hamel would probably not want to rest in a place where his comrade isn't." With anger on his face he walks from there. Here is the second season end. We will continue after releasing season 3 soon, so like, subscribe, please.